I had a thought while listening to the episode that you're going to hear now. Every economist should be a poet. Now, at one level, this is obvious. We should strive to nurture the multitudes within us. There's a great danger for all of us that once we get good at one thing, we follow the path where that takes and forget about the rest of the world and about the rest of our own selves. We should watch out for this. Life is not about what you achieve, but what you are. And poetry is beautiful. To use a metaphor, it feeds our soul. It puts us in touch with our deeper selves and thus with all of humanity because we all share the human condition. It gives us empathy. Hopefully, it makes us less dogmatic. And these are good qualities for an economist. Too many economists are stuck inside their narrow lanes, concerned more about their careers than the world at large. My guest today is different. We need more economists like him. We need more human beings like him.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Rohit Lamba, a wonderful economist who's co-written an excellent new book with Raghuram Rajan. It's called Breaking the Mold, Reimagining India's Economic Future. You should pick it up right away. But also, you should note that just over 1 hour of this conversation you will hear is about the book. The rest is about so much more. Rohit is a man of many parts. He loves poetry, has studied Urdu, dreams in Hindi, and has deep insights on our culture, our languages, our politics, our country. I found him to be such a fine thinker, and I love this conversation, and you're going to love it too. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Rohit, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you for having me, Amit. Been a fan for a very long time, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. It's kind of you to say that. I want to start with a question that is sparked by something we were just talking about just now, where you mentioned that you have been sort of doing videos where you're explaining these ideas, the ideas of your book and the ideas of your work in Hindi. And I was very fascinated by that because let me tell you a little sort of story that I learned from an episode I did with the historian Swapna Little. And she's written this great book called The Book Broken Script. And it covers about 50 years in Delhi between 1803, when the Anglo-Maratha War, the Marathas lose, and 1857. So it's the East India Company and a nominal Mughal court, which is kind of, there's this delicate negotiation. And it's also, there's a lot of churn in society at that time. For example, during this time, Persian goes from becoming the official language of all of India, much as English is today, the link language, into absolutely nothing because English takes over. So, you could be a 10-year-old being educated in Persian and you're going to rule the country one day and you're 25 and it's completely irrelevant, and that's a great shift. But what fascinated me was that there was an institution which was founded called the Delhi School. And obviously in Macaulay's spirit, the idea was that the Delhi College would spread, Western learning. But their biggest endowment came from a gentleman named Fazl Ali, who insisted that his endowment be used for what was called the Oriental branch of the school, and therefore all the teaching happened in the local languages like Urdu and Persian. And the issue with that was that those local languages, Urdu, had been used before that to teach a certain kind of learning or talim or whatever, which is their knowledge system. And it would now have to adjust to the Western knowledge system, whereas the Western knowledge system would have to adjust to this language, where often the vocabulary was simply not there and you had to kind of make stuff on the fly. And I've often found that when I try to talk about economic ideas or political ideas in Hindi, and I have tried, that is damn difficult, because at one level, of course, you get to the compromise that you can't just translate everything. Like free market, you can't find the equivalent words for it, because it'll make no sense, it'll have no context there. So you say some things in English the way that they are, but even otherwise, like, where it felt so uneasy to me. And of course my Hindi isn't great, so I want to find out about that, and the role that these two languages therefore play in your life, where one, as you were saying before the recording, is a language of emotion for you, which is Hindi, and the other is a language of learning, and where all your rational thinking happens in a sense. So how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, Hindi for me, I remember this day distinctly. I think I was in graduate school at that time, where I woke up one day fearing that I was dreaming in English. By that, what I mean is that I have always prided myself in thinking, whether it's true or not, I don't know, that I emote in Hindi and I professionally converse in English, and that I am reasonably well versed with both. My Nana used to say, he was a man of great languages. He was fluent in Urdu. He used to write poetry in Urdu. And he used to say jokingly, ki it's not like, your English is Shakespearean, or you are, by you, he meant like a generation that is coming up, or that you are kind of writing in Premchand Hindi, or that, you have like some kind of Iqbali Urdu. And, he used to use this word that I fear that you guys are becoming Bezubaan. Bezubaan is a very powerful word. It kind of means not just without language, but to him it meant without emotion, because language is connected to emotion. And obviously it's an extreme view. Language, if you look at what linguists have written, language evolves over time, and Urdu is actually a great example of a language, or Hindustani as we know it, which is another Hindi word I like a lot is mishran. It's a deep mixture of a lot of things. And at some sense, actually, and I don't think there's been, to the best of my knowledge, that much research on this. I think language is also a very powerful economic idea. Commerce has driven historically language a lot. So, in that backdrop, there has been distinct moments in my life where I remember. So when that happened, I decided that, I needed to kind of go back, even though I was doing a PhD in economics, go back to some kind of class where I would just be speaking or conversing or reading some light Hindi or Urdu while I was in graduate school. And that's when I met my Urdu teacher, Fauzia ji, who's from Lucknow and was teaching Urdu in Princeton. So I decided not to do Hindi, but Urdu. And I remember even then she asked me to describe what I do, game theory that I was kind of doing research in Urdu, and it was a disaster. That's when I reconciled with myself that it's okay that I cannot explain very technical terms of game theory in Urdu, but I still should be able to converse what I do on a daily basis. It was just a promise to myself in simple Hindi and Urdu. And what you described as this Delhi college or Delhi school, I haven't read the book yet. It's a very interesting phenomena, right? Because I remember asking, I think my Hindi teacher or maybe my Nanaji, that, why is it that, just to give you an example, somebody must have come up with this, right? Why is it that railways is called Law Path Gamini in Hindi?
I didn't know it.
Yeah, so this was it was in my Hindi book. Somebody wrote in my, I remember, middle class Hindi book, ki Law Path Gamini, which literally for our English audience translates, literal translation. Law means loha, path means path, Gamini means something that moves. Right, like, and voila, what happened is that eventually all Hindi newspapers and writers just started saying rail, right? So because language, you cannot beat convenience in language. Language will always find it's the coarsest possible way to communicate an idea. That's the job of a language. I mean, obviously, there, when you're emoting, when you're writing poetry, complexity is desirable. But in daily communication, actually, simplicity trumps all other. So for me, both, especially for this book, when we were thinking about it, we were keen that the book be released in other Indian languages also. And one thing that we were insistent on, that Penguin, our publishers, have reported to us has worked very well, was that we insisted that the Hindi translation be released at the same time or around the same time. So our book released on December 7th. Basically, that meant that in November, I didn't really sleep, because while we would, the English edits had been done, but we had a fantastic Hindi translator, and he would send me chapters, and so I was in the US at that time, and I would sit with him, and in obviously he has fantastic Hindi and has a good grasp of English, but as you were communicating, right, he's not an economist. So there were several parts that I thought to myself were very unsatisfactory. For example, there is a discussion in the book, in the part 1 of the book, about the role of services versus manufacturing in India's development trajectory, and services is translated as seva.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Right, so now it just doesn't capture, because services, it is the literal meaning and it is the correct meaning, but the word services, when I say it to you in an economic context, has a whole another meaning in your head, right?
Seva invokes social service.
Exactly, right. That somehow so, and I had to, and I didn't have a better answer. So at a lot of places, seva has been used, and we say, say seva athva services, seva and service, in kind of telling the context. So this is a good example where a word in English over the years has assumed, if I may use the word, scientific meaning of its own. But in Hindi, because that language never developed, we are not sure whether actually the word is going to translate reasonably well to an informed reader, but who's not very well versed in economics. So that requires, that just simply requires a buildup of literature, discussion, knowledge in that language. Maybe it will be seva, I don't know, maybe 30 years down the line we'll come up with some other word in Hindi for it. But I did feel that knowledge shouldn't be governed by language. And I do think that in India there is a increasing problem that English is considered a substitute for knowledge. And to that extent, I wanted to do my whatever 2% to at least try to communicate the ideas of the book in different languages.
And more power to you. Like I keep telling my writing students, like when they'll say I'm starting a podcast or something, I'll say that, look, if you know a language other than English 80% as well as English, please do it in that, because that's where the lacuna is. That's where you'll bring far more value. And I'm reminded of something Peggy Mohan, who wrote the wonderful book Wanderers, Kings, Merchants, a point that she made while speaking to me on the show, where she said that we think many of us are bilingual, but actually we're diglossic. And what that means is that if I'm describing thing A, I can't use English and Hindi to do it. I do it in English. But for thing B, only Hindi works for me. So each language is in a particular context. And when you speak about Hindi being that emotional context, a language in which you dream, like what is that language in which we cry in our dreams and ask for our mother? That is one context and that is one language. And it might be a completely separate language where, you actually do your learning.
There is this fun, I don't know if it's true, but somebody told me many years ago this joke that this very worldly guy comes to Akbar's court, and it's kind of one of those Panchatantra type jokes, I think, and then he tells Akbar that, I am well versed with almost all the languages of the world, and you will not be able to tell where I'm actually from. And, and he does, and he puts up a show, and it's everybody's mesmerized, he's speaking Urdu, Persian, English, and so Akbar is confused, and then he calls on Birbal. Right, so Birbal comes and Birbal watches him for a while, and Akbar says, "Can you solve this puzzle?" And he said, "Yes, I can." And Akbar trusts him, and so he said, "Okay, let him keep performing." And then quietly goes behind him and kicks him really hard in the nuts, and he screams in a certain language, and Birbal says, "That's your mother tongue."
Amazing.
I'm not saying this is what people should do.
Yeah, no, please, no one do this. We should all be honest about our mother tongues. So, but if the guy was being so pretentious, maybe he deserved
exactly
a kick in the nuts. So, I'm so struck and so impressed by your grandfather's use of the word Bezubaan, because actually I totally get the spirit of it, in the sense that I think there is a danger of all of us becoming Bezubaan and having to fight it on a daily basis. Now, in one narrow, I'll give you a narrow example and a broad example, and tell me what you think of the broad one. The narrow example is academics itself, where mediocre academics can get trapped in jargon, where they're playing a circle jerk game with other academics, and it's all, it's like how postmodernism became a parody of itself. And what happens is that when you get trapped in that kind of language, your thinking also ossifies and you can't go beyond that. And that is one kind of, I think, becoming Bezuban, where you use the language to discover new things and to think of the world in a new way. But a broader sense of Bezuban, which I try to fight in myself and which I think we all must, is that, when people talk about LLMs as autocomplete on steroids, I think in a very fundamental sense, we are all autocompletes. Our LLMs have far smaller databases than actual, ChatGPT LLMs would. And a lot of the time, we are just auto-completing without even sort of realizing it. 80% of our speech is perhaps cliche in some manner or the other. And the danger of this is that even the best intentioned of us, even the most curious of us, can stop thinking in new ways, can stop looking at the world in new ways, because just as everything we see around us gets normalized, even this language sort of gets normalized and thought becomes restricted in these boundaries. So, do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, I'm not a scholar of linguists, so I can only talk from experience. Is that I do think actually that language inhibits your ability, or lack of openness. You don't even need to know. Lack of openness to certain linguistic traits that are around you does restrict your ability to understand and empathize with people around you, and also to create new knowledge. And I think you see it, for example, in politics, right? Like that, one of the things that, my father-in-law, he's a great scholar of Hindi literature, and he was at Delhi University for a long time. And he, for example, notes that there is a certain kind of if I'm these are not his words but my interpretation, that there is a certain kind of apartheid when it comes to people who write in Hindi versus people who write in English. It's not in terms of access, right? Hindi's access is much larger, but it's just in terms of what is considered good talk or knowledge talk. In fact, he was part of the left, so to say, for a long time, and he observes, for example, that even within the left, like hardcore left, CPIM and so on, which is supposed to be very egalitarian, actually there was a hierarchy amongst those who conversed in English and actually couldn't therefore communicate with a large part of the country, and those who wrote in Hindi, who were actually much more had much greater access, but were in a different intellectual club, so to say, right? So I think and how you're seeing it played out in politics now is what, for example, the current government has done for the last 10 years, that it has upended this sort of monopoly in some sense of English as a medium of knowledge. And I do think that both sides would be much better off if they were just open to not letting language be the premium vehicle of knowledge. And I still think we are talking past each other.
Yeah, I mean, the danger in, firstly, it's common to all populist movements that you are essentially anti-elite. That's a great simple narrative that sells very well. And a lot of that anti-elitism, even though we are both elites ourselves, but a lot of that anti-elitism in my mind is justified, because we have shut ourselves into ivory towers. We haven't made enough of an effort to get our ideas out there. We have been complacent. But the danger of being anti-elites by default is that you also become anti-expertise and anti-knowledge, right? So yes, English should not have a monopoly on knowledge, but to thereby not just turn aside English, but to turn aside knowledge seems completely bizarre to me. And you were talking about this hierarchy. It was well illustrated in this recent episode I did with Ira Pandey. And Ira Pandey was, of course, Mrinal Pandey's sister, Pushpesh Pant's cousin, Shivani ji's daughter, the great Hindi novelist, and great writer in her own right. So I think this would have happened when she was in her 40s, right? Her husband is an IS officer, so she went with him to a party, and somebody at the party politely politely making polite small talk, said, "Oh, what do you do?" And she said, "I've written some books." And the person said, "Oh, I really must read them. What are the names?" And she says they're in Hindi. And he just turned around and walked away. Right. It's that kind of an attitude that makes me understand the anti-elite sentiment, which is common out there. And my next question is also about translating ideas, but not from one language to another, but within the same language. Like, one thing that I've often found is that economists, especially, there is this danger of suffering from the curse of knowledge and assuming that everyone has a baseline understanding of the subject and therefore not bothering to say explain terms. Now, Ajay Shah and I in our show Everything is Everything, we talk about all of these terms, and I keep reminding him that, boss, people don't know what these terms mean. So when you say public goods, they'll think what is good for the public. When you say market failure, they'll say they'll think when the market fails to give me what I want, like I went for a green shirt, there was nothing out there. And a problem with many of the terms, in perhaps in all fields, but certainly in economics, is that all of the specialist terms which mean one specific thing can be interpreted in completely another way if you just look at them as common nouns. Rent seeking being another example, and the sort of so many of those. And as an economist who is also making, I think, the laudable effort to speak to a larger audience, which I believe every scholar who thinks his work is important must do. You must be a public intellectual in these times if you are an intellectual. And it's almost your duty. Therefore, how do you tackle that particular challenge where you have to get across complex ideas? It is possible to get across complex ideas in simple language, but then we run into, obstacles like this, where all these phrases come up. Because every time you use a phrase, you're not going to explain what it means. You assume at some point, ki, haan, public goods bol diya, non-rival, non-excludable, blah, blah, blah. But actually, perhaps, it might lose some people any one time that you don't do it. So how have you thought about this? And I'm sure this is a challenge you faced. How does one get past it?
So let's think about this from two perspectives, a historical perspective and then a kind of more modern network structure perspective. So what do I mean by historical perspective? That economists as the arbiters of truth, or even arbiters of how society should be organized, of it market is just one component, is a very recent phenomenon. You can argue that historically this hat was given almost exclusively to philosophers or theologians. I don't know if I said that correctly. And there's a very interesting book I read recently called The Price of Peace, which is basically a biography of Keynes, and also a biography of modern economics, but through Keynes's life. And you see that even when Adam Smith was writing what he was writing, he was kind of writing it not as a public intellectual. He was writing it as a scholar, as an academic. It only sort of happens towards the end of 19th century, beginning of 20th century, pre-war, that you start seeing economists actively engage in what you think of it as the public realm. Right, like taking ideas or even attempting to take complex ideas as the market economy was thriving, the welfare state was coming up, these complex ideas to the public. And Keynes was obviously like the Badshah of this. It's kind of incredible how he was both a remarkable public intellectual, but a very, very serious academic and even like a mathematical economist. And I think once you think of that, Keynes is a remarkable person, right? So once you take that and think about it very seriously, and that's where I will kind of come to the second network structure component. What I mean by that is that, and I can only speak as an academic here, is that there is a challenge that you need to first earn your place within the academy. There is an unwritten rule, which, I think I have not followed, unfortunately, which I don't, is not even advisable that you should. That is that you have to first, academy has a very strict unwritten rule that you need to first earn your place within the tribe, and only then you're allowed to go and pontificate outside the tribe. Now, what tends to happen, I have seen in my experience, is that while you're trying to earn your place within the tribe, and probably there is no other way, you become so specialized. You become so kind of become an expert in a certain narrow discipline or area that then to extricate yourself from that and to therefore then read. I mean, Keynes was very well read in art, in history, in philosophy. Then to go back, or if you especially haven't read these stuff carefully all through graduate school and in your tenure track years, and then make those connections and then simplify them and make it accessible to public is no mean task, right? So what tends to happen is that in every generation, that's what I have seen, you get people like Hal Varian, who's the chief economist of Google, who's translating ideas to a different kind of audience, right? Or Paul Krugman, at least while he was, at least a decade ago, people, or Raghu, people like, or Larry Summers. You get certain people, and there are many others. I'm just giving you, they are not the norm. They are somewhat the exception, because I think that's my theory, because of the reasons I just said, that people are then not able to extricate themselves from that complexity of thought to really simplify it and communicate to a public. Also, the incentives are not there within the academy to do that. So now that doesn't mean that, in my personal opinion, that everyone should do it. There should be certain people like Thomas Sargent. I took a course with him, a brilliant economist, he won the Nobel Prize. He's built in a certain way that he has continued to, the academic route till he was C70, 80 and so on, right? But I agree with you that more and more people should be encouraged and informed at a much younger time in their academic career that you should actually also train yourself for this. That this shouldn't just depend on the personal endowment or preferences of people, that there should actually be incentives and structures built into the academy that encourage this kind of public discourse, and there just aren't. And in fact, if you try to jump, and try to start doing this too early, it's not looked favorably upon. And I think, in fact, you should try to start doing it early so that you learn it. You learn and hone your craft. Because, we were discussing at lunch how you hone the craft of doing the podcast, right? It takes time. And I think just like that, to be able to communicate complex ideas and simplify them, it takes time. Even for this book, Raghu and I, went back and forth many times about what should be the right pitch of the book. And that took actually more effort than even writing it, because to first understand who are we talking to was very, very important. And we were constantly juggling this idea that it shouldn't be too... We were certain that it was not for academics. But we also wanted it to be a little more nuanced than just a descriptive work of hey, this is what's going on. To have it, to infuse the description with enough theory to give it structure for, say, an informed reader.
So, I share your lament entirely of the hyper specialization of academia and the incentives it creates. And, the fact that there are very few people today who can be described as a Renaissance man, the way Keynes no doubt was. And, so many great thinkers in the 19th century by default would have to be people who spread themselves out across subjects, because everything is everything. And Ajay and I did an episode of our show called Fixing the Knowledge Society, where we kind of spoke about this. And the lament there was that, look, there was a time that when you think about knowledge in this world, like, where is knowledge produced? Where is knowledge refined? Where is knowledge disseminated? And the university at that time becomes like a natural repository and a center for all of these. And today, in many ways, it is now irrelevant. It is partly irrelevant because it has made itself irrelevant in the ways that you describe, the hyper specialization and how academic fashions can destroy academia, which we can talk about later. And also because of now the means of production being available to everyone, the means of learning and knowledge becoming available to everyone, like the fact that Robert Sapolsky's biology lectures for Harvard are available for everyone to see on free on YouTube just blows my mind. And therefore one begins to wonder that how is this knowledge society, if I may use this term, how is it going to be organized maybe 30 years from now? Like today I look at someone like, I've had 6 episodes with Ramchandra Guha, a man I respect and adore, and Ram has forever been looked upon as an outsider by historians because he's done sociology, anthropology, whatever, but he's looked upon as an outsider. He was resented for a long time, one because he's from outside the field, he hasn't made his name within the tribe, as you point out. out, and also because he's writing for a popular audience, and therefore the assumption is that it can't be as good. Now, Ram, of course, today I think every historian would acknowledge that Ram's rigor is second to none, and at the same time, he reaches a large audience. And I think it'll take a long, long time for us to really appreciate fully what a staggering achievement that is. But where is more of that going to come from? Because the danger of knowledge coming from outside the academia is that you can then get narrative battles, you can get WhatsApp University. There is a trade-off that there may be a loss of rigor or methodology or whatever, all of those things. But at the same time, what you get from inside academia a lot of the time is nonsense that might be tied to the fans and fads and fashions of the day and have no relation to the real world whatsoever. And what I loved about what you and Raghu have done, and Raghu's been doing for many years, is that you're stepping outside of that and saying, yeah, okay, I know what I know, no one disputes my credibility, certainly in Raghu's case, and therefore I am now going to talk to the world, which is an important public service. But if I can sort of go back to that hypothetical question, where are we moving, and what do you think a knowledge society looks like in 20 years from now? Who are the great experts of 2050?
Let me break down that question first. It's funny you mentioned Ram. The first, and we can talk in more detail about the role books played in my life. But the first fat book that I dared to pick up, a nonfiction, and read in totality was India After Gandhi. This was I was maybe 23 or so. It was it came late in my life, but it was maybe 23 at that time or 24. And I just couldn't put it down, and it was just a subject as banal as, or I shouldn't say banal, but as, it could be very dry as history, right? So modern history. And it was around that time that I was talking to some people, I think, who may have been graduate students in history, and Ram's name came up. And one of them, this is again, I was trying, how do you earn your place in the tribe I was mentioning, right? One of them said, oh, Ram, Guha, you mean that journalistic historian?
Oh, God.
Right. And what did I know at that time? I was still too young, but to understand. Really, I still don't, in some ways, how the academy works and what are the things you should say and what you shouldn't say. And I just looked at them and I said, "What does that even mean?" And they said, "No, I mean that academic versus journalistic historian." And I couldn't understand it. And I was angry, but I didn't know how to communicate my anger. Now I can communicate my anger in a more sophisticated way. And I said, how could you differentiate? I mean, in my mind, what I thought, how could you differentiate that, given that I picked up a history book after a long time because of this guy, and I read it in totality, and I know so much more about Indian history that I should have. And in the introduction, he beautifully, I still remember, puts this thing in the book that, why should Indian history stop at 1947? Why is suddenly that after 1947 it becomes political science? And then he takes off from there. And that stayed with me. That somehow for this kid, who was my age, saying that, I don't even think this kid understood what they were saying, right? It was just that saying that was the kind of the thing you did in the tribe.
It was the autocomplete.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, it was the autocomplete because that's what they heard around them, right? Like by saying Ram Guha is a journalistic historian, they would get some street cred. And it was very unfortunate. I think it's very, very unfortunate. But you're right that I think today, I don't think, it's well recognized. This was already more than 10 years, 12 years ago. So that, most of modern Indian history has been, built on a lot of the work that he's done. And it's of second to none rigor. I don't think there's any question about that. Yeah, I mean, I can push back a little bit on the irrelevance, maybe because of my own bias, is that I think the university does offer, and that's not unique to America or India or Europe, the university does offer a very unique place in both ancient, medieval, and modern society where there is a constant interaction between the next generation and the arbiters of knowledge of this generation. Now, you're right that the notion that these people should be provided the baton of being the arbiters of knowledge has been challenged fundamentally since the advent of the internet. There is no question about that. But I do think there is something very beautiful about physical proximity between a bunch of people who are researchers, whether they are researchers in the sense of the ivory tower or accessibility to the greater public, and young minds. I think this is very unique. And because it happens at a density and also breadth of topics, that is unique to a university. So you can be in an I still continue to tell people that I'm not worried about the job of a professor so much completely disappearing. I think what online stuff has done is made I think it will make even more so in the future, be more on our toes and kind of make it harder to be very good at your job. But I don't think the university is going anywhere. I do think there is something unique about both students, young minds interacting with each other physically in a space for 4 to 5 years, and professors interacting with students on a regular basis. And I think for me, actually, one of the problems with the academy is the lack of emphasis it puts on both teaching and PhD and advising. One of the advices I got when I started my job was, teaching evaluations are too good too early. There might be a problem.
Wow.
In the sense that, that must mean that you're putting too much effort into teaching, and actually tenure decisions are based almost exclusively on the basis of research. Teaching can be a disqualifying criteria, but it is rarely a qualifying criteria. So in fact, I think I have learned so much. So I taught this freshman course in introductory micro for a long time, which is basically a bunch of enthusiastic high school students who are taking their first course in college in economics. And I have learned more economics just teaching that course than, basically teaching my PhD course, because they're so, they're eager, but also they're so blank. Right? They don't buy the concept of a utility or a preference. You have to explain it to them, and they challenge you, right? What is utility? Why do we care about this? Why are we measuring happiness in terms of utility? Very basic questions, even when I taught intro macro for the first time, so students were very confused about why is GDP the right measure? What is GDP? Certain things that, we just take news, GDP has gone up 8%, and, it's almost become a political device now, right? So, and so they challenge your thinking in ways which are almost axiomatic. So I think for that reason, I think the university is a beautiful place, and I don't see a substitute just yet. Having said that, how a knowledge society has become more democratic, but it's also become more chaotic. So, as I was telling you over lunch, that I view you, for example, as as a curator of knowledge as much as a producer of knowledge, because I think production is become easier, but that doesn't mean that it become necessarily of higher quality, right? In this era of opinions rather than information, how you make sense of the world is actually by curating much of the information that is out there. And I think that's where the role of the public intellectual becomes very, very important. And I do think that in that sense, it has become even more important than, say, when Keynes was, bringing economics to the people, so to say, because there is so much more information, because everybody seems to have an opinion on what growth means. And we can't even seem to agree on basic facts. You look at the debate in India right now, for example, on economic policy, we just don't seem to be able to agree on consumption data, on growth data, on jobs, for example. And so I think in this day and age, what I would like to see more actually is the university being open to people who are not traditional academics. It's almost like a lateral entry. You say, we keep saying in IAS, you should. I really think the university should be much more open. Right now, there is this sort of slightly hierarchical system of, this person is a professor and this professor is a professor of practice. I think we should really embrace people who've done well in various walks of life and invite them to the academy and ask them to not just Amit, come and teach a course in my university, Amit, come and be part of my university, we'll give you a normal contract. I mean, you may not want it, but I'm saying the people, people who are, and just not just be embedded in teaching young minds, but also be embedded in the ivory tower. Come, have a look at the other side, so to say, spend 5 years here and somehow, and this is, a more longer term challenge, make you feel welcome enough that you don't feel like an outsider, ki hum apna, we're writing in our journals and, Amit just, no, I think we value what you do and you should come talk to us. That I think will go a long way in the ivory tower actually becoming a more important member of whatever knowledge society will look like in 2050.
So I'll ask you to indulge me in a thought experiment.
Yes.
And the thought experiment is this, that if we rebooted the universe, so let's say we rebooted human civilization, and I ask this in different contexts often, how much of banking, how much of finance would look the same, what sports would evolve and which wouldn't. But what I'll ask you in this context is that how would the knowledge society then evolve? Like, would universities look the way they are? Would, the entire education system, could it look different? And the reason for asking this question is that I find that a lot of things that happen in history are pure contingent accidents, and they wouldn't, if those, completely different things could have happened, and they would not have evolved. But there are some things which would have evolved no matter what. Like, a system of money would have evolved, currency would have evolved. All of those things we can agree would definitely have evolved. In the context of sport, I believe football would definitely have evolved because it is so primal. You're kicking around object about. There is no way cricket would have come again, because it is just such a bizarre game that you need historical accidents for it to actually come about in the manner that it did. So, if you can indulge your imagination a bit and indulge me a bit, and think about how this whole system of knowledge and education and whatever, how could it be different? And the reason I ask you to make that effort is that all of us, me, everyone who's listening to this, we normalize things as they are, and we assume कि हाँ ऐसा ही है, कि Harvard होगा, उसमें admission लेंगे, these will be the departments, this is how it will be set up, and all the incentives that come along with that. How could it possibly have been different? Like,
See, let's go back to the idea. Let's go back to how, like, what Cambridge and Oxford used to do earlier, right? Like, they were basically meant for religious scholars, and obviously, as history has evolved, for men, unfortunately. If you look at the Gurukul system back home, all right, again, it was meant for. There was obviously the training of priests by priests, but there was this training of princes by teachers, right, or whatever, the elite. It doesn't, maybe not limited just to the princes. I think that we're not that far away from that system still, like, which is that typically you physically go, let's get it to very basic level, right? You physically go somewhere to get an education. It's not necessarily at your home. Why is that, right? One can ask that question at the outset. Maybe it was just constraints of technology. Second was that there is an interaction between a learned person and a younger person, right? That's the other kind of almost axiomatic way in which education has evolved. I don't see how that would change either. Maybe that learned person becomes a 3D hologram or something, but that idea that somehow there is a repertoire of knowledge that is being communicated by another human being or some kind of technology, that is going to stay, I think. That you learn with peers, right? That can change and has been changing, that in the sense that COVID taught us that a lot of people were, shut down in their homes, and they had to look at their laptops or phones to access information and material, and they were not necessarily in physical contact with peers. They were in online contact with peers, right? I would like to believe, and I could be wrong, is that some level of physical proximity with peers is important, because education is as much a collective learning experience as it is an individual experience. Now, you put these elements together, and it is not a surprise in some sense, therefore, that the education system evolved through a school and then a university. Now, I would continue to believe that basic tenet would remain. This basic dhacha, as we say, framework would remain. But within its framework, we're going to see a lot of changes. And we already are seeing a lot of changes. One concrete example I can give you, it hasn't happened yet, but my prediction is that business schools are in a lot of trouble. I think there was a point in time when, management was... It'll continue to be, but management taught in a certain way was the getting the best talent. I don't think it is today. I think it is going into tech very early on, and I don't think tech companies believe, or even these days, actually, a lot of, except maybe consulting firms, a lot of finance firms even believe that somehow if you've done an MBA, that's a strong enough signal that you're smarter than the next person's CV that I'm reading. That has changed very recently in the last 10, 20 years. So this is a structural thing that I see, for example, within the university that is going to change. Whether as I was mentioning, whether one must require a PhD to be a professor, I think must also change. Just coming back to what I was saying earlier, I think this is again a structural problem that obviously you should have proved your merit in some way. For example, when I was in university, we used to have this idea of a writer in residence. Paul Muldoon, who used to be the poetry editor of the New Yorker, used to come and teach literature. And I think by the time I was leaving, Jhumpa Lahiri was asked to come and be the writer in residence. These people have not done a PhD, but nobody would argue that they are not good at their right. So why should one reserve it only to literature and not to economics? That other people should, with certain kind of expertise, should be allowed to come and enter the academy. More than that, the other missing link, which is, which I don't know how big it is going to be in 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, is really the impact of AI into how we both generate and curate knowledge, right? So, is it true that given the information that is being produced, even curation of knowledge can be outsourced to a machine, which I think for today definitely requires a human touch. If that is true, then I think the university is in further danger that I'm not actually accounting for right now in this discussion, in this thought experiment. But I continue to believe that this interaction between sometimes when I start teaching a course, I tell the students this old Sanskrit shlok, which I can tell you in English. It goes like.
Feel free to tell me in Sanskrit.
I don't know if I will be able to. I can try, but it goes something like 1/4 from your faculties, 1/4 from your peers, 1/4 from your teacher, and 1/4 only with time. And it's like, I think it's a very powerful verse, set of verses, which basically I'm trying to tell my students that, I often joke with them that I'm trying to, reduce. Already telling you, my impact on your education is just 1/4. But I do think there's some truth to it. That 1/4 is generally about how much effort you're going to put in, and peers are very important. That's why I was trying to emphasize that 1/4 from your peers, that you're going to learn a lot from your classmates. I'm going to teach you 1/4. I think one thing that is not appreciated immediately by students is that no matter how bright or no matter how hardworking you are, certain things take time. Even after the course finishes, you may not really understand, exactly how budget constraints work or how profit maximization works, or why do firms make certain decisions that they do, or why does Uber charge surge pricing, why is that actually good in certain ways. You learn with time. You understand the tools and you learn with time. So I think I can only answer your thought experiment in these is basic. I'm a theoretician, so it is basic axiomatic frameworks. And so I think the university will stay, but the form it takes could be dramatically different in the 20, 30 years from now.
I find that Sanskrit shloka fascinating because it doesn't mention parents. Like I'll often irritate parent friends of mine by pointing them to The Nurture Assumption by Judith Rich Harris, an influential book of the 90s, which looked at a whole bunch of data and really rigorous book and pointed out that actually parents have almost zero influence on their kids and peers have a far greater influence. So the best parents can do is not be a negative force on their kids and destroy their lives. But apart from that, they're not really going to, manage much. And I'm going to dig further with a question that I think is more of an economics question, even if it is about the academia, is that everyone in this country can aspire to go out there in the market and buy the best quality Maggie. Everyone can aspire to go out there and find 50 varieties of toothpaste. We can all buy the best things, and money is a constraint. And for many of these things, like the best quality Maggie, which is basically all the Maggie, it isn't even very different. That's not the case for education. Everybody in this country cannot aspire to be a mechanical engineer because there are too many hoops to jump through for it to become meaningful. And we've, of course, normalized it, that quality education is a scarce resource. And at one level, when I think of it, it almost seems to me that a university is by default an exclusionary place, especially in the Indian context, higher education here. You're keeping out many more people than you're taking in. And that seems an incredible tragedy to me because there is this great desire from people to learn, but they can't do that. And I wonder if one kind of moves out of that, like what has gone wrong here at some level. Obviously, I do believe that in India, and you guys have written about it in your book as well, that if you look at school education, for example, definitely the supply is far more constrained than it would otherwise be if you just allowed free markets, and if you just had various good policies in place. You've given charters and vouchers as two examples of what can be done, but without doubling down on that specific example, my broader question is, what is the structural problem that every single person who wants to be a mechanical engineer cannot get the best training in mechanical engineering?
See, there's definitely a supply problem that you're pointing out, but let me first, and I'll take that up. Let me first take up the problem of the demand itself, right? So, while it may be a legitimate demand for someone to be a mechanical engineer, but the unfortunate truth is, and this we say in the book also, is that mechanical engineering is hard, and to do it well is not easy. What actually, specifically to the context of India, a big issue is that your human capital, needs to have developed to a certain degree by the time you're age 15. Actually, I mean, there's a very good evidence, and to show that actually your human capital at age 5, what you've accumulated in terms of your health and your basic kind of learning techniques goes a long way into your life outcomes and learning outcomes. Definitely learning outcomes. Life outcomes obviously depend on a lot of other things, and so just because a 15-year-old wants to be a mechanical engineer, unfortunately, our health and education in the early years of the child are so bad on average that we are actually denying them, from a purely welfare and human good perspective, the opportunity. Before even the supply question comes into question, right? Like, mechanical engineering is a higher education. Have you prepared an individual, and a 15-year-old individual, to a stage where they can make an informed decision about that is it what they want to do, and actually be ready, their faculties be ready to be able to absorb that kind of sophisticated knowledge?
Let me actually come in here. My a recent guest on my show, Deepak VS, made the great point that the way the IIT exams work out, they aren't actually testing if the people best equipped to do mechanical engineering get into it. What happens often is that it is such a competitive test that everybody, for example, who lands up in the metallurgy department does not want to do metallurgy. And across the country, there might be scattered many kids who care about metallurgy, but they can't do metallurgy because of that random exam which optimizes for something completely different and has been gamed utterly by the quota classes and so on and so forth. So one, you're not even achieving that. Two, the way my mind works is that rather than a centrally administered test deciding whether I have the faculties to do mechanical engineering, like in the same way, there is no, if I want to start a business, there will be no centrally administered test and I won't have to jump through hoops. I can start a business. If I fail, I fail. ठीक है ना? वही है. So similarly, I believe that anyone who wants to study mechanical engineering, you should be able to do so. And then if you fail and you can't keep up, ठीक है, you'll figure it out. But it's that absence of opportunity that kind of grates it.
Right. So that's the second point, right? So good. So let's assume that we have a collection of reasonably talented 15-year-olds who may want to be mechanical engineers. So then I think what you're saying and what your guest said actually becomes very important, because the allocation, it's a matching problem, okay, to use a technical term. Basically, you're saying that are we getting the right kind of people who actually want to do this? And I think their educational system is a fairly big disaster, in the sense that a lot of people are taking the IIT exam as much as it's a clear marker of social and economic mobility as it is my deep desire to actually become a mechanical engineer. And so you get this, and it's actually much more true of hard engineering. By hard I mean like non-computer science engineering, where people just kind of they land up there, and I've seen this in a lot of my classmates from high schools. They, whatever rank they got, in the first year of, this is the famous joke in Three Idiots, right? Like that if that if you always knew you wanted to become a bank manager, why did you do an engineering? So so if you're from first year college, you're telling me you want to do an MBA, then why did you? I mean, there should be at least a somewhat of a positive probability that you actually like engineering. I always tell undergraduate students who come to me to ask whether they should do a PhD, I say that it's not a necessary condition that you want to become a professor. But if you're committing to 5 to 6 years of your life, you should think that there is a reasonably positive probability that I may like the life of the academy. So actually try to first understand what professors do, what is it. Most PhDs actually don't become academics, right? The supply is much, but you should at least entertain the idea, right? So in that sense, I do think that the way we used to rationalize, actually, a lot of my friends who either went to National Law School or IITs, or all these like sort of very well regarded, they will all, I think, agree that basically what these exams did was somehow test for some intelligence, and then got a bunch of reasonably intelligent people in different ways and under the same roof. And then this is that 1/4 that I told you about kicks in, right? That the 1/4 from the peers, and actually they learn a hell of a lot from just peers. Whether that becomes network effects later on in life is a separate thing. But and I don't think actually a lot of these institutions, if with due respect to all my teachers, have very good instruction either. So it's even the top level IITs in some ways. And so I do think that in that sense, the welfare loss or must be huge, that given, so conditional on. So there is first a problem at whether you're being able to prepare enough 15-year-olds to access higher education to the best of their capacities, abilities, resources, and so on. But conditional on that, you're absolutely right that we do have a big problem of allocation of talent, where I think the US system has its weaknesses, but on this dimension, it is actually very good that you let people decide when they're 20, like by the second or third year of college, what do they want to major in. In fact, I have strongly believed for a long time that you should let people study history, philosophy, math, and some literature in the first year, maybe even 2 years of college, and then let them decide whether they want to study physics, engineering, and 2 years is more than enough. The next 2 years is more than enough to actually specialize in a subject. I mean, this is something that, you have talked about often in your show. These are relics of some bygone era when these rules were made, these kind of certain socialistic centralization ideas we had about how, certain things should be administered. And in fact, even education, some of my teachers were lamenting to me that I did my master's at Delhi School of Economics, that now they're apparently even doing some kind of centralized admission for all master's courses of economics in India. So earlier, JNU had a separate exam than Delhi School because JNU offered a different product. You were going to get a different kind of economics education, which is totally fine, which is actually the right thing to do than Delhi School of Economics, than ISI Delhi, But now apparently they're trying, I don't know if this has been implemented yet, but that's in the works, that they think that somehow having, I don't know who they are, but a centralized exam for all economics master's courses in India is the right way to go because of some kind of efficiency criteria, which completely kills what you're talking about in terms of differentiated products. Even for mechanical engineering, you should be able to offer different sorts of mechanical engineering targeted at different kinds of people with different kinds of skills and talent. And maybe some 15-year-olds may not be as ready as some other 15-year-olds who've gone to the best schools in Delhi and Bombay, but they might learn on the job and they might become actually better mechanical engineers later on in life than people who are better prepared at age 15. So I think that requires a much deeper and longer discussion on higher education in India, which I'm happy to have because I do have deep grudges and misgivings about the way it is going. Not just the way it is, but actually the way it is going.
Elaborate on that. Let's have that conversation.
I think there is at many levels, right? So there is a like the economy, there is this deep sense of this deep desire to centralize everything. Let's have one exam, let's have one set of rules, let UGC decide, what the syllabus should be, what the professors' salaries should be. Why should a professor, who's at the cutting edge of chip design be paid the same salary as, I don't know, some other professor who's only interested in doing mathematical research? I'm not saying one is more valuable than the other. One is just much more valued by the market. And I just don't get why we are still stuck in this old equilibrium where professors' salaries are actually pegged along with the salaries of civil servants. That somehow a professor in IIT Delhi cannot be paid more than the education secretary. It'll just spoil the hierarchy somehow. the education secretary has nothing to do with how higher education is actually implemented and who the best talent in the country is and so on. I think this desire for centralization has already killed a lot of higher education, is further killing. And I think this desire for control on private universities, beyond setting syllabi, regulating basic things like, is the building intact, is the water supply there, and are the toilets functioning in a private university, obviously some modicum of what instruction is being given. The UGC or any other government body should have no business in. They should be a very light touch licensing body than, let's say, interventionist body that it is currently. And I think the most, we can keep going on, but my big misgiving is that both from the left and the right, I think universities have become bastions of politics rather than places of instruction and knowledge creation. And I think the Indian Academy let it happen because they kind of tacitly approved it while the destruction was happening through the left wing. And now that when the right wing is doing it, they don't really have any moral credibility, to be honest, to say that, what is happening is wrong, because, we know what happened in Bengal, for example, right? As just the pinnacle of education in India, not just in humanities, but in physics, in chemistry. And, C.V. Raman was given a chair in University of Calcutta, right? At that time, they had these ideas of private endowments, of attracting the best talent, universities in Bengal were very cosmopolitan and so on. So I think we allowed this to happen at both ends of the political divide, and it saddens me actually to see even Delhi University, where I spent 5 years, how much it is deteriorated over the last 10 years.
I couldn't agree with you more about the need to, let 1,000 flowers bloom, let universities compete with each other and give different kinds of programs and whatever. I mean, for me, the UGC and the education secretary shouldn't even exist, but that would perhaps be a radical stand for some. Is it also the case, and I'm thinking aloud here, that when you talk about the political rift, is it also the case that in a sense that political rift is inevitable, that capture is inevitable, and the drift to the extremes is inevitable? Like earlier at lunch, we were talking about wokeism in American universities, and I'd love to hear your opinions on that as well, where it seems that once a political agenda as toxic as that kind of takes over universities, and just to, clarify for those of my listeners who haven't heard me speak about it before on why I consider wokeism toxic, is because wokeism fundamentally begins where liberalism ends. Liberalism is all about the autonomy of the individual. The individual rights are at the center of it, and wokeism teaches you to think in terms of group rights and to build simplistic narratives of victimhood and oppression and tie you down to those. It is incredibly reductive, and in the kind of discourse that it brings about, where everybody's attacking everybody else and you're either a victim or an oppressor, it's incredibly toxic. And the way that I see it from a distance is that it's just taken over American universities and completely made at least the humanities departments completely irrelevant to the real world, disconnected from the real world. And I often say that everyone should have a humanities education, except we can get it ourselves. The humanities departments in universities are the last place you should go to for that. But let my little rant be. What's your sense that is it kind of inevitable? Because I would imagine that, let us say that a particular tribe begins to take over, and then what happens is that preference falsification kicks in, and you of course, I realized, have been a fan of Timur Quran for decades perhaps, and have read a lot of him, and then that preference falsification sets in till eventually everybody is pleading allegiance to the tribe. They're hiring more people like themselves. They become litmus tests for purity, and there are incentives to become more and more extreme, because anyone who is slightly impure or deviates from the party line is being cancelled, and it's just become crazy out there. I don't think wokeism has infiltrated Indian universities to this to a certain extent, but the tilt towards the far left and towards Marxism has been there. So, what is your sense that is it inevitable? What are the kind of institutional safeguards or structures that could have prevented it, and what are your observations to the extent in which it has happened abroad?
I mean, I think wokeism is a definite problem in US university, on most US campuses, and I think it is particularly pernicious in elite universities, in what we call Ivy League universities and so on, for the reasons that you have mentioned. But I'd like to claim, and that actually I really, even as in my mid-20s, I saw it coming. I at that time I couldn't have articulated it. This term probably didn't exist in as widespread understanding as it does today, but I think that, and you're absolutely right, it has emanated in the humanities. I think I remember at least two instances, there are many such, actually, two ones that I remember right now. I was talking, so, in my university days, in my PhD university days, I was an interesting creature in the sense that, economics kind of lies in between the humanities and hard sciences. And, you can, depending on who you talk to, which economist, they will bend one way or the other. But my interests were in both. And so I had friends both in, computer science, and, my flatmate was a historian. And so I had many friends in the humanities. And I actually really saw the divergence. I saw computer scientists sometimes overly so, there was something that Pratap called, I think in episode 300, techno-solutionism or something, right?
A great term.
A beautiful term. And I saw it coming, but I also saw the good part of it, that they were really interested in solving problems. You talk to any computer science PhD student in the late 2000s when I was in graduate school, and, they all this sort of AI stuff was just starting out, and they were so fascinated, and I think this language had been normalized by the leaders of the tech world at that time, that their main objective, that all of them are going to make money in the process. So that's not going to be a primary motivation, that they were really interested in solving problems using technology. And I really felt that, when I was talking to my colleagues, and whether they were professors or the humanities, as important as they always have been and will be, no matter how, even if the university goes away, as you were saying, humanities is going to remain important because they help us make sense of the world.
Exactly.
They are very, very important, And I remember in 2011 or 12, so for example, there is this idea of the subaltern, right? Like let the subaltern speak and so on. So there was this episode where this A.K. Ramanujan's famous essay 300 Ramayans was being taken down by Delhi University and so on. So I said, let me read what this essay is. And I read the essay, and I remember talking to some friends. We were having, sitting, maybe having beer or coffee somewhere, and these were my humanities friends, because for this I needed to turn to them. The computer scientists could care less, And I said, I read this essay. And they said, "Oh, okay, great. An economist is interested in history," and so on. So I said, "Yeah, I found it odd." I said, "It's very well written. The idea is very well taken." I've learned since childhood. My Nanaji always taught me that the beauty of our epics is their myriad versions. That everybody has their own version of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and so and the core remains the same, but it's told in different ways to suit time and place in history. I said, Ramanujan mentions exactly once or twice Tulsi's Ramcharitmanas. That's very odd, given that is the main, in North India, the main kind of the dominant version of the Ramayana. Like whether, it's not the Valmiki Ramayana, it's not the other Jain Ramayana, and all the other ones that he talks about. And there was silence on the table. And I didn't understand. Nobody had tried to address my question. There was like 5 or 6 people in the humanities. This was, I had broken an unsaid rule. I was later told that somehow it's a very uncool, quote unquote, Sanghi thing to talk about Tulsi's Ramcharitmanas. It's not considered cool in certain elite circles. And
even though you were being descriptive.
No, it was just a question. I mean, what did I know, right? Like, it was just that I am coming from the outside. I think I have a legitimate question. And then after a few days, when I understood what the silence was about, right? Like, I mean, Ramanujan must have thought that he should, he talks about, if I remember correctly, 5 different Ramayans in that essay as a way to saying that there are many different versions of Ramayana, but he doesn't cover Tulsi's Ramayana as one of those. He doesn't choose Tulsi's Ramayana. If you want the subaltern to speak, Tulsi's Ramayana, Ramcharitmanas, is the ultimate, at least in terms of pure numbers, right? UP, Bihar, like the Hindi belt. So, and what was surprising to me was that, and I could be completely wrong, right? I don't know, but I definitely felt, and I was told that there's certain things that are considered subaltern, and there's certain things that are not, right? Even amongst the a movement that is aspiring to be subaltern, right? And this is purely premised on the other, because the other side in their mind is the, let's say, the larger Sangh or whatever that you may call it. And in that circle, Tulsi's Ramcharitmanas is a dominant text for whatever reason, right? It's historically very, very important. So therefore, instead of addressing it, engaging with it in a deep way, which is what I would like you to do as a scholar, because it is so important to so many people, you are not even talking about it. So I'm just giving you an example of why the humanities is losing touch, right? And the second example I had, which actually was really funny, that it came to me because I saw this, somebody told me, I had resisted reading the new, almost, by this few months, biographies of Savarkar that have been coming out. But apparently I was told that there is this new one by Janaki, I forget her last name, that I just bought at the airport, and I read the first 2-3 chapters of it. It's really well written. And I remember talking to this one student who was doing. Why I'm mentioning this is that he was studying. I was asking, what is your PhD topic? He said, I'm studying the Marxist history of Mumbai. You've gone all the way from India to New Jersey in a university, and and I couldn't believe it. I said, is this? Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's an important topic. And I said, and I just, on the passing, mentioned that you speak Marathi. Why don't you study Savarkar? This is again in 2010, 11, right? Because I said, why do you say that? I said, because I have heard from so many of my friends, especially from the Heartland and Marathi friends, that he's a great scholar. That in addition to, that actually I've heard that he actually was, I've read actually from whatever my limited reading online, that he was actually within the Hindu community, he was a great social reformer. Or he was really ruthless about the caste system, and what were his motivations? I don't know. I don't know. And it seems like, that he was clearly, in various ways an anti-Muslim, So how do you reconcile all these things? And again, I was met with complete silence, as if this guy is not important. You are a scholar, of history, Marathi. This seems like an almost natural topic for me to study, of much more widespread relevance and important than the Marxist history of Mumbai. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just giving you 2 examples where I thought that the humanities were themselves narrowing them, given all the resources at hand, given all the expertise at hand, given all the talent at hand, of what questions are important. Eventually, what I learned from one of my advisors, Dilip Abreu, who always used to say, a Bombay boy actually, is one of the most amazing game theorists of his generation. He always used to tell me, Rohit, half the battle in a research is to coming up with the right question. If you, and that's the hardest thing to learn. You will write many papers in your lives, but when you look back, you'll be proud of a few of them, and I can assure you that in each of those cases, you will be proud of the question you asked. And my opinion, the problem with the humanities, which is, coming back to your roundabout way of answering your question, is that with all the talent, with all the resources, that somehow this has persisted. My first inclination in university, that the tech people ran away with asking good and important questions. And it is not their monopoly. It just so happened the sociology or the anthropology of the computer science and other technical fields of education was just way more connected to solving real problems. Then, unfortunately, the humanities is willing to engage with, the Savarkars or the multiple Ramayans question in a way that actually mattered to people.
These are brilliant examples. And what has happened in the 7.5 years of learning the episode of doing this podcast is that very often I have realized that I was wrong about something. And the most prominent thing I was wrong about is this, that I largely thought that we are a liberal and secular nation. That I had grown up in my elite English speaking bubble. I thought ki sab mere jaise hai. This is like the consensus. I won't call it the Nehruvian consensus, but this is how we all are. And I remember once when I recorded the first of my episodes with Akar Patel, I approvingly quoted Ram Guha to him in saying that in the Hindi right wing there are no right wing intellectuals, right? And I got to realize that a more nuanced position was required. That wasn't exactly correct, partly from doing episodes with Hindi speakers like Rahul Verma and Suyash Rai, who grew up reading in Hindi and they read a different kind of literature. And I was introduced to a lot of writing by them of people I may disagree with, but who are nevertheless coherent and who are nevertheless intellectuals. And I did an episode with Akshay Mukul, who wrote that great book on the Gita Press, which taught me exactly this, that, the Ramcharitmanas, for example, is a mega bestseller. It's probably sold more in the Hindi heartland in India than any English book has sold in America ever. I'm pretty sure that must be the case. The Bhagavad Gita and the Ramcharitmanas are just enormous. So to pretend that they don't exist seems completely absurd to me. And ditto Savarkar, such a complex personality in today reduced to, a tug of war where he can either be black or white. But when you think of people containing multitudes, that's a classic example. Like I think his book on Hindutva is complete garbage and terrible thinking and etc etc. But a complex man that you need to study, and more than anything else, you need to study to figure out why is this man so popular. If you want to understand Indian society, you have to understand Ramcharitmanas, and if you want to understand Marathi society, you have to understand Savarkar, and you also have to understand Pula Deshpande and why he was so popular. You have to do all of this. You can't do Marxist history of Bombay, which frankly just seems like utter nonsense to me. And I'm struck by something that you said earlier, so I'll ask you to elaborate. Where at lunchtime, you were mentioning about how one of the counterintuitive things that you're taught, which is a difficult lesson to live up to, is that you should always be focused on the idea rather than the method, right? And when you say asking good questions, I'm reminded of some of the questions that RCT walas ask. Like our good friend Rajeshwari Shengupto was telling me the other day in the finest Bengali, I can't really do an imitation, but কি একটা কত একটা immense discovery হয়েছে, একটা আবিষ্কার হয়েছে. We have found that mosquito nets reduce the chance of getting malaria. Right? Which is a ridiculous, fucking stupid question to ask. It is ridiculous to do an RCT on something as banal and obvious as this. And you shared another similar example with me, which had my eyes boggling. So if you want to share it on record, I don't know. But a lot of, that again, RCT seems to me to be a different kind of problem. It's not an ideological problem in the wokeism sense, but it is a fashion/fad kind of problem, that at some point RCTs became this big fad and everyone's got to do them, and that's where you get funding, and that's where you get noticed, and that's where you get ahead. And there is a bit of a danger in that even something that might appear to be useful at one point, you can kind of overdo it, and then there is a crowding out effect because there is a scarcity of resources and attention.
Yeah, I think this is something I learned with, I probably have my own biases because I learned in early development with Angus Deaton, who has famously been very critical of this particular approach to development economics, which is heavily premised on randomized control trials. But one thing I took away from him and from various other mentors and teachers of mine was that it is an idealism, but an idealism nonetheless too worthwhile to aspire to, that ideas must drive research passions than methods as much as possible, because especially what tends to happen is that career incentives take over. And so when you become good at a method, you just want to replicate different questions that will fit into that method. I think to an extent it is fine, because you will have certain questions that will be useful with that method. But I think over the longer arc of intellectual history, that is a problem. And I think, Kuhn had this famous phrase, right? Like paradigm shifts that
one funeral at a time.
Yeah, one funeral, so I think that I really believe in this idea. I've come to believe it even more and more as I've grown into, as an academic, is that ideas matter so much, and ideas are what are left behind. And I think when it comes to, see, I haven't done a randomized control trial yet, so I don't know. So I'm not coming from that experience. But yes, as an intellectual and as an academic, I definitely think that at some point, and we are past that point, we have gone too far in letting this particular method define the kind of questions we must ask of development economists, or of questions that are important in development. Are markets not important in development? Somehow, if I'm studying markets in India, it becomes a development economics research question, and I'm studying markets in the US, it becomes a question of industrial organization, or the for the fields of the way narrow fields economics are defined in. So the counter to that is, well, to make progress on questions, you need to have some kind of quote unquote field discipline. I buy that largely, that there has to be some disciplining of methods for us to have a common language in which to communicate complex ideas. But the problematic part is that these methods are A, not interacting with them often enough, and B, are not being updated often enough. Because once I have gained a monopoly over a method, it is in my interest to not only monopolize it, but also produce progenies of this method, that also to produce, that's how you increase influence in the profession, like by creating more and more PhD students who think like you, do like you, and so on. And I think that, yes, and Angus gives many funny examples of this where, what you would think of it is like excruciatingly obvious questions. The example that I was giving you was that you take, it's only a slight caricature of the question that there are 100 people in a factory, you put 50 of them on the left and 50 of them on the right. The ones on the left are exposed to machinery that is very noisy, and the one on the right are using normal machinery, and voila, the one on the right are more productive because, well, they're exposed to less noisy machinery. And so that, and if you ask the question from the researcher, why are you asking this question, they would typically tell you something like, well, the sign may be obvious, but the slope isn't. Which is to say that, well, it may be obvious that the ones without the noisy machines will be more productive, but by how much? And at that point, you shake your head and you just understand that these are things that are beyond your control. And I think that there has been a pushback within economics. So what has happened, interestingly, is that development economics itself has split into macro development and micro development. So micro development folks are mostly focused on randomized control trials, and macro development have sort of separated themselves into asking, for my taste, are more interesting questions of markets, institutions, growth patterns in developing countries. So some of the most interesting questions that we touch upon in the book that I think are coming up now is what are standard structural routes of structural transformation in newer economies? Is it true that the only way to grow is to go from agriculture to low-scale manufacturing and then to services and so on? Lots of interesting work is just about starting to happen. And it's still development economics because we're still trying to study developing countries. But these are big and important questions, in my opinion. And I hope we do a deep reflection of what decades of research in randomized control trials has been able to teach us. Obviously, there's some very, very good studies, but even those, some of those very, very good studies that have been done on education, for example, they eventually lead to conclusions that are rather straightforward. And so one wonders why the investment in... So if, for example, this area of study was on its own producing some knowledge that you and I could agree or disagree upon, I would be totally fine with it. But actually what happens, and this happens in what economists call general equilibrium, is that it's not just that, right? By giving primacy to a certain method, you actually crowd out funding towards other methods. Indian statistical system that we used to be so proud of is in complete disarray. It's not because of the randomistas, but it is indeed true that by giving so much funding and so much focus, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is not giving money to improve the survey statistics of India. It is giving money to do more and more randomized control trials in India. I would rather that they bolster the survey statistical system of India even more, which is actually not doing very well right now for a variety of political reasons, than maybe do one more RCT. And, it has spread its tentacles into the World Bank, into funding agencies. There are various issues of ethics that The Economist magazine recently raised about. One really infamous one where they cut off water supply to villages in Kenya to understand how people behave differently when one set of villages have regular water supply and the others don't.
Good Lord.
And you ask, like, who gave the ethical approval to do these things? There definitely have been instances where I have asked myself, and privately people, do you think you would get permission to do this in the United States? And the answer most often would be no. And the various ethical considerations, there's a certain kind of uneasiness in and I'm happy to use that term, even though it is very, very forceful. There is this uneasiness in assuming that certain Asians and Africans are being used as lab rats. it makes me very, very uneasy. And so just as a well-wisher of the profession, I really hope that we are both more careful about conducting RCTs and limited to truly interesting questions.
Yeah, and that's an important point I want to kind of underscore, that it isn't like if somebody is doing a thing on, an RCT to see if mosquito nets help stop malaria, that you might say that's a banal question, but let them go ahead. They'll find the slope maybe,
Yes,
how
yes.
much mosquito net. But the problem is a fucking opportunity cost. That
Mm.
money could have been put to better use, and especially if it's part of this fad that is almost like become a tyranny out there, then there is so much other work that could be done, diverse work that could be done, some of it which is perhaps beyond the imagination of the bureaucrats who approve these funds, that there is a great loss happening there, and that loss is unseen.
And both in terms of talent and resources, right? I
Yeah.
mean, some of these people are really smart. I've talked to them. They're really smart people. They ask interesting questions. But because the career incentives are so well defined, and people, most of these people, they are there because they're ambitious. So they want to succeed in that narrow sense of success, narrow definition of success. So they're putting all their talent, and then both the physical and human capital is being put into certain kind of questions, which, as you're raising, is the opportunity. Sometimes they can be directly harmful in the ethical sense that I just described, but oftentimes the indirect cost is actually quite non-trivial.
It's so sad. It makes me want to crawl up in a fetal position and cry. And thinking of fetal position, now that we've come there, tell me about your childhood. Where were you born? Where did you grow up? Tell me what were your early years like?
I was born in Delhi, and my parents come from different parts of India. My father's from Jammu and Kashmir, area called Punch district, which is on the border. Actually, if you read India After Gandhi by Guha, it's in the first chapter where.
That's why you like the book.
I think there where the Kabalis famously, when they attack in 1947, when the Kashmir question is still up in the air, they come from Punch, is one of the areas where they come in from. It's literally a border district. That's where my father grew up. My mother's family is broadly from Agra, though my Nanaji, who played a very important part in my life, was... I've never really fully understood it. He was, I think, a lower level clerk in the Ministry of External Affairs. And so because of that, my mother was able to travel to different parts of the world as a youngster and a teenager. And I think he, in some alternate universe, I always like to believe that he was a spy or something, because everybody was so cagey about exactly what he did in the MEA. But from what I understood is that he pushed passports in and out. But growing up, I would say I grew up mostly as a Delhi boy, whatever that means. I can go into it. And the constant other influence I had was from my father's side of the family, which was that basically from 1989 to about 2001 till I was in class 12, every summer for about 2 months, we went to Punch. And so that played a really important role in my childhood. I remember you often, I think you've raised it in some of your shows. I forget the exact term you call it, Gangoli. I think I've asked myself this many times, and I think there is various. I often joke, with my wife that if I was to ever describe myself in a title, it'll often be, at least before I met her, it will be the quest for home. And I think the closest a physical place has ever come as home is Punch still. And I think it's not. It may not be the Punch of today, but it's definitely the Punch of my childhood. And so that played a very, very important part in my life. We were in Delhi. So in terms of my grandparents, I never saw my grandfather, paternal grandfather, my Dadaji and my Naniji I never saw. My Dadi also died very young when I was 2 years old. So it was, in terms of grandparents, my Nanaji played an important role in my life, which was unusual because in North Indian families, typically, if you have sons, you don't really stay with your daughter. And so, but he did stay with us for about 8-9 years in the 90s, from early 90s to about 98 when he died. And so he played a very important part in my life. Both my parents were working. In fact, in about 88, 89, my parents met in JNU. My father was learning Spanish. My mother was learning German. And my sister and I often joke that, we don't really, we're not really fluent in any foreign languages, that we haven't lived up to our parents' grand expertise. And so around 88, 89, I was born in 85, around 88, 89, my mother went on a scholarship for her MPhil to Germany. I don't have very many memories of that. I was probably 3 years old. And my father worked in a nationalized bank. So he kind of gave up, in JNU, he learned Spanish. He was thinking of doing civils. And I think there was a pull towards maybe entering student politics also. He was this good looking, Kashmiri boy who the leftists loved. He had this good story of coming from a war torn area, but he didn't buy any of it. Like he was, and he sort of gave these bank exams, and then he basically almost all his adult life, he worked in Bank of Baroda. That was his. So whenever Bombay has lots of it actually. Whenever we see Bob, we still get very excited because we think it is like our bank. Basically, till he retired, he was working with Bank of Baroda, and so at that time he took leave, and mom went to Germany in 88, 89, and I was there with her for about 10 months. After which my sister was born. I have some vague memories. I remember that my parents often joked that when I came to take admission in a school in Delhi, they complained that I couldn't speak Hindi, so I could speak a little bit of. I could speak fluent German for a kindergarten kid, and I had some English knowledge, but I couldn't really speak fluent Hindi. So then we settled into West Delhi, a place called Vikaspuri, where I think I would say that our family kind of, was like a nice 2-bedroom apartment where at that time, at every stage of my life, I feel like our aspirations as a family were in tune with our resources till about, and I think it's in retrospect was a beautiful journey where at every stage I could see now in retrospect that liberalization, we're kids of liberalization. When the first car comes, when you like get the first expensive crockery. I think almost like that all happened in the 90s with both my parents are self-made. My father, one of 6 siblings, only one of 2 who went to college. Mother, taught German in Max Muller Bhavan basically almost all her career. There's one in Bombay also. She taught the one in Delhi. And I think it was a very nice childhood in Delhi. A lot of cricket. I think I wouldn't be exaggerating if I said that, for better or for worse, I learned a lot of my parents used to speak English at home, but it was mostly Hindi, a little bit of English. But I learned a lot of my spoken English from English commentary in cricket, which meant that I had strange vocabulary like majestic and tracer bullet. And, the Harsha Bhogle was obviously a breath of fresh air in this crowd, I now realize, and my early childhood memories of watching the rerun of Mahabharata. I used to be fascinated by the Mahabharata even as a child. That opening kind of credits of the Mahabharata where this I think it was Mahendra Kumar or the singer of the opening title track. I used to be fascinated by it when he says yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharatah abhyudhanam adharmasya. That Krishna says to Arjun, whenever there is a deterioration of dharma on this earth and an increase of adharma, I will come. And I used to love that shlok and that line, and would often complain to my Nanaji when I, a couple of times when I saw strange things on the news as to why Krishna is not coming. If this is not a dharma, then what it is? So mythology played a very important role into various extents, both because of at home, but also because one of my mamajis who's passed away now, he was a doctor, but I was close to him, and he was very, very well read and also very obsessed with mythology, not just Indian mythology but also Greek mythology and so on. And that, looking back, seems to have played an important role in my life in terms of making sense of the world. I used to like both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata a lot. And I think, and even as a teenager, early teens, I used to ask questions, of the form of why is Ramayana a simpler story and Mahabharata a more complex story? I don't know if I still have answers to those questions, but I think that played an important part in my growing up years. Both my parents were very encouraging of whatever it is that we wanted to do, but they were like good aspirational middle class parents. They wanted us to have a very good education, and so they were very insistent on that. I think I got a lot of my ambition from my father, this desire to that knowledge is in his way. I don't think he ever used those words, but from whatever I remember, absorbing, that there is a high correlation between knowledge and success, but they're not the same. That sometimes in life is very unfair, that sometimes in life the most knowledgeable people don't succeed, and whatever success meant to him, and sometimes successful people are not the most knowledgeable. And he wanted both me and my sister to understand that and have tried as much as humanly possible to aspire to both. My mother, because of her childhood, was more worldly, and so she was the one who sort of imbibed in us this idea that the world is just much bigger than Vikaspuri or Delhi or even India for that matter, that the world is much bigger, that there are ideas out there, there are people out there that you must interact with, must speak to. In middle school and high school especially, I was a very active debater in dramatics, and the initial push-up for that came from her. The idea that public speaking is very important, and she wrote some of my first debates. I think I learned that language is important. There's a Hindi word, there is an English translation of it, but I like the Hindi word more, is leh. That when you're speaking in front of an audience, that leh is very important. That it's not just what you say, but the loose translation of that is the lyricalness, in your speech, not just in song, but in speech. When you hear Martin Luther King, right? Like there is a certain kind of poetry in prose that I learned from her.
The lilt, as it were.
Lilt, yeah. Ek leh hona chahiye. There should be a certain kind of flow in what you say and how you say it. It came from her. That definitely I learned from her. Yeah, I think when I look back, at that time it was not a big deal, but I definitely, when I look back, especially when we were not part of, in any way, the so-called intellectual elite of anything, like in the sense that one thing that I used to lament, but now actually I'm very happy and proud of, proud, I don't know, but I'm definitely happy about how it sort of panned out, was that we didn't, we were not, there was a lot of emphasis on education and knowledge, but we didn't have a lot of books at home. So if when I hear some of your episodes that you by mistakenly read Dostoevsky when you were 10, I feel very jealous, because it wasn't there. So for me, that did two things, but I was still very thirsty about knowledge. So I did read the Annette Blytons and the stuff at home, but I didn't make the jump. Jump came much later in life for me, but it did force me to be an experiential learner very early in life. And that's something my father taught me, that you learn as much from people as from books. And I think this is true for me, my life at least, and then these are not substitutable, and that life teaches you certain things and books teach you certain things. And, the most beautiful sweet spot is when you're able to actually marry them together and see them together as in unison. And I think experientially, when I came in contact with the intellectual elite much later in life, one thing I realized, which especially the humanities and the liberal discourse, for example, in India, which I was completely befuddled by because of my training as in childhood and stories I heard from my father, was their understanding of Jammu and Kashmir. Despite the fact that we were there at least every summer, and it was very much part of our lives. All my father's, there's 6 siblings, 5 other brothers and sisters live in Poonch or areas around Poonch. We have 15 cousins. Now politics is much more polarized, but what was shocking to me actually now in adulthood is that there was almost no hatred preached at home, which I think is a complete, now when I look back, is I look back very fondly, and despite what was going around us in the 90s, no adult ever told a child that certain people are evil or certain conflicts have these specific resolutions. And to me, that was refreshing. This is it's we even in early 2000s we lost basically my father's brother-in-law, a very close member of the family, to a terrorist attack. And I remember even then, even in that atmosphere, he was lying in the Jammu hospital. I remember, certain images stay with you in life, and the image of him, I wish none of the listeners ever have to see it, but a body that has been splintered with a bomb blast has lots of small holes in it. And I remember that visual, it just never leaves me. And because we were all with children, all of us children were very close to him. Even then, I cannot recollect my father, especially, and saying anything that would have influenced. I was pretty old by then. I was 16, I think, 15 or 16 by then. I think I was in high school. That, yeah, basically anything spiteful, about any community or anything for that matter. It happened. It was wrong. It happened for wrong reasons. Those words were said, but they were very careful that children's mind are impressionable and that these certain things should not be said.
I recorded an episode a while back with the economist Soumya Dhanraj. It's not out yet. Maybe it'll be out before this. I haven't decided the order. And it's a remarkable episode for many reasons. Everyone must listen to it. But one thing she said was that she read her first book. I forget the exact age, but she was basically an adult when she read her first book. And as she spoke to me about what she was like because she hadn't read any books, I thought, hey, maybe not reading in her case was a feature, not a bug. Because the kind of questions she was asking were questions like, what is the stock market? Where did it come from? Why do we have this? And just thinking to myself, I realized that, what you said earlier about asking the right question, maybe if you don't have a profusion of answers to everything around you, that you find yourself asking better questions because those are the ones that matter to you in the moment. You don't take that shit for granted. I have never in my life asked myself, what is the stock market? You just grow up kind of knowing, right? It's in the ether. It's like oxygen. But to sit back and ask fundamental questions, and I imagine that a lack of knowledge there is, or a lack of the access to books and knowledge there can even be a good thing because it sharpens your mind to look at what's essential. Before I get to my next question, I'll quickly give context to my listeners about Gangali as to what the hell is being spoken about if they haven't heard past episodes. And I first came across this great quote from Amitava Kumar where he was talking about Rahim Mazum Raza's novel Adha Gaon, where during partition, a bunch of activists go to this village and they're telling the Muslim villagers, come to Pakistan, come to Pakistan. And one of them is a young man called Tannu. And he's, fought for the British in the Second World War. And he's come back and he tells his visitors, I am a Muslim, but I love this village because I myself am this village. I love the Indigo warehouse, this tank and those mud lanes because they are different forms of myself. On the battlefield, when death came near, I certainly remembered Allah, but instead of Mecca or Karbala, I remembered Gangali. So the question I ask people is, where is your Gangali? And I'm going to ask you to double down on your answer about Punj. I'm very interested not just in Punj, but this whole notion of being Kashmiri. Like another phrase you would have heard in my podcast is rooted cosmopolitanness. And I've often lamented that unfortunately I'm not rooted enough, though I'm cosmopolitan. And back in the day, for a certain class of people, it was an aspiration to be cosmopolitan, that you speak the link language of the world, you take in knowledge from everywhere, you are a globalized citizen, you're a citizen of the world, blah, blah, blah. And that is invaluable and that is great, and no doubt that is what you also have achieved. But at the same time, I want you to talk a bit more about your rootedness and that Kashmiri aspect of you and what it meant to you and how it shaped you.
So just to clarify, right, because there's a lot of regionalism in Jammu and Kashmir. I think which people outside don't understand. When you say Kashmiri, there's a certain context which we are not. We're Punchis. And so, like, for example, we don't speak Kashmiri at home. Before all the Kashmiris take out their knives on me, I'm clarifying it. We are not from the valley, but we are from a valley. Somehow in the liberal, this is another thing I discovered later on, that in the certain intellectual discourse, the valley means only Srinagar, but actually Punch is also a valley. So we are from the other valley, and so we speak kind of a certain kind of Pahadi Punjabi at home, which is, you can call it Dogri or you can call it's dialect. And so, but because I think in the outer world, it's very hard to describe. So there's a catch-all phrase, Kashmiri, which is people, Ladakhi Kashmiri, again, very different. But yeah, I think, again, in that moment, let me read this one poem that I like from this Kashmiri poet called Agha Shahid Ali. Kashmir shrinks into my mailbox. My home, a neat 4 by 6 inches. I always loved neatness. Now I hold the half-inch Himalaya in my hand. This is home, and this is the closest I'll ever be to home. When I return, the colors won't be so brilliant, the Jhelam's waters so clean, so ultramarine, my love so overexposed. And my memory will be a little out of focus, in it a giant negative, black and white, still underdeveloped.
This is from Postcards to Nowhere.
This is from Agha's
Brilliant.
famous. I read this not just because I love this poem. It's also because over the years I've shared a certain kind of longing for home, which is very parallel with Shahid. Shahid's father was Kashmiri, his mother was from UP, just like mine. But overwhelmingly, as I often joke with all the UP walas, including my wife, that there's something different. The term I use is, you people from the plains will never get it. That somehow. And Agha, interestingly, Shahid did his PhD in literature at Penn State University, where I've been a professor. So sometimes I joke that I walk the streets looking for Shahid. And I think there's a certain kind of rootedness that I have developed over the years of travel as a child, and then those memories as they grow within your own brain. Your memories have their own history. Is mainly of the Himalaya. And why I like this poem is that he touches upon these two things, which I miss a lot about Punch, is the Himalaya and the water. That somehow Himalayan rivers just have a different texture. They have a different sound. My favorite sound in the world is the sound of water gushing through a mountain. It is, it's again, the Hindi word captures it better, dhwani. There's a certain reverberation even in the word dhwani, which is what the reverberation. If you'll see when you go to a reasonably, when you're above a certain height in a mountain, even if you go above Manali, for example, you'll see that the stones are round. It's because the water has been coming out so hard over the years that the stones have shaped, they've rounded actually because of the constant badgering by the speed of the water. And that's something for me is a sense, as an image very close to home. There is a certain kind of simplicity of life in mountain people in general. And by this, I don't mean people who are living like at the top of a mountain, right? Like people who are living in valleys, but they are sort of, the culture has developed over the years, defined by the vagaries of the mountain. They have a certain kind of inherent simplicity in them, which I absolutely adore. It's very hard to describe it. And, we just sort of absorbed it. We just assimilated it as we frequented Punch, both, for a long time we couldn't afford to fly, and then for other while we couldn't. The Jammu airport or the Srinagar airport was so uneven, you couldn't rely on. Now it's a more recent phenomenon in the last 15 years where flights are constant. We used to take the Jammu Tawi train, I remember, and then from there we would drive to Punch, and it's now a much shorter drive, but it would take forever. It would take like 6, 7, 8 hours to drive, and mountain roads are kind of circular, because you kind of go up a mountain and down a mountain. The technology that now we are installing, that Switzerland has had for decades, of cutting through a mountain is very hard. So actually when you go from one place in a hilly region to another, or at least in a mountainous region, you actually kind of, if you zoom out, if you see a drone footage of basically the road is going up the mountain and then coming down, and then it's going the same thing to the next mountain and the next mountain until you kind of reach. So, in physics, what we used to learn, the difference between displacement and distance is very high in a mountain. Mm-hmm. If you were to just draw a line between Jammu and Punch, it's actually, or Srinagar and Punch, it's not that long. And so that mountain journey for me is just a certain kind of bliss, that, thinning of the air. So as you go up a mountain, the air thins. And then as you come down the mountain, you start breathing freely again. And so that, for a while, my schoolmates, we used to have this bus that used to come at 6 a.m. My high school would start around 7, and we had to go from West Delhi to South Delhi. So we used to have this Monday test. And I would always, like a good student, read for the Monday test in the book, in the bus in the morning. And all my peers would complain that, Rohit never gets a headache. Because when you read in the bus, right now, I started with age. I think it's because of the training, because we used to go in the mountains so much up and down that actually I could read. I would like to believe, I don't know if this is true, but this is my causal link. And so all that part of my childhood, eating plums from trees without any restriction. You go to a nearby plum orchard and you just pluck plums and eat. That was very unique, I think, to childhood in Delhi. Like I think most other children in Delhi didn't experience that. And just I think having a notion of a big family, because, as I said, there were 15 cousins, and almost all of them would, because we had this big ancestral house. It's big in my memory. When I went recently, it didn't seem as big as somehow it is in my memory. But we had this ancestral house where all the cousins would kind of dawn on from different parts of Jammu and Kashmir, and we would come from Delhi, and like we do things that 8-10-year-old people do: play cricket, play antakshini, go to the market. I was suddenly very independent because I could walk around everywhere, which I couldn't do in Delhi. I had to always tell my parents, okay, I'm taking a rickshaw to go here or there. And somehow in Punch, nobody cared. There was a certain kind of trust that, that kids will be fine. Everybody in the mohalla knew they were Lamba ji's sons and daughter, and so there was this kind of freedom which was very, very exhilarating. Yeah, I think this combination of Delhi and Punch in the childhood was very idyllic in some sense. We got the cosmopolitanism of a big city and the rootedness of a small Himalayan town, and that love for Himalaya has endured. So recently, I was at a conference in Switzerland, and some of the conference people asked me, sort of wanted to go for a hike. And we went, and and some of these people like, oh, this is so beautiful, and this, that. And I think I would like to believe it that I am not arrogant about anything in life except mountains.
You have the best mountains.
I just told them, the Alps are fine. And they looked at me as if, like, Europeans are just, aghast when you say the Alps are just fine. And I said, yeah, they're just fine. Once you've seen the Himalaya, it's everything else is a little more. Yeah.
And what you said about the distance, the difference between displacement and distance is such a profound metaphor also for the mountain roads that our politics has made in our country. That poem that you read by Agha Shahid Ali reminded me of a poem by Mark Strand, which I think I've read it on the show before, but I don't know if you've heard it. Apologies if you have. You can always get there from here by Mark Strand. A traveler returned to the country from where he had started many years before. When he stepped from the boat, he noticed how different everything was. There were once many buildings, but now there were few, and each of them needed repair. In the park where he played as a child, dust-filled shafts of sunlight struck the tawny leaves of trees and withered hedges. Empty trash bags littered the grass. The air was heavy. He sat on one of the benches and explained to the woman next to him that he'd been away a long time, then asked her what season had he come back to. She replied that it was the only one left, the one they had all agreed on.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think I've heard it, but not before somewhere. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's... Tell me now about your Nanaji, because you mentioned he played a big part in your life. So describe him to me. Tell me about him.
He came to my life, I guess, in the early maybe from age 5 to 13. Very formative years of my life. And I think both my parents, they were very nurturing and very invested in our childhood, but they were both working. And so, he was the first person we saw when we came back from school, and kind of asked us about our day and so on. But he instilled in me, one, I think inadvertently, and the other very actively so, two aspects of my aspects of my intellectual journey that I think have been very important to me is math and poetry. And I think he was very keen on, he liked it. I don't know if he was doing it intentionally or something. He was fond of a logical way of thinking. So he taught me chess at a very young age, at age 3, I think, almost, before even we'd gone to Germany. And from what my parents tell me, I was a very, very good chess player at age 3 or 4. And he was the one who taught me. My father also taught me, but he was the one who sort of started teaching me and honed my skills and taught me certain openings. And I would like to believe that my 5-year-old self would actually beat the hell out of me today in chess. I don't know why it is that I was that good at a young age, and then slowly it sort of petered out because chess actually, contrary to what most people think, is as much about muscle memory and pure memory than it is about hard analytical skills.
It's really pattern recognition.
Exactly. So what I was going to say is that recognizing board patterns, right? It's just after a while, initially it's about analytical skills in the sense that you only know how the pieces move. And so you're trying to learn, let's say 2 or 3, or maybe even 5 if you're really, moves down the line. But then actually what it translates into is completely board pattern recognition. Do you know that from this particular place in the board pattern, what are the 5 likely scenarios that are to emerge in 15 moves from now. That's very, very hard to do. And very good chess players develop that through obviously innate brilliance, but also sheer practice. And so, he really encouraged that kind of logical thinking in me. And, he also was very fond of cricket. And so the idea that, he persuaded my parents, for example, my parents were, they were very interesting, I think, especially in today's age where of choice. They had an interesting parenting style, which again, in retrospect, I'm very thankful for, was that they gave us certain things a year or two after they could have afforded it. So when cable TV came to India, I remember the first, when it came to India, it came to us, like, let's say, it became accessible. For the first year or two, going to the neighbor's house to watch Sachin complete the century. And now later on, I realized my parents could have afforded in that year or two, but they just delayed it by a year or two, probably at great sacrifice to themselves. And the same was with video games, with internet. When we got the first computer and the internet, and I think there's a certain kind of, I appreciate that. I don't know how to express it in that somehow we were earning it in our childhood. And he, sort of this idea that, let's wake up at 5 a.m. because together, my parents would be sleeping, my nana and I would wake up at 5 a.m. because India is touring Australia, and the match will start at around 5 a.m. or something like that, and we should see it from the very beginning and the toss and so on, and watch the commentary and the pre-match coverage, and hear Richie Beno and Ian Chappell, and and he was very fond of these things. So this stuff, I knew who Gary Sobers was before anybody in my age should know who Gary Sobers was, because he was not playing at that time. He was not a commentator, but my Nanaji was very fond of Gary Sobers. Like, he was the greatest all-rounder of all time, kind of thing. So all that, creating a community of things you care about, whether it's cricket or chess, beyond the daily school life and, things that kids do, which is to play with other children. I think he provided a certain kind of framework to both me and my sister was much younger, but slowly my sister as well, which I, and he used to write. So, we used to live in this 2-bedroom apartment where at least from about, age 5 to 10, because my age 5 to 10, my sister was very young. My sister earlier would sleep with my parents, and then eventually in the same, when she grew a little older, in the same room, my Nanaji, me and my sister would sleep. And so this is a very close proximity. And so in the night he would wake up and a thought would come to him. He was a poet, like a lot of his poetry got lost. At least he was a poet to himself, and he would write in Urdu. And a thought would come to him in the night, and he would wake up and he would write it down because he was afraid that it would escape him by the time he woke up in the morning. So that kind of little thing stayed with me, that poetry is important, that language is important, and it was the first big loss of my life was losing him in the late 90s, and that also taught me a lot about how to keep somebody's memory alive and be grateful for the time that they were there. So
I'll take a digression from personal biography and sort of ask about a couple of questions that really interest me. And I'll start with using chess as a metaphor for that, in a sense. Like, I've also played chess pretty seriously, and what I've found is that, okay, let me first point to you that on chess.com you have these many variants of the game where the rules are different. So the normal heuristics of chess don't apply. Your normal pattern recognition goes for a bit of a toss. You have to relearn first principles and go through that whole process again, where first you kind of are going step by step of, if I do this, he'll do that, and then you gradually get patterns of activity, because the board is still in most of them the same patterns of activity, and figure it out from there. And my journey there is that I'll initially have this incredibly enthusiastic spurt where I'll figure out the first principles and figure out the rules and all of that, because I just love doing that. And in some of them on the site, I've briefly been number one in, one form or the other at different times before, clambering back down. And the reason I clamber back down is that after a while, it becomes second nature to me, and I'm really doing autocomplete play. I'm just ticking boxes. I'm not really thinking as actively and intensely as I used to. And in that lazy time pass play, the rating goes down because one makes mistakes. Now, the way chess has evolved and the role that computers have played in it is really interesting in the sense that people always assume that once computers get so strong that they're stronger than the strongest human, then there'll be a homogenization and everyone will start playing the same way. The fucking opposite happened. And the reason the opposite happened is that earlier there were a certain set of heuristics which were codified by the Soviet school of chess, which was dominant, which was based on pattern recognition in a sense, pattern recognition and first principles. That, with these kind of patterns interacting with each other, these are the things you aim for. This is a relationship of space to initiative in this kind of position, and so on and so forth. And you learn those general principles, and then everybody kind of plays based on the same heuristics. I mean, one of the reasons I think of Vishwanathan Anand as absolutely extraordinary is that he didn't have that early grounding, and yet at the age of 16, through the sheer brute force of his genius, he managed to play with the best Soviet players and reach the top of the world. Like, I've written a piece where I've described it as, his winning the world championship was like winning a Formula One race in a Maruti 800. So outstanding, but that's a digression. So what happened with the age of computers was that computers made it possible to seek out concrete exceptions to general rules. So if there is a general rule that in this particular opening, this particular kind of move should not be played because this is how the patterns interact, computers allowed you to look for concrete exceptions, which no serious player would consider because you've been taught that that's not the kind of thing you do, like doubling a pawn somewhere or putting a knight on the rim, for example. There's a saying, a knight on the rim is dim. But there are concrete exceptions where that is the best move. And players started going for those and figuring it out. And therefore, different players started, the styles began to vary because it wasn't just the same set of heuristics. And that was perhaps a stockfish era, brute force calculation, etc., etc. Then AlphaZero with machine learning came in. And that's a story I find miraculous enough to be magical, right? It's like just mind blowing. It was fed in with nothing, no prior biases about the game. It was just fed the rules. It played against itself for a day, and in that day, it replicated all of the human evolution of what we know about chess. So for a while, it's playing the French defense, and at some point, it realizes no, it is suboptimal. It moves away. Then at some point, it discovers that your best defense for black, if you want to equalize against e4, is really the Berlin, which Kramnik pioneered in the 2000 match against Kasparov. It plays that, and then it reaches 2018, and then it goes beyond. And then it starts doing things which, because machine learning is a black box, we don't know why the fuck it's doing what it's doing. For example, playing actively on the flanks with the pawns, the E and the H files, or completely subverting what we understand of the relationship between initiative and material, where it's making really long-term sacrifices with no immediate tactical payoff, but it is so far down the line that you can't really see it. A slightly different in category from a strategic sacrifice. And I think I belabored chess enough, but where it's useful to me in terms of thinking about thinking per se is that we do that to the world. That our grokking the world and thinking about the world is basically pattern recognition. So an economist will look at a particular, say, a shortage in the market and immediately think about supply, demand, where could the bottleneck be, etc., etc. And you start thinking of that relationship. You look at the regulation, is the problem there, etc., etc. A sociologist might look at it in a different way through frames that they have formed, and so on and so forth. Now, the first part of a person's intellectual journey, which I guess you've been through, and we'll talk about it more in detail, is when you form those initial frames through which you look at the world, which really explain the world to you. But I think an important part of one's development, and an incredibly difficult thing to do, is once you have settled into a framework for looking at the world and the pattern recognition is in place, of being able to go beyond that and say that there might be concrete exceptions to this, like Stockfish shows you, or that some things that I believe about the world might be completely wrong, as AlphaZero shows you, right? And that's that thinking. Like, my two questions are really about learning how to think and learning how to learn. And I'll come to learning how to learn later. But in learning how to think, I'm really curious about that, because that is something that I think everybody has to watch out for. I'm sure I'm a victim of it myself in many different ways. But we all need to watch out for it, because the temptation always in this deeply complex world is to eventually settle upon some simple narrative or the other which seems to fit more or less everything, and your patterns are in place. So how do you think about that? Like, in terms of learning how to think, how did you learn how to think? And, what's your journey been like?
First on just the narrow point of what the software did, right? Like, in some sense, if you've studied some statistics, it's not that surprising that So if you think of chess as what game theorists call an extensive form game, what is an extensive form game? It basically says that we are playing a game in which our moves are sequential versus they could be simultaneous, right? And now, because the chessboard is not small, but it's fairly large, the size of the extensive form game increases exponentially, right? So you have a first move, then I have a move, right? So my second move is conditional on 10 possible first moves of yours. Why 10? Because you could have moved the 8 pawns and the 2 horses. That's the only thing you can do in the first move in a chessboard, right? So already I have 10 possible contingent moves.
12, because you can move the knights 2 ways.
The knights 2 ways, exactly. So two, that's good. Yeah. So
actually 20, because the
because
pawns
of the
can
pawns
either
can
go.
move. Yeah. I'm saying the pieces you can move, not the number of places you can be on the board. The number of pieces you can move is 10, right? So now I can have now contingent on, you're exactly right, on the possible places, right? So immediately you see my strategy set, yours is 1, right? Or let's say 1 amongst 10 pieces. So now you keep increasing a well-defined extensive form game that includes all possible moves ever. Within the 4th move becomes impossible to keep track of. Yeah, for a normal human brain, right? So now, once you express it in that language, it is not that surprising that human beings, even if it was for centuries, or maybe at least definitely decades, discovered certain specific patterns. And as long as my opponent is also operating within that realm, that pattern will always lead to a certain existing set of patterns subsequently, right? How we were discussing that patterns lead to patterns, and how you need to understand that to be a good chess player, right? So why I said it's not that surprising is that once statistics and brute computing power comes in, right? By the way, even the best machine learning algorithm cannot solve a chess game yet, right? Because again, even with all the computing power we have in the world, you cannot completely solve a chess game, because again, the number of moves is so exponential. But the level of pattern recognition itself has gone up exponentially. So they have found certain things that maybe, as I don't know, it was a historical accident, or if somebody else would have found, they would have operated within that realm. But they found all those realms, or all those, let's say, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth level of thinking realms, right? So that's very cool and very interesting. Now, when I map that into economics, or let's say economic jargon, or the sociology of economics per se, I find a very interesting analogy, which also speaks to the RCT question that we were asking, is that economics differentiates itself from other, definitely social sciences, in that it puts a premium on causality. I think it's a very good goal to have. But sometimes why I wonder, my critique of the RCT was placed on, is that it is twofold. One is, in the search for causality, you lose the perspective of relevance. What do I mean by that? Is that because you only understand these 2 or 3 realms, you will beat them to death searching for granular and granular levels of causality and calling victory. Whereas there is a whole another world out there which is equally relevant, which is what these softwares showed you, right? Which are currently beyond maybe the scope of human, not relevance, but let's say possibilities, right? Like, isko bhi dekhna chahiye, that you are not paying attention to them. So I often say that, what machine learning has forced economists to do, or I often think to myself at least, is that they have put the focus back on sophisticated versions of correlation over causation. That even if just I can continuously tell you that A is correlated with B and not necessarily be able to conclude how A causes B, it's still interesting. And that one must be open to newer and newer possibilities in which A can be correlated with B, rather than clinging to an existing theory and then kind of like trying to prove it in a stronger and stronger way. I hope that makes sense. So that I find very interesting about, the one example of that is when your house is burning down, do you want to know how to put out the fire, or do you want to know what caused the fire? Right? Your house is burning down, right? Just go and put out the fire, right? But somehow this idea that the most important question is, why is the house burning down? We'll come to that question, right? And then there will be various versions of that. I think is something that I have been forced to recalibrate. In fact, I almost think that there is a mathematical theorem out there that formulates a trade-off between causality and relevance. So if you think of the analogy that I can make is that, some listeners may remember from their, I want to say, either chemistry or physics class from middle school, is something called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Right? So it says that you can never with complete precision know the location and speed of a particle. And I almost think the same principle applies to learning what caused what. In a renewed effort to understand whether A implied B, you can just simply ask narrower and narrower questions. And that it is okay sometimes to be imprecise on both speed and location, as long as you have a good enough idea of both, rather than trying to understand one, because Heisenberg uncertainty principle tells you can't do both. Right? So there is a trade-off at some point in between trying to understand both approximately versus one really accurately. And I think this is something that high computing power, computer science, and new statistical techniques have forced me to recalibrate. And I think that in my so far attempt at learning stuff, I try to use a high level of joining the dots and pattern recognition almost as an axiom, much more than obsessing over causality. And I think obsessing over causality is very important, but I often say that the world is so complex that even if you can start uncovering newer and newer patterns in which things are connected, it's really beautiful. It's very deeply satisfying when you're able to discover something that you didn't think. You thought A and B are connected and B and C are connected, but then when you realize that A, B, and C are connected, you may not know exactly in which way they are connected, but just discovering that they're connected is very deeply satisfying to me. That's why I think what you mentioned about the Renaissance man, the lack of the Renaissance man, is because I think it's becoming harder and harder to make new connections. But I do think that there is less and less premium within silos of intellectual discourses for people to develop those kinds of skills. So my learning has mostly been, kind of accidental in many ways. So I think when I was in high school, I did think about, like everybody else my age at that time, about and who was studying science, about doing IIT and engineering and so on. And I even enrolled briefly in Fiji and all this stuff. But I think I was too invested at that time in debating and dramatics. And, you cannot do the IIT exam. Maybe if you're very brilliant, you can do all of these things together. But at that time, I asked myself what I'd really like. The two things I really like, or I guess three things I really liked at that time, were public speaking. And this, what I said, leh, in public speaking, really fascinated me. This idea of how to construct an argument and communicate it to a wider audience. My first love was undoubtedly mathematics. I absolutely loved mathematics in all its abstractness. And I liked history a lot. And I was a very avid reader, especially of European history at that time, and to some extent mythology also. And so I kind of decided that at some point that what I wanted to study, I basically decided what I wanted to study, which will not anger my parents too much, and also would keep my these three or four interests that I had at that time alive, would be to study mathematics. So I did an undergrad at St. Stephen's College in mathematics. I actually had almost no background in economics at that time. And I just loved it. I don't know how the curriculum it is now, but at that time, I think the drawback, as you were saying, of the Indian education system is that I had to choose mathematics before I even knew what college mathematics was about. Luckily, I liked it. A lot of my classmates did not, because it was too abstract for them. And my learning method at that time was, just devouring on as much math stuff as I could find in the St. Stephen's library. And, because, some people have made the argument for having the semester system. I think now the Delhi University is under the semester system. I loved the yearly system because, I mean, there was internal assessments, but they were only 10% of the total score. Nothing you did till the end of the year mattered except the final exam. Now, obviously, it can be really bad if you fall sick on that day of the exam. But what that meant was that I just was reading the mathematics that I liked and that my teachers liked, and they encouraged us to read outside syllabus. And then, in the last 3 months, I had, exam giving in India is a skill. It used to be at that time, at least. And it was not necessarily correlated with, it was correlated, but it was not necessarily one-to-one with knowledge absorption in the truest sense of the word. So, you had your own, you had to learn how to do the 10-year exams and be very good at them. And so I used to do that. I used to do the needful. And I understood at that time that, again, this is a lesson that my father gave me was about, try to keep both success and knowledge in mind, that, you need to do well at exams, but, you also, because of whatever other ambitions you have, but, keep your thirst of knowledge alive. And towards the end of, and St. Stephen's was just an amazing experience for me. I was one Sanskrit Hindi word I really like, which has stayed with me also for a long time, is the word santulan. And this is something also that, to a large extent, both my parents, but especially my father, taught me, was that, in almost every argument, santulan is very important. In almost every aspect of life, santulan is important. It's not necessarily meaning that both sides are right or you must always balance. It's that sometimes you need to go to both extremes and understand both extremes, or be equally passionate about different things. But there needs to be a balance in almost everything you do. And I think that it really helped me enjoy college life a lot, because even though I was very deeply versed in mathematics, deeply engaged in mathematics, and I was very actively engaged in the debating society at Stephens, I never took any of it very seriously. By that, I don't mean that I didn't take knowledge seriously. I think I was very aware as an 18, 19-year-old that our passions are misplaced. I used to, when you were in St. Stephen's, there used to be this fad of, being very passionate about Marxist labor theory of value. It was a thing in Delhi University. It still is, probably, right?
My God.
And as if we understood anything, as if there used to be this IDG, informal discussion group, where all these prominent people would come, former Stephanians, they would give these talks, and people would have these impassioned discussions at the dhaba afterwards. And, I would partake in those discussions to some extent, but I never pretended to know what was going on, because I actually didn't. I understood that there is, I was not even a student of economics at that time. I was just a math major. I understood that Nehru emphasized socialism too much, and there was a different argument to be made, and all these. I understood the principles, but to be honest, I just had no idea, and I would somehow, almost to a fault, apply this principle of santulan to those discussions to myself. I was not very, I was very vocal in the debating society, but in the debating society, we learned almost like a lawyer to make an argument on any, I could debate on both sides of the same topic. So it was not as much, I think it was Nikhil who mentioned it on your show, who's a friend of mine from college days, that we would sometimes he was in Ramjas in the debating society, and, we would sometimes make arguments on both sides where, they were not very honest. Like we didn't know really what we were talking about. And, we would have these deep discussions on Article 377 and, and I could, to be honest, debate on both sides of it. Now I'm firmly, on what I believe is to be the right side of it, having the Supreme Court repealed it. But, and this idea came from, people had very strong opinions at that time. I remember when I was in college, the Vajpayee government was at its final tenure, and these certain students of certain intellectual pedigree from certain families were trained to think that everything Vajpayee was wrong. I never understood that, because in my family, we were not, as I was telling you, my father was, encouraged a lot during JNU times to enter politics, but he was very resistant for a variety of reasons. Just to give you a concrete example, Vajpayee was a good name at home. Not that we would have overtly political discussions, but broadly the consensus was, this man means well, he's got a good team. This is what I remember from my childhood days, So 2004, by the time he loses, I'm in first year of college, right? So it's still very early days. And I remember in 2009 elections having a conversation at home where my father saying that, this government is doing fine. And I asked him, I said, but you just said that Vajpayee is better, and that he said that doesn't mean that that necessarily that the Manmohan Singh government is wrong, right? And that's what I mean by santulan. So when I was exposed to a certain kind of acerbic political dialogue even early on, because in college that was the norm, I was very amused. Not because I didn't have an opinion, because I was surprised they had such a strong opinion. And again, it's not wrong for young people to have strong opinions, but this is just how my training was. That to be skeptical, to almost be methodical, logical mathematician to a fault, where emotions are more important actually in politics than logical kind of breaking down of issues. And I would always tell my peers that that I have opinions on issues. I don't really have opinions on entire governments. On certain issues we can have a certain discussion. So my learning was very much steeped in that kind of training, mostly at home, including what perplexed me a lot when I went to the US was how people had very strong views in Kashmir and had no idea. They'd never been to Kashmir, but people had very strong views and on the issue. And that also perplexed me. I said, that it's a very, very complicated reality. It's in which, one side, which I think Ram mentioned on your show also, one side just wishes something 1990 should have, if only it hadn't happened, life would have been much more simple, because you can then just criticize the Indian state but the reality is different. It's more complex, it's more nuanced. And so I have carried that attitude of learning, I think, throughout my life, which I hope comes across in the book also a little bit, that not that there's no right or wrong, but that most issues, especially of public policy, are very complex. And as you often say, people carry multitudes. Ideas also carry multitudes. That when a certain idea, when it interacts with reality, right? GST is a good idea, but when it interacts with reality and how it's executed, it's always complex. It's always going. In the end, you'll have to make a decision. And the decision is made by decisive people. That doesn't necessarily mean it's right or wrong. It's broadly right given the information that you have, and then you go ahead and do it. And so while mathematics has absolute truths, for me, social sciences have approximate truths. And I've tried to bring that approach to learning always. And also that that morality can be absolute, but morality also changes over time. And I think that is also something that social scientists don't appreciate much sometimes when in the midst of passions and so on. Sorry, that was a long winding way of my learning technique.
There's a lot to process there and a couple of things I want to double click on. But first, what do you think would be the best translation for santulan? Like, would it be composure or equanimity?
Yeah, that's why I use that word. So I think it's a combination. I've thought about it. I think that it's balance, composure, and equanimity. I think some combination of these things. I think usually people translate it as balance, but that's not really it.
Yeah, and what you're saying is particularly resonant in these times because, that tendency of seeing the world in black and white, of people saying, oh, Vajpayee is bad. And, when and I've done many, many episodes on the history and economics and the political economy of that period. And what you realize is that all these different leaders were much closer together than you thought. That, Narasimha Rao, when he's handing over to Vajpayee, he says, Samagri taiyar hai, telling him that the nuclear tests are ready. And he's, you have the Vajpayee government passing on the new pension scheme, the NPS, to the Manmohan Singh government. You have that mutual respect, in fact, playing out all the way till 2015 across a bunch of different leaders from, Narasimha Rao to Vajpayee and Jaswant Singh on the one hand, then Manmohan and Chidambaram, the respect that Jaitley had for them, KP Krishnan, who I did an 8-hour episode with, has many stories on that. And in fact, a bunch of the decisions and the policy making was done by this common band of great reformers who ran across all of these administrations. And I had an episode of everything on them as well, called The Reformers. So that is resonant. I want to take you back a little bit on what you said about the Heisenberg principle and about the relationship between causality and relevance. And you mentioned a burning house as a metaphor. And can you give me a concrete example to make it vivid for me and my listeners so we can understand a concrete example where, that dilemma played itself out in your head?
You mean in an academic sense or in a
in absolutely any sense, but where you experienced it and had to think about that trade-off?
So I think so. I mean, there are various ways. Let me think. So I think in my let me give you an academic example, and then I'll try to give a real life example. So in an academic sense, when you are choosing questions to answer, right? So there's this joke that economists often crack, that macroeconomists ask the best question with the worst tools, but microeconomists ask the less interesting questions with very precise tools.
Mosquito nets.
Exactly. So I think, does giving a bag of rice to people increase the probability of coming and getting vaccinated? Okay, that's a micro question. The answer is probably yes, and you can ask it in different. Actually, the answer is most likely yes, and then you can ask it in different ways, in different contexts, and understand the slope, of how likely it is, and so on. Right? Does increase of minimum wage increase or decrease unemployment? Does extension of social security insurance increase or decrease people's willingness to go back to work? I mean, these are, I would argue, not that the vaccination question is not interesting. These are very big questions, the latter ones that I just raised. And in my opinion, you would never ever know a very precise answer to them, but they're worth asking repeatedly in different contexts, using different models, doing different data sets, and trying to get closer and closer to precision, because relevance is so important. I mean, just two examples, right? Of one things that that you can get caught in relevant, that gets often get caught in the debate between relevance and causality, is the study of financial bubbles. If you believe the efficient, I'm just being a little bit imprecise, so in terms of formalism, if you believe the efficient market hypothesis, bubbles should never arise. What is bubble? How can something be priced more than it's valued? It's just not part of the equation. But we kind of instinctively understand that bubbles arise all the time. It's a very relevant question. Even though I may not be able to come up with a precise causal mechanism to explain to you why bubbles arise, I have different patterns that I can tell you. And it's an interesting question actually on its own right. Which are the probable causes of why bubbles arise? People understand actually much more why how and why bubbles burst, but actually how bubbles arise is a very difficult question to ask and answer. So this is another academic example of where relevance should trump obsession with, let's say, precision of answer, because this is just a super important question.
The stakes are high.
To understand for society as a whole. I think in my personal life, I don't even know how to frame that question, because I rarely think of exact causal mechanisms in my own life. I mean, the only times I can think of I do is when I'm trying to actively tell myself that I should be better at something. Like, either in my personal behavior with a friend or a colleague or family, or I went wrong, or in my professional endeavors, there is, one would try to, if one is trying to seriously think about it, right? Like try to reach a causal understanding. Why did I behave this way in this situation? But if you think about it very deeply, you are looking at different types of pattern recognition, which gives you an approximate sense of causality. Okay, I become more agitated whenever I am, I don't know, in this sort of a situation. And at least I ask myself this sometimes. And so I must recognize this about my own behavior and try to improve it. This is a discussion sometimes my wife and I have about, how to be better people and so on. And I think there also, you actually kind of applying the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's in a certain framework, in a certain context, you're thinking about your own behavioral pattern and trying to get as good a sense of how you can be better as a human being using some approximation of causality. But I find it as a very useful metaphor, at least in the way I approach asking a good question.
Here's a thought experiment of a question of personal morality, which probably brings this Heisenberg principle into play. Again, I love this thought experiment. It was posed to me by Deepak VS in a recent episode, which in fact is released on the very day we are recording now, today. And his question to me was this, that there's a thought experiment. You have to choose two paths. In one path, you kill somebody. but you're never aware that you've killed him. So there's no guilt, nothing. You're never aware that you killed him. In another path, you don't kill anyone. There's no death involved. You don't kill anyone, but you think that you did, and you live with that guilt forever. Which path would you choose?
It's a tough question. I think there's a rationalist response to it and there's a humanist response to it. Not necessarily that they should be divorced from each other all the time, but in this particular instance, they do seem divorced, because the rationalist response to it would be to choose the former, is that you did inadvertently or intentionally kill someone and you don't know. Because just in terms of, again, the vague concept of happiness in life, depends on whether you believe in an afterlife or not, you would choose not to know this and go about your life. I'm assuming there are no consequences attached to it. But the humanist response, of course, would be that killing is having killed someone, whether you know it or not, from your own intention. It has to be intentional, I'm assuming. Something you did intentionally is the most horrible thing you can do. So I know that's a hedging of an answer, but I don't know.
No, it's a great answer because it is a Heisenberg thing where you have to balance those two really
competing
different things. No, and I found it fascinating because whenever I ask this question now, which I have been over the last 3-4 days to hapless participants in my thought experiments, everybody's instinct is to go towards, I want to live without the guilt, right? And what that tells me is that actually, despite all our posturing about human life and etc., the humanist argument, as it were, actually, really deep down inside, it's our own well-being that matters, and how we think of ourselves and how we can therefore project ourselves. So I found that really interesting, and it got me thinking, because my instinct is also that I want to live without guilt. Like, how would I live with the thinking I killed somebody? And would that then corrode my character to the extent that then I think anything goes, that I think a smaller quote unquote sin goes because, hey, I've done that? Would that completely destroy my life? What psychic damage would it do? And then so I love kind of questions like that.
That is I love these kind of philosophical puzzles a lot, anyways.
So here's a non-philosophical puzzle. It's a social science conundrum. And in fact, the minimum wage is a great example because, of course, it was that seminal Carden-Kruger study of 92 where they seem to show that, contrary to logic and everything, that minimum wages do not actually make unemployment go up. And then there were other arguments against it that, hey, methodology was flawed. And since then, I think there have been competing studies every few years that, contradict the previous one. So I won't, wade into that particular debate. But the question I want to pose is based on something interesting our mutual friend Shruti Rajgopalan once told me, where she said that imagine that you want to find out if putting a coin in a bottle of, displaces water. If you put a coin in a water body, will it displace water? One way of doing it is in controlled lab circumstances where you take a beaker of water, you measure the water, you put in the coin, and then you measure it and it's precise. The other is as a crowded 100-foot by 100-foot swimming pool with 84 people jumping around and there's a storm and it's raining and you put the coin in that and try to figure it out. And at one level, to me, that is social science. That swimming pool is social science. That how the hell do you prove anything when the world is so complex and everything is multi-causal and there are so many other confounding factors, etc., etc. And I mean, apologies, I'm not an economist, so I don't know all the jargon to explain how complicated it is. But that then makes it seem as if a lot of what is happening, one study, another study, 50 studies in this direction, 50 studies in this direction, meta studies playing around, it all seems to me to be, extremely muddy, and that one doesn't know what to think. And, in the case of the minimum wage, I always mentally, I just go back to first principles and I go back to Friedman's argument, which I'll link from the show notes, that, hey, minimum wages will always increase unemployment because you're pricing out certain people from the labor market. Anybody whose labor is priced at less will simply not get a job. That's what's going to happen. And that's a first principle. So the question I always wonder is, if something contradicts something that has a logical first principle, then explain it to me theoretically why it happens. But that's a separate matter. But in economics, how does one think about it? Like, whether it's causality or relevance, this matters, right? What is even the accuracy of my study? How do I get to the truth if that's all we want in a pure sense?
See, the strength of economics, and I would argue sometimes the weakness also, is to build minimal theoretical frameworks, then to challenge them and add complexity. Okay. So think of this example that you just gave with minimum wages, right? So I think Friedman's argument is exactly right. However, it's right in the context of what economists call the first best world. Okay, that there is somehow a free market of employers with minimal market power, or at least power over labor or employment. And so therefore, if your skill level is at a certain level and the demand for your skill is at a certain level, then maybe your wage is below what some people morally may regard as a minimum wage, but at least you're employed and you're getting by and you're getting food on the table and so on. I think the problem this would arise in this kind of argument would be that if we were to believe that certain businesses actually have market power, then Friedman's argument actually collapses, because now I can actually govern your wages over and above or below and beyond what the market would have dictated had I not had market power. In this sort of a situation, this is what economists would call. So economists don't. This is also the criticism from people like Piketty and Sayers, is that economists their framework starts with the market and accommodates the government. I think what Piketty and Sayers would like to see is a framework that starts both with the state government, whatever you may want to call it, and the market. So in that example that we just discussed, because there is a market failure, there in the Chicago school of thought, there is a requirement for market intervention, not otherwise, which is also broadly the libertarian argument that now in this world, which is the world of the second best, there is a room for setting of a minimum wage to ameliorate or to balance out the power that the other side of the market has. Now, the problem is that in order to do that, or in the process of doing that, and this is, I'm sure most economists would agree to this, you overcorrect. You don't know, right? I mean, who knows? In a complex world with many, you can broadly say that, boss, yes, there is some problem. Labor is getting exploited. I would be with my Marxist friends on this, which is a rarity, that yes, in the process of letting markets run amok without the requisite level of competitiveness built into it, you can get exploitation. And so there is a need for intervention, whether it's from a minimum wage and so on. But often what you do is that by having excessive zeal of intervention, because politics is not, the moment you have a state, you have politics, right? Is that you are going to have overcorrections which actually stifle innovation, and we can argue how that happens, but also actually be detrimental to the people who you're trying to protect in the first place. And Indian economic history is replete with this stuff, replete, and it's kind of, it's almost like a case study after case study of things where the state thinks it's trying to do the right thing and just cannot get out of the way and so on. And I think this Friedman minimum wage example is a good one to when I used to work in policy, when I first worked in policy, I remember having this conversation with Raghu actually, and he joked, which it stayed with me, was that one must always know the first best. This is kind of the Chicago school coming in, right? Because he said that it's not even that, and this is not formal language, but kind of a figure of speech, is that it's not even that you're operating at the second best, you're somewhere the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth best. Mm-hmm. So to understand where the first best is actually a great theoretical way of framing the problem and then approaching a solution. So, I was kind of having this conversation about, I regard myself as a theoretician, not who is, training to be constantly training to be an empiricist. And so for me, theoretical knowledge is the argument that you just constructed about Friedman is a theoretical insight, right? It's not an empirical truth. It's a theoretical insight, having observed certain empirical patterns in the data, that he comes up with this insight. Milton Friedman is an amazing theoretician. And so I think that what the role, and coming to the second part of your comment, is that what the role of these studies after studies are doing, I think in my understanding, is that they're trying to build a body of knowledge so that when a policymaker comes to this question, they have access to it, and then according to in an ideal situation, it doesn't happen always like this. In an ideal situation, they can access this knowledge either through their economic advisors or themselves directly, and then make the right political decision. It's not an economic, it's a political decision. But I think it's very important to keep building on this repository of knowledge, because this does change with time and place. It does change in, whatever, pre-war America to post-war America to India of today versus India of 1950s and so on. And so these things, I think there is a reason to have a new minimum wage study every 5 years in almost every country to understand how this basic theory is holding up and how exactly it is failing. Because here the mechanisms are important. I may not know the exact causal mechanism, but I should have some sense of the family of mechanisms at play. So A is causing B, C is causing B, D is causing B. All of them are causing it, and I have some understanding of that world. I think for this, it is actually quite important to continuously have. But I have my theoretical. I often joke that I have my theoretical bias that I have this. I sometimes make these rather strong statements that all truths are theoretical.
So, I'd kind of respond to that by saying that I agree with everything you said now that you've said it. But I would say that the reason for doing a minimum wage study every 5 years or 3 years or whatever is slightly different from what you propose. Like, my sense is that I agree with you that what Friedman is proposing is, pointing out is that in a free market, a minimum wage will always lead to unemployment going up. And what you're saying is that, look, there isn't a free market anywhere, that there might be some market power. In which case, the focus of the state should be on tackling the market power, making sure there is a free market, so we have a first best. Instead, if the state tries to put a band-aid like a minimum wage legislation or some other regulation or whatever, then eventually you will have so many band-aids in all directions that you'll have a mummy, an Egyptian one, not any other pregnant lady. And that's my whole thing with it. So I totally get doing study after study to figure out where is the coercion, and then telling the state to get the fuck out of the way, because obviously they are causing the problem, and then taking care of the problem of market power. But to then say that, look, it isn't perfect, so we will make it worse by interfering without knowing what the unintended consequences might be, seems to me a bit a bit wrong-sighted. But I want to come back to my original question. But would you have anything to say?
Just very quick, I think that so I 100% agree with you, and I think this is where the theoretician should step out of the ivory tower and interact with reality. Just very quickly to project this reality to the Indian context today, for example, right? So we are so far away from a world of competitive capitalism that to wait for that to happen, I mean, the level of market concentration in India today is so high, like with few firms controlling so much capital, that as the theoretician, when they will encounter this reality, would be forced to say, okay, work on this, because this to the theoretician will seem a political problem. They will say, well, I can tell you what to do. The Competition Commission of India should have much stronger teeth. Well, one company cannot be vertically and horizontally integrated into every aspect of the economy, right? Like basic principles like this. But as a theoretician, if I understand that these things will take time or may never happen actually, so I will impose that as a constraint on my model, whether for better or for worse, right? Like so, and then I'll say, okay, now that you've given me this constraint, we have to go to some band-aid. That's a very limited
pick
point.
the best band-aid, basically.
Yeah, like, for the time, I agree with you that and this, historically has been the case, right? Even in the US, where we do have something close to a, not even, I mean, something like a more competitive market, you still need band-aids, right? Because of you cannot wait. The state cannot wait. It works in its own time frame of elections and of trying to do the right thing for people and getting everybody above a certain kind of minimum threshold. So yeah.
But to sort of go back to the swimming pool for a moment, the danger that tells me is that we are then forever condemned in a sense to narrative battles, where you'll have different ideological schools within economics, within academia, always trying to prove their point with different studies which are extremely muddied because they all take place inside a swimming pool, as it were. A muddied swimming pool. I'm mixing metaphors really badly here, but you get what I'm saying. And so, do you, and at a at a really utopian view of the world of knowledge is that everyone wants to get at the truth, and there is competition for that, and there is a marketplace of ideas, but with every step we come closer and closer to the truth. But sometimes it seems that no, we don't get closer and closer to the truth. In fact, we might just get entrenched in our equally non-truthful positions in different ways, and the game just goes on forever.
So I would, I would rephrase your comment with an important caveat that I don't think, having been in the academic world now for over a decade, including my PhD, that I don't think that everybody is in the search of the truth.
Oh.
So I think that it's an objective function which has certain weights, like you do in every, by that I mean, well, a government has different objectives. And so what economists use this jargon to say, well, Amit's objective could be that he wants to reach as many listeners as possible, or he wants to actually engage deeply with whatever listeners he has currently. Right? These are two different objectives,
Yeah.
and the path you take could be very different in terms of
Opposite.
your, right, exactly, as you have often mentioned on your show, right? So, suppose in an ideal some circumstance, you could say, well, I want to do, my objective function is to put equal weight on both. Just giving you an example, right? That's what I mean by an objective function. So I think what happens is that in an individual academic's career, and then it gets aggregated to the academy in general, and it's not even true for academics. It's true of every individual, even if you are just a person writing or read or podcasting or whatever form of knowledge creation outside the realm of academy. There is always a santulan, so to say, between seeking the truth and doing well in your career. And I kid you not that it's not the same. I wish it was the same, and I have learned it the hard way that it's not the same. And what you're suggesting, so that's how I want to rephrase it, is that these weights, are they half? Are they 3/4, 1/4? Are they 0.9, 0.1? That's an equilibrium phenomena.
No, what I completely accept is that the total number of people engaged in the knowledge game could be distributed in absolutely any proportion within these two, but that the game itself will be a game that will go no closer to truth, because different people who are seeking the truth might have different versions of the different routes to the truth, or different frameworks with which they're chasing the truth. And the people who don't care about the truth and are getting ahead are also then in pursuit of winning some narrative battle that has nothing to do
Yes.
with the truth, and which makes it even worse.
Right. So that's the noise, right? So it becomes harder, and that's why. In game theory, we have this term called the behavioral type. The behavioral type is someone who would do the same thing irrespective of whatever you do. They're just not going to respond to strategic considerations. You need, maybe I'm inflating too much, but you need people like Einstein and von Neumann once in a while. I mean, Einstein is a complete behavioral type. I don't know if you've read his life history. He was just not bothered. He's like, didn't like his PhD advisor, did everything. He was kind of a patents clerk, person, wrote his stuff kind of outside the academy, and then the academy had to take note of him, because he was just so good, right? So you need certain behavioral types from time to time, and we've had many. In Hindi poetry world, there was Nirala. Nirala was, even Tulsi, for example. What we is a completely behavioral type, in the sense that to Ramayana was supposed to be consumed by the purists only in Sanskrit. And here is a guy who comes along in Brij and Avadi Bhasha, and just like kind of, I don't think the people, the scholars of his time liked what he was doing, but he was completely I think from whatever I've read. So you need people like that from time to time, who will just change the swimming pool. You keep swimming in this pool, you've muddied it so much that you don't even know that finding the coin has also becoming irrelevant. Right? So I'm going to create a new swimming pool, the jug, so to say, that Shruti talked about, right? Where we're gonna sort of attack the same questions, but from my perspective. Newton was right, but only partially so. I'm going to give you a fourth dimension, which is time, in which all these questions are going to be reframed. That was a different swimming pool. Does that make sense? So I think that I'm not saying you should just wait for that messiah to come in always. One must always try to reorient, and people do, try to reorient the swimming pool in various ways. But this is the Kuhn thing, right? Like, you have to do your bit in both operating within the current paradigm and nudging it along all the time to change it. I remember when I was Danny Roderick, who's an economist I quite admire, had moved to Princeton at the Institute for Advanced Studies, and I went and met him. He's told me something that is something very simple, but it stayed with me. Was that, and Danny in many ways is an attacker of tradition. He's both a traditionalist and sort of outside it. And he said that the way, Rohit, this works is that there is a wall, and and you can punch holes in the wall from outside the wall or inside the wall. And so it's up to you. Both are noble goals. Do you want to be inside the wall and feel good about it, and then punch the holes because then you're taken more seriously, or you want to be outside it because then it could take longer, maybe the entire lifetime. So it's up it's just as a way of. So I think that I think some people may not enter the swimming pool and just try to show you a different one, and I think some people would enter it. And I do know of people like Angus, for example, and many others who did that, who did the in some sense even the harder part of being in the pool and then trying to just sheer force of nature and their ideas try to make it less muddy.
Final question before the break. Have you made your choice about whether you're inside the wall punching a hole?
I think I that's a very hard question that I keep asking myself, and I think that for example, writing the book, which we can talk about more in the second half, was a dilemma for me because I hadn't yet earned my place inside the wall, and writing a book which is of a public nature is typically allowed for people who have earned their place, and I'm still a bit young. I think, at least from the requirements of the academy, to have tried to punch in that wall. But yeah, it's a good question. That I think that I would like to earn my place inside the wall, but I'm a bit too impatient to wait for it before punching in the wall. So I don't know if I don't advise younger scholars that this is the right way, but that's just the way I've chosen.
I'm going to take 4 of the words you just used and, put them on a t-shirt. And that's requirements of what was the 4th word? Requirements of the
academy or something?
Yeah, requirements of the academy. So I'm going to make a t-shirt which says requirements of the academy, and then I'm going to burn the t-shirt.
Okay. Let's do that.
Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Rohit Lamba, and for those of you who thought that economists are boring, dry people, what nonsense, Rohit is, now going to read us a poem that he loves and that I'm sure I'll love as well.
Yeah, let's start with this. During the break, we were talking about existential moments of our life, and I mentioned to Amit this one poem that actually has helped me at various stages when I was having existential moments. So it's called "Main Gautam Nahi Hu" by Khalilur Rahman. It goes like the following. It's in Hindi or Hindustani. I'll do a translation. It's a short poem. It goes like the following. मैं गौतम नहीं हूँ, मगर मैं भी जब घर से निकला था, यह सोचता था कि अपने आप को ढूंढने जा रहा हूँ. किसी पेड़ की छाव में मैं भी बैठूंगा. एक दिन मुझे भी कोई ज्ञान होगा. मगर जिस्म की आग जो घर से लेकर चला था सुलगती रही. घर से बाहर हवा तेज थी और भी ये भड़कती रही. एक एक पेड़ जल के राख हुआ. मैं ऐसे सहरा में अब फिर रहा हूँ जहाँ मैं ही मैं हूँ, जहाँ मेरा साया है, साये का साया है, और दूर दूर तक बस खला ही खला है.
Wow, साया का साया है.
So here's a quick translation that I did some time back, I think. I am not Gautam, but when I too meandered away from home, I thought to myself that I too have set forth to find myself. Under some tree's shadow, I too shall sit. Wisdom will one day come to me too. But the fire in my body that I was carrying when I left home kept smoldering. Outside home, the wind was strong, so she continued to flare even more. each tree burned to ashes. Wandering I am in such a desert now, where it is me and only me, where my shadows persist and the shadows of those shadows, until far, far away, it is emptiness upon emptiness.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of this. When since I was a kid, I was very fascinated. Maybe not as a kid, but maybe since I was a teenager, I was fascinated with Buddha, and there was this sort of this kind of Indic approach to knowledge, right, which fascinated me, which was that you have to hit the forest. The forest is obviously a metaphor to gain knowledge, and accompanying frustration that the knowledge is not coming. And in those moments, and I discovered this poem, I don't know, a long time ago, and it really stayed with me, especially this metaphor that, मेरे बदन में एक आग थी जो सुलगती रही और अब सब पेड़, every tree is turned to ashes, and I'm kind of still seeking the truth. And the last line I quite enjoyed, which is khala hai, which is emptiness upon emptiness. And strangely enough, I over time it became a positive metaphor in my life. Like, even though it is you could regard it as a depressive poem in some sense, but this idea that everybody goes in seek of some knowledge or the other, and being existential is actually concomitant with seeking knowledge. At least that's what I took out from it over the years, and it has stayed with me.
And maybe the forest is not just a metaphor. I mean, even a literal forest can serve the purpose. But do you think that an economist having a poet soul can help in becoming a better economist?
I think that, different people can have different approaches to this. I think that poetry, for me, helps you be a better, this is going to sound very grand, but it helps you be a better or more empathetic human being. And I think in the process of which it might help you become a better economist. There is, I think I remember there was this essay that I wrote on Nirala some point ago in the Mint weekend edition, and it opened with this line that I'll tell you: literature is the last refuge from fervent hopelessness, and poetry is its ration deter. I don't know how to say that French word, but there's something about poetry that is you're unable to express, because reality is so complex that abstraction gives you a way to communicate confusion in a digestible way that poetry allows you, that formalism doesn't. That's why I think I mentioned in the first part that my two loves have continued to be mathematics and poetry in some sense, which are very similar, but also at the opposite ends of knowledge, which is that one is so precise and the other is so abstract. I think poetry helps you make sense of the world, and hopefully in some, A might imply B, but I don't know the causal chain of it. But in some sense, it probably helps you be a better academic.
No, if I may think aloud, I think that poetry might seem to be in a purely abstract, floaty realm, but I think what poetry can do is it can help you connect with yourself, and therefore it can help you self-reflect. And we were talking about how important the quality self-reflection is for a human being, and so many people seem to kind of lack it, and therefore that can help you empathize with others also as you connect with yourself. But since you mentioned your two great loves, I'll actually go back to the first of them, because the question I meant to ask before the break, till the break came upon us, was about math. And you've mentioned the precision of math, but where I have found math useful, and this is a life lesson that I learned actually from my years as a poker player, is that the precision of math can help you deal with the imprecision of life and the uncertainties of life. Like, the biggest thing that I have learned, and the most important life lesson I have learned, I think, is probabilistic thinking. And learning to look at everything that has happened not with the hindsight bias of oh, it was inevitable, but oh, that every action has probabilities attached to it. You can't control which way the dice fall, but you can just play the game the best you can according to the probabilities. Whatever happens, happens. You control only what you control. Don't sweat about the rest. The rest is 98%. And all of this brings us to that magic word I know you like, Santulan. Right? So,
at least in terms of where life and probability theory mesh together, which I find very beautiful, is that, in many ways, life is about controlling the mean. The variance is always outside your control. So when you're playing poker, you are understanding, maybe if you're a very good poker player, you also understand the distribution and not just the mean, right? You understand higher moments of a probability density function, but that's about it, right? And I think some people who are not used to probabilistic thinking, they sometimes mistake actions to be mistakes in hindsight, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes I, as a policymaker, can make a decision with the best information, with the best objective, with the best faith. But at the end of the day, it is a probabilistic decision. And I think the question you should ask in hindsight is, given the information that you had, given, let's say, the mean or the variance or whatever information you had about the likely impact of the policy, did you make the right decision? And I think that way of thinking should be more widespread than it is, actually, because the world is simply not deterministic. It is highly probabilistic. It's highly uncertain. And a good example of that in terms of public policy that I often tell people is, in the recent past, is that you should ask yourself, your friends, especially policymakers, did we go wrong? For example, did we have a role, we as in society and as policymakers, in what happened during the second wave of COVID? The first wave, we were playing with too many unknowns, and you could argue whether lockdown was the right decision, whether it's too stringent, and so on. I'm just giving you an example, right? More probabilistic thinking. That sometimes people say that, the whole world suffered, so it was inevitable, and I think probabilistically one may be able to argue that we didn't do enough to control the mean, because we were lucky in the first wave. Did we do enough? And I think we simply didn't. And one can go into the details of why probabilistically. I think deterministically it would be the wrong way to say. I think there was always a probability that a second wave would happen, that it would be detrimental. But did we do enough, given the knowledge we had, given the distributional knowledge we had of what had happened in the rest of the world, to prevent it and be better prepared for it? So that's a way of thinking that mathematical precision allows you to have. I think a discipline of having clear objectives, defining those objectives, and then evaluating those objectives in a probabilistic Bayesian way.
And I'm thinking aloud that whereas good governance demands probabilistic thinking, the nature of politics seems to militate against it, because politics is all about saying, look, that guy did A, so X happened. I will do B, so Y will happen. And that is just the nature of politics, because anything beyond simple narratives like that will simply not appeal to the people or sell. You simply cannot be nuanced. Everything is about simplistic narratives. And in fact, simplistic narratives are, one of the common things that populists across the world have. Jan Werner Muller wrote a great book on that, which I'll link from the show notes. And so I'm just kind of thinking aloud here that to govern well, just as to live your life well, you need probabilistic thinking. But if you are, in the game of politics, there is no space for that. So it's just an ugly, dirty game where you must attack the other side no matter what. And honestly, to kind of come to a question on a larger theme that I want to ask you anyway, is about a certain the political environment we are in today, where you cannot discuss ideas and policy anymore. Like at one point, I think it was possible, but today you don't do it anymore. If you are the opposition, you have to criticize every single thing the government does, and vice versa, and there's just no space. For example, I despise Yogi Adityanath, but when he repealed those labor laws needed to go. They were holding India back. They were hurting workers far more than they were helping them. And there's pretty much among economists this consensus of that over the last 20, 30 years. Every party even knows this. And yet, because this Adityanath, there's so much outrage. There's a, full social media campaign that, oh, look what he's done. He's hurting workers, from people who've, never thought about economics for 10 seconds in their life before this, purely because it's political. Or the farm laws, on which Ajay and I had an episode of The Seen and the Unseen, which, like, our point was that it was a political disaster by the BJP. They brought it out the wrong way, and the way they treated the protesting farmers was absolutely disgusting and condemnable. In a democracy, you cannot do that. But the laws were great. The many of those laws had been on the Congress manifesto for the 2019 elections, for crying out loud. And again, it is something that the policy community across parties has had consensus on for 20 years. But then the politics gets in the way and you're screwed. And then that made me wonder that if the battle is never going to be in the realm of ideas now, if it is just going to be based on, which party is doing the talking, then it becomes a question of which side has a better narrative machine, rather than, a marketplace of ideas where good ideas win out. I mean, I am taking an excessively negative and simplistic take perhaps, but how would you react to this?
Yeah, I mean, I think, see, like anything else, institutions, all these institutions are built by humans and so fundamentally are imperfect, right? I think that it is true. I don't think it is necessarily a Indian phenomena. I think it's a global phenomena that debates have become more acerbic. They've become more polarized. In India, unfortunately, it's happening at a much earlier stage of development, and this is something that, Arvind Subramaniam and I have talked about in one of our articles, that India is kind of an outlier, that it becomes consistently democratic before it's developed. It really is, like, for a country of its size. And so, to have that kind of, which is good, to have that kind of vibrant debate, but actually before you've reached a stage where, these debates really matter for India in a way that some university debates in America don't matter that much in real sense of the world. I think it is very unfortunate, actually, and you gave a good example in terms of the farm laws for this, that you should be able to debate on policies rather than people. And I'm sure this was true always. It's not a new phenomena, but the extent to which intellectuals themselves have become polarized, that you are a Congress economist or you are a BJP economist or you are a North Pole economist or South Pole economist or so on, right? So this, I think, is become too entrenched. I was once privy to this discussion, which I really enjoyed. Many years ago, we had this discussion with Harvey Rosen and Al Kruger. God bless his soul. He passed away a few years ago, where Harvey was the chief economic advisor. I think they call it something else. The head of the Council of Economic Advisors to the White House for George Bush, and Al Kruger was for Obama. And, they were having this nice discussion among students, and I was a student at that time. And, there was remarkable camaraderie between them. And one thing that Al and Harvey agreed on, which I found quite striking at that time, and now after having worked a little bit in government, I now understand what they were saying, is that our job often, and they both agreed on this, our job often was not to promulgate good ideas, it was to strike down obviously stupid ones. So what you do is that you keep certain professionals, right? Like somehow when we think of a doctor, we think of a professional, right? Like it's almost bereft of ideology, right? Because you have to save the life of a patient. But agreed that social science is not a hard science, but somehow we need to get into the habit of trying to, both economists themselves and politicians in how they treat economists, as doctors rather than as politicians, in the sense that, my job is to tell you that what you're doing is stupid, and I need to be able to tell you that without fear or favor. Whether I do it indoors, whether I do it outdoors, I think the problem that happens is that I'm not even able to do it indoors. It's like the emperor who had no clothes, right? At least I should have the courage and the ability to tell you, that what you're doing is just wrong. And the debate gets very problematic when you get so polarized that even behind closed doors, because of the way incentives have now been structured and your job depends on you having favor with the king, so to say, that you're not able to say truth to power. And I think that is when it's very, very corrosive. I don't think that taking sides is anything new. I don't think even economists to some extent having ideologies is anything new. But I think what is new is the extent of these things, the intensive margin of these things, and to the extent that it has affected our own thinking. There was an interesting comment made by, I'm forgetting the person's exact name, this famous publisher in England, when they asked, when the recent attack on Salman Rushdie happened, he was asked that, do you think that, it sends a wrong signal for authors about what is it that they want to publish. And he said that I'm not, I've gone beyond worrying that. What I'm more worried about is that would the author even bring the pen to bear to think this? Forget about to write this and then to disseminate it to the world or send it to a publisher. I think that's the more scary part. That are you able as an intellectual, are we filtering ourselves too much? This is the preference falsification stuff that you talked about with Timur in that lovely episode. That I do definitely worry about. And I think economists should again, it's not possible for them to be treated absolutely like doctors, but we should try as much as possible, both ourselves as a profession and I think as how policymakers view us, to be harder than we currently sort of engage, sort of the public image is. I think there are certain truths that we need to discover and tell politicians, policymakers, and the public at large.
Yeah, and what you said about advisors, economic advisors should be able to speak indoors, and their job can be to strike down obviously stupid ideas. And I instantly thought of demonetization, obviously, for which apparently 6 people kind of knew, and Jetli wasn't one of them. And it was just like any sensible economist would have struck it down. Though I believe among the 6 people there were people who should have struck it down and kept their mouth shut, and shame on them forever. And I also, and this is actually the tendency of a very short leader, in both a metaphorical and sometimes a real sense. Like an example I like to give is that, I forget exactly where I read this or who the specific people were, but I remember there was this mafia gang. In the early 90s, I must have read this. There were photographs of a mafia gang from the leader to the next leader to the next leader to the next leader, and they were all shorter than the last guy, because each leader only hired sidekicks who were shorter than him. And I instantly decided, hey, let me just, look at something for my own curiosity. So I opened up this page which lists Soviet leaders by height, and Lenin was 5'5", and Stalin was 5'4.5", which is irrelevant because there was a battle before Stalin took over. But the only person Stalin really allowed to pass unscathed and who remained and who succeeded him, Nikita Khrushchev, was 5'3". So, you have exactly that same thing, that if you are a true leader, you will surround yourself with people taller than you, and you will listen to them, and you will become taller as a result, in a metaphorical sense. But if you are not quite that kind of leader, you will surround yourself with shorter men than you in every sense, and what we get is demonetization. So there you go. But
yeah, I don't know what the discussions behind the scenes were, but yeah, see, the demonetization is I think I was mentioning that to you. It's a very low bar of
it's a very low bar. No, but it's a good bar, because again, one thing you can say for sure. Like I wrote this in an editorial for a magazine I used to edit called Pragati. It was a policy magazine, and I wrote this at the time, that every economist who supported demonetization is either a bad economist or a bad human being. And many of them, and I can think of names, were both. Right, and this is just, it just makes me so angry, because it's such a bad look on economics. Like any intellectually honest economist should either speak up or shut the fuck up, but don't go out there and support it like so many people did, knowing it was wrong. But anyway, that's a pet rant I've.
Yeah, I think. See, the thing is that, again, there is a careful deliberation. See, economists are also human beings, right? So you could have, I would even say you could have a first reaction to say, oh, this is interesting. Like, okay, somebody did this, sucking money supply seems wrong. Like, I think what an economist will be able to do, a good economist, even if, for example, their first instinct was, this is interesting. Right, because economists also love natural experiments, So this is interesting. This has not been happened in a major country economy before. Would this have any positive consequences? Probably, but after a little bit of thinking, maybe a day, 2, or maybe a few hours, just right. If you give them some kind of framework, time to think about it, because these things, even demonetization, as sudden as it happened, the decision wasn't made in a day, right? It was made over months, right? So any thinking economist, any good macroeconomist, at least, when they will sit with the facts for, let's say, a few days, they will see, I'm reasonably certain, that the whatever positives that are being put on the table are completely outrun, outmaneuvered, outnumbered by the negatives that are on offer. And anybody who understands simple incentive theory will also understand that whatever positives you are viewing right now, down the game tree that we were talking about, right? Like people will find ways, and your positives even will get washed out. I mean, the negatives will still stand. Are you even certain, right? That's how I would have kind of analytically approached the question as a good economist, right? And I think you would have reached the conclusion that you reached, and I'm even okay with economists who, may not have had a bodily reaction that this is stupid, and bodily reaction that saying this is interesting. But quickly actually they would have reached the conclusion that this is the Harvey and Alan Kruger thing I was saying, right? That given a few days, they would have come up with a report to you saying this doesn't make sense.
I think another angle to look at is that sometimes we can take that kind of, like, I apply economic thinking to everything I try to, right? But sometimes I think you can take it too far, in the sense that in this case, I would say that it is immoral to even do a cost benefit analysis, because a humanitarian cost is so immense, and whatever notional benefits they are going to a different group of people. The cost is massive. As I wrote in the Times of India at the time, this is the largest assault on property rights in human history, right? And this is this is the opposite of what Burkean conservatism or Hayek'ian libertarianism would suggest. This is really right out of Mao's playbook, right? So it's not right wing at all. It's actually deeply left wing and deeply statist. It's out of Mao's playbook, and we know what Mao did. It's stunning. So therefore, there are certain areas where those calculations don't matter at all. You keep your economic thinking out of it. It's a humanitarian disaster. Like, I could, for example, say that in a terrible, cruel thought experiment, I could say, what if you could kill the poorest 10% of India's population? Your per capita GDP instantly for that moment would shoot up. Right? Is that a right way to calculate it? Of course it isn't. I mean, I'm giving an extreme thought experiment example. Only a monster would, agree, even engage with a calculation like that. And I worry that happens. Now, obviously, demon, like you said, is a really low bar. Most things are within the realm of discussion, and we can discuss and argue. So let's move on from demon and let's go back to talking about your life. I think where we left off in your biography was your love of math and the time that you spent in college studying math and so on and so forth. So take me to the next step. How do you get from math to economics, and what's going through your mind at this time? Like, you are in love with the abstraction of math, you're having a good time in college, but what is your image of yourself? How is that evolving? Take me through that period.
So yeah, I think I grew a deeper and deeper fascination and love for math as I was going through college. Right? So college is just 3 years in India, right? So by the time I'm in my third year, I had this sort of various forces pulling me in different directions. One force was, we're still in the sweet spot of after liberalization. Actually, in St. Stephen's, there was lots of good jobs on offer. I was 20 years old, and so there was that pull, and then there was this pull of writing the CAT exam, which a lot of people seem to be doing at that time. And there was obviously this desire to do higher math, go abroad, study more math. And then two things happened. I think one was that I had this teacher in college called Geeta Venkatraman. She's in Ambedkar University now. She's just a phenomenal mentor for me. She kind of made me believe, which I don't know how she did, which only I think teachers can. I think parents are too close sometimes to make you reflect honestly to yourself, and friends are too affected by other friends. There's a peer. So she kind of convinced me that the private sector stuff, these jobs and all, will come again. I don't know why she was able to convince me, because it's very hard. You're in that sort of race and rut, and everybody is getting these jobs and you want to do that. And so the choice really was between studying higher math or doing something else. And at that time, I did this course in number theory, and I really fell in love with number theory. Number theory is just one of the most beautiful things in the world, because the questions that number theory raises are very simple, that even middle school students sometimes can understand them. But the answers are just impossible. They took hundreds of years. To give you an example, a question that was solved after 300-400 years after it was posed is called the Fermat's last theorem. And Fermat's last theorem, for the listeners, is basically, most of you would have heard of the Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras theorem basically tells you that the three sides of a triangle are related by a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared. Right? So the interesting thing is that there are some solutions to the Pythagoras theorem which are only in integers. Right? So what is an example? Example is 3, 4, 5. 3 squared plus 4 squared is equal to 5 squared. 9 plus 16 is equal to 25, which is 5 squared. Right? And there are other examples like this. What Fermat was a clerk. in the French civil service. And what he wrote in the sidelines of his book was that, well, I conjecture that this particular identity has no solution. So a to the power n plus b to the power n is equal to c to the power n. We know when n is equal to 2, it's the Pythagoras theorem. But for n greater than 2, he conjectured that there are no solutions to this equation in integers. That you cannot find integers, right, like 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, that will satisfy this equation a cubed plus b cubed is equal to c cubed, a to the 4 plus b to the 4 is equal to c to the 4, and so on. And he just said that it's kind of obvious to see this, and he left it at that. So that's why it's called the Fermat's. It was not a proven thing, and then it has puzzled mathematicians for hundreds of years. And the computers were able to show that this is true for n equal to, I don't know, 1 million, 2 million, or something. But there was no mathematical proof of this. It was only proven by Andrew Wiles in the 1994, 95 or something like that. So just to give you an example of how beautiful, so I find this, somebody may think, who cares? But actually, number theory is the reason why we can get into a very deep discussion about this later on. But like, number theory is the reason why all your bank accounts and your passwords work, actually. So they're all cryptography, which is all based on number theory. So the reason why, your passwords are protected, and, when you see the double-sided encrypted on your WhatsApp, this is all number theory.
Are you telling me that Amit 123 is not good enough?
No, it's not. So number theory attracted me a lot at that time, but somehow, and I was applying to Oxford and Cambridge for some higher math, and Geeta advised me not to apply to the best colleges or something like that, because she said that the probability goes down, and I was just resolutely either non-Bayesian or adamant about which colleges I applied to, and so I only applied to Trinity College, and obviously I got turned down, or I didn't get a scholarship or something like that. And so at that time I was trying to make my mind about what is it that I should do, and at that time I had this inkling, which I think was right in hindsight, that even though I loved number theory, I don't think I could have become a very successful mathematician. And this is where my kind of the father's teaching about success and knowledge I don't think I was enunciating it that way. I can't really explain to you why I thought that. I think that number theory requires a certain level of absolute dedication to mathematics. Andrew Wiles shut himself down for 7 years to be able to, he thought he had the proof, and then he took him 7 years to prove it. Of the Fermat's last theorem. So, and I very honestly asked myself, I love it. Do I have that level of dedication towards just the craft of number theory? And I do think that I convinced myself that I love people too much to completely dedicate my life to mathematics. I don't know how else to explain it. And so then Geeta told me that why don't you think of doing economics? It is mathematical enough and it involves people. And I didn't know much about economics at that time, to be honestly. And then while I was kind of debating what to do, considering this job offer, I had applied to a few other places abroad. I wrote some of these entrance exams for economics masters in India. And actually only 2 of them had math options. Delhi School of Economics and ISI Delhi. And Delhi School of Economics, thankfully at that time, now they've discontinued, had only a math option. Like there were no econ questions, they were just pure math questions. And I aced that exam. It was pretty straightforward. And then I got admitted to Delhi School of Economics. And at that time, I didn't really know much about Delhi School of Economics. Whatever I learned from peers, even though it was across the road from St. Stephen's, I didn't really know much about economics other than, participating in some policy discussions in college. And I kind of thought this is good. I at that time, I had just seen A Beautiful Mind, and I was sort of interested in this intersection between math and econ that John Nash did. And so that was good enough. It seemed like a good enough option. I wasn't really keen on working as a 21-year-old. And this sort of my own reconciliation why maybe I shouldn't pursue pure math, but econ at that time seemed to be like applied math, that maybe I should pursue that. Then I went to Delhi School of Economics. And Delhi School of Economics, I slowly, I was kind of taught by Bhaskar Datta, who's a very well-known micro-theorist from India. He's now at Ashoka University, and his wife has been on the show. His wife has been Ashwini Deshpande, who I don't think I took a class with her, but obviously I know her and admire her very much. And so Bhaskar Da was kind of somewhat, and some other people at Delhi School were very encouraging, and they saw that I was good at math, and they said, helped me pick up various basic principles of economics. And so then in my second year at the school, I applied for PhD programs. And then I got in, which was, very interesting and relieving because I had kind of committed to kind of this life of, and to my family, it was a bit, they were pleased, but they were very confused because nobody in my family for generations is an academic. So I remember my mother was very encouraging. I think I'd mentioned in the first half that she was very worldly and she kind of understood. She encouraged my pursuit of ideas a lot since I was a child. And so she kind of got it a little more than my father in some sense. I remember my dad was in a meeting at some point and I called him and I said, Papa, I got that time I think we were still getting letters or email. No, we were getting emails. Yeah. I got an email from University of Chicago that I have been admitted to their PhD program. So I thought I'll tell you. He was in Bombay at that time. And he said, oh, okay, beta, congratulations. And he was happy and, but he didn't really know what University of Chicago is or anything like that, and so then he went back to some meeting of his. And then I think he must have mentioned to someone else who was like public sector bank people are, no public sector stuff. And then, maybe he was sitting with some economist or something. And so he mentioned to them, oh, my son called and he said, what? The Chicago School of Economics is this and that and this and that. And, he just that person probably went on a rant about, like a positive rant about this is why this is so cool. And my dad came out of the meeting and he said, I was sitting with this person and they were telling me something about University of Chicago. So it's a good school, right? So I said, Papa, that's what I hear, So, so slowly they warmed up to the idea. Obviously, they were very happy for me that I was very happy. And they never really tried to impose their, and they were, they sort of let me do what I wanted to do. And then they were eventually very happy that I was happy about going to Princeton. And and then I think once I went there, it was like any other journey of a PhD program, which is that it was the first time I was abroad on my own for a prolonged period of time. It took some adjustment. To be honest, it didn't take, there was a certain kind of cultural adjustment, but the adjustment of, the smallness of Princeton actually was more than just the cultural because I was in college in Delhi and so on. Princeton is a very small town. It's close to New York, but it's still very, I see Amit in the morning, I see Amit in the evening. It's two coffee shops. That
be fun.
The two bars, so it's just like there is no anonymity as such, which can be good or bad. I don't know, but it takes time to adjust to, so it's, So it in that sense it was interesting. It was I think I definitely my formative intellectual years were definitely in Princeton. I learned a lot, both in economics, about poetry, about humanities, about mathematics more. The 5 years I spent there, 5-6 years I spent there, made some very good friends, some of whom who have been on your show also. And I don't think I appreciated as much what a network I was being exposed to at that time. I think it's always like that. When you're in the middle of it, you don't know, but just in terms of economics, but also in terms of, this Albert Hirschman was one of my, economists I really admire. Jeremy Edelman, who's a historian, was writing his biography at that time and, sort of thinking about those questions about, how economics evolved as a discipline. There was this gentleman called Dilip Abreu, about whom I've written a long essay in the Mint, which we can link from the show notes. He was one of the people I really admired, even going in to Princeton. In fact, it was on one of the evenings in the Delhi School of Economics library that I read this beautiful theorem in dynamic games, and it said Abreu 88. And Abreu is a Portuguese name, so, and then I just kind of, how you kind of flip the book and you see the references. I said, this is a beautiful theorem. Who wrote this? And so I saw that his first name is Dilip. I said, oh, okay, Indian guy, and so I Googled him and it turns out that he was also from Delhi School of Economics. He's a Bombay boy. He also went to Delhi School of Economics and Dilip is really, I think one of the most original theorists of his generation, just such a brilliant guy. And I think more people in India should know about him. He's a Bombay boy. He went to Elephanta College, I think, and then went to Delhi School of Economics and then did his PhD at Princeton. Just really brilliant. He laid the foundations of a lot of ideas in game theory. And so I was very excited about meeting him. and lots of other people there, and it kind of, my intellectual ideas developed about what is it that I wanted to do. There was this sort of lure of doing development economics because I was Indian, well, for the lack of a better reason. But I kind of stuck through my desire to do theory because I don't know what it was. I think it was my passion again for mathematics, but also this idea that I was mentioning to you briefly that I wouldn't have framed it in that sense at that time, but I'm becoming more and more comfortable saying it to myself that all truths are theoretical and that empirical realities are very, very important. And then what they do is they refine truths, your approaches to truths. And so they refine theories. And I think over time, I've convinced myself that theory has two roles, which are both equally important. And some people like one over the other. One is to tell stories. Theoretical tools, especially mathematical equations, are actually just one way of reducing complex ideas into simple equations and telling you stories. Like, how human beings, I remember when Rajamouli, right, the guy who made Bahubali and Triple R, when he did this interview that I found very interesting, and he said storytelling has been one of the most primal things that humans have done since they formed organized societies. And I view theoretical approaches to all sciences, whether it's physics or computer science or economics, as sophisticated storytelling. The other role of theory, which has emerged more so in recent time, but which is, I think, equally important, but sometimes people, in my view, err to thinking of it as the primary goal of theory, is to put structure on data. It's connected, but it's a different role. So because there is such an outburst, plethora of data available now to us, and this increase in computing power, that somehow, that's also the reason why there has been an empirical revolution has gone, kind of to a different level in most social sciences, because there's just simply so much data available. Whether the data is field experiments, which is the swimming pool that you were talking about, or the lab experiment, which is the Shruti saying that put the coin in a bottle because it's controlled, both kinds of data are available. And so what theory does is that you take all this data and make sense of it. That's the other role of theory. I started with the first very much of storytelling. And now I have embraced more and more the second role, but I'm resistant still to the idea that the primary role of theory is to put structure on data. I think it's an equally important role, but to tell stories that by definition are, there's this famous saying, all theories are wrong, but some theories are useful. Yeah. So that I think that narrative building of a role of theory is what I learned very well at Princeton. My advisor was this British guy, Stephen Morris. He was my primary advisor. I think really the best advisor one can hope for. I've learned a lot from him, both about life and about being an economist and just how to approach research questions. He had this unique ability where he was open to all ideas, and then he would narrow down the standard, the criteria of a good idea slowly. I think some people, and I'm learning this now that I'm a PhD advisor also, is that if you're dismissive from the outset, you had risk killing originality. Dilip used to tell me, he was also on my committee, Dilip used to tell me that, Rohit, don't read too much. Like in terms of literature and not that, And I said, Dilip, what do you mean? And he used to say that there is an optimal frequency of reading. If the objective is to make yourself well-versed with certain techniques, that's good. But if you read a lot, you risk yourself being just a follower. The autocomplete that you were talking about in the first part. And that also stayed with me, that this idea. And Stephen, what he did very well was that he allowed the meandering in the beginning and would bring down the hammer gradually. That, okay, enough meandering now, what is the point? But he wouldn't say it in the first meeting, which I think a lot of people, because they're busy and, they kind of lack that patience. And he had this, almost infinite patience with my meanderings in the first few years of my PhD. I think Princeton also taught me failure. I think the first time I failed, obviously I failed many times in many things in life, but the first real setback I got was in the second year in those exams, in the PhD. You have to give these field exams. You have to choose two fields. So first year is general, everybody takes the same courses. The second year is field exam, so you choose development, macro, finance, IO, theory, whatever. And you give high stakes exam in those in which you can fail. I took micro theory, which I studied game theory and mechanism design, all that stuff, which we can talk about more. And the second field I took was finance. And I failed in finance. And it was just horrible. I couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't believe that I studied so hard, because the exams were genuinely very hard. And that year they somehow decided to change I don't know anyway, something happened, and a lot of us failed, actually. I think 5 out of 8 people failed, the one who were taking the exam. And I was just, it really felt very bad. And I think the support system I had then with my friends, and one of the things that I really appreciated about Stephen was that I went to him that summer, just before the summer the exam happens, and we were supposed to have a reading group with each other, after which I was going to kind of formally ask him to be my advisor. And I said, Stephen, I failed in finance, even though I passed in theory, which is what he was the main advisor for. He said, okay, let's get to work. Somehow it didn't affect it didn't seem to, I don't know, maybe if it did and he didn't want to pass it on to me, it didn't affect his desire to work with me. He said, yeah, just read about it. And so you get another attempt at the end of the summer to give it. And just work hard, do it again, and I'm sure you'll be fine. And the nonchalance with which he approached it really encouraged me. That hey, this guy doesn't seem to think he said, yeah, these things happen, just make sure you do it again better. And because he had seen, I guess, other students failing, maybe himself failing in life. And so I think that was a very important moment for me, because I could have gone either way at that time. Could have been derailed. I don't know, the confidence was hurt. And yeah, in fact, like I often tell the professor, one of the main professors who failed me, Marcus Brunemeyer, is a very good friend today, and we are co-authors on a paper which we are very proud of. So it turns out that even if it didn't affect his, because I think somehow from in Indian education system, failure is seen as a personal defeat as much as an intellectual, whereas it seemed for these people it was neither. It was just a thing that you had a bad day and maybe you didn't prepare well enough, and you'll do a better job at it, as long as they just wanted to see that I'm willing to work harder. And so that was a big learning experience for me during my time there. Yeah, and I think as I was working on my PhD, I was very grateful to have friends both in hard sciences and in the humanities. I think 2 of my closest friends, one is now a theoretical physicist, one is a historian, one is a political scientist who's been on your show, and so
you're talking about Vinay.
Vinay, yeah, so these were people. Rohit Dey was the historian, and Arijit Pal, who was the physicist. All these people I was surrounded with, and and I made, what was interesting was that my closest friend at that time in my PhD was this guy, Jacob Golden, who was very instrumental in me. He's an economist. He's now an economist at University of Chicago Law School. He and his family kind of embraced me in the Americans. What was important for me was that not only was I kind of learning my stuff, I was also trying to absorb the world outside India. How our culture is different, and I think that was very important for me. And Jacob and I just had this sort of instinctual liking to each other. And I often joke with his parents, Harry and Jane, that they kind of, they're my American parents. And they, so from the first year onwards, actually, I started going to their house for the Thanksgiving break every year. And they, embraced me as their family. And so I learned a lot from them about nuances of American culture. How in many ways is very different than Indian culture, about their ideas of community and individualism, and we can, go into that if you want. So I think I had these support circles that kind of came up at the right time, whether it was about PhD advising or, family life, basically, these friends of mine, all these friends of mine, they became family. And so it helped me in these phases of failure, but also in terms of understanding that, what we were discussing, that how do you ensure that at the stage of your intellectual formation, you're not just training to be an economist, but I when I look back, I feel like I was training to be a social scientist or a person who liked thinking about problems irrespective of what realm they fall under. It was because of all these people that I was able to develop an interest in questions of how, for example, physics relates to economics or Indian history or political science or law. with Jacob, so this was very, very important in my formative years, intellectual, and I really regard those as my formative. And I started reading a lot during that time. We were discussing how I was not exactly surrounded by books growing up, but I think at that time I started reading a lot of non-econ stuff. I was always reading math and poetry, but I started reading much more of non-fiction or even fiction. At that time, in those years, summers were full of a lot of reading, various kinds of things, and I think then the important part came at the beginning of the fifth year, which is towards the end of the fourth year, which is when I was kind of ready to hit the job market, and Stephen, my advisor, didn't think so. He was right. I think it was more sort of a frustration of like getting on with life. Okay, ho gaya, graduate school is done. Let's start life. And he sort of politely, in his way, he always did. He told me that I don't think you're ready. And so I remember going back after that meeting, being very kind of not happy. And towards the end of that summer, as I was trying to evaluate whether I should continue with academia or, write another paper, wait for another year. I mean, Stephen was clear that I'll get some job in academia, but he wasn't sure I'll get the job that he thought it was good for me or was good enough for my talent. And so he asked me to write another paper, wait for a year. And it was around that time, maybe in August, I think, or something of that year, when it just came out in the news that Professor Raghuram Rajan from University of Chicago was going to go and join the Indian government as the chief economic advisor. This is before he went to the RBI, and I had no idea I obviously knew. I had read Fault Lines. I had read a lot of his academic work. I had no idea who he was. Personally, I'd never met him. And the audacity of youth, in those existential moments where I was saying to myself, "Main Gautam nahi hu," I shot him an email. I said, whatever, "Hi, Professor Rajan, this is who I am, and this is my CV, and can I come work with you?" I don't know, a twist of fate. He emailed one of my professors, Professor Sylvain Chassang, who's this French guy, just brilliant chap, who was also on my committee. He didn't email Stephen or other people. Sylvain happened to be visiting Booth at that time, or had just spoken to Raghu, so he had a personal connection with him. And so he asked him, who is this guy? Is he any good or something like that, So Silva called me to his office. He's like, "What are you doing sending emails to senior economists telling them you want to work with them?" I said, "No, Silva, Stephen told me I'm not ready. I'm very confused. I think I want to go back to India for some time. And this seems like a good opportunity. And I don't know if Professor Rajan is going to be interested or, So he said, "Okay, yeah, he said, this sounds like a good idea. Why don't you, I'll write to him something positive and let's see what happens." And so he wrote to him that, I don't know what, it was a private email. He wrote something good about me. And then Raghu emailed me then saying, "Okay, I'm not in India yet, but I'm going on so-and-so date. And so I have no idea what this will entail because I'm not there yet. What is the procedure of getting someone who's not from the government to come work in the ministry?" So then at the beginning of my fifth year, actually, I kind of went on leave. And I remember going to Stephen and saying, "I'm going to go to India." And he sat me down, my advisor, and we had this most wonderful conversation where he was so encouraging, and he's a pure theorist, but he said, "Rohit, he said something like, if I vaguely remember now, he said something like, when I was at your stage in my PhD, I also left for reasons. Don't ask me, maybe I shouldn't put this on record." So I don't know what but then, after a year, I came back and finished my PhD. And he became a very successful theorist. And he said, "Why don't you go? I can assure you that you'll either like policy a lot and become a policy economist, or you will come back and, if you want to still be a theorist, you'll become a theorist. But just promise me that you will finish your PhD in either just everything else is fine." I said, "Okay, I'll promise you I'll come back and finish my PhD." And then I went to Delhi and spent about 10 months with Raghu at Ministry of Finance. Basically, he had, he obviously, as a chief economic advisor, you're head of the Indian Economic Service. And you're tasked with various responsibilities, including producing the economic survey, amongst other things. You're like kind of a soft advisor to both the finance minister and the prime minister of India, depending on your camera personal equations with both of them. And so Raghu decided to have 3 people who were outside the main the IES as his in addition to the people in the IES in his CEA office, and I was one of them. I was the youngest of them. I mean, by and I was just like this kind of lost PhD student in the corridors of North Block. I spent so much time in Delhi. I had never entered a government office.
Lucky you.
Exactly. So it's just like something that is so far away from, and this was another world altogether, and I was just put into this world, and I learned so much about both economics, about how to be an economist, about what is a good question from not a good question in those 10 months, I think. And it was during that time that I told myself that I really wanted to be an academic. Conventional wisdom would say I would have gone the other way because I liked it so much that I thought maybe I should become a kind of a full-time policy economist, maybe take a job at the IMF or something. But I really was convinced that I wanted to be full-time in the kind of pursuit of ideas and obviously interact with the real world in various capacities. And I think then basically towards the end of maybe June or maybe beginning July must have been when Raghu's appointment came for the RBI, and so he was going to go to Bombay, and I said, "Okay, boss, and he agreed with me. Let's go. I want to go back, finish my PhD, and hit the academic market." And that was when I came back. My advisor was obviously very happy. I finished my thesis, went on the job market, did a postdoc at Cambridge in England for a year, and then went back to the US to kind of start my academic journey as a professor.
It strikes me that one summary of what you spoke about in the last 45 minutes could simply be, and this is another t-shirt line, so I'm giving you merchandising ideas for your life, could just be from St. Stephens to Stephen.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You mentioned that Stephen not only taught you your subject, but he also taught you about life, how to live. Mm-hmm. Expand on that.
I mean, he's very light touch. So, it's very difficult to actually point to specific, moments. That's what he preached, that's what when the guru said something and I took notes or something. It was just more like, when he was my advisor, he was also the editor of Econometrica, which is the leading journal in economics in many ways. He was a very busy man, and I don't think I ever sent him an email to take an appointment. He had almost, for his students only, he had an open door policy. I mean, if he was busy, he would tell you, why don't you come back in half an hour? And, I would go and he would just sit with me and chat. I don't know how he did it, and unlike many other people I met, he was very well read. Like you assume like a game theorist, who was struggling with his equations. You talk about him about Woodrow Wilson. Yeah. When I was reading the biography of Woodrow Wilson, when I came back from India one day, I gifted him. I think this was the summer I spent in Bombay, like either Maximum City or Shantaram. I don't know. He told me like, get me some book on Bombay or something. He read it, and he was discussing, and so he was very well read. So I think it was more like learning by example, sort of, and that having that light touch of nudging whenever necessary, and letting me be otherwise, and not judging me too much or actually at all for my intellectual interests outside economics. I didn't have to hide anything from him. That I was in Urdu class. I used to tell him, I was going to Urdu class, and he was very intrigued by what I was learning in Urdu. I was telling him I'm just doing it for poetry, and and he was always encouraging, and I think that moment was very pivotal when he advised me. I think most, and I've seen this now as colleagues, who advise students, most advisors would have said, "Don't go to India. What are you doing? Do you want to be a game theorist, or do you want to solve Indian economic policy problems? There is no relationship between them." He was not like that. He said, you're going to go learn with a serious economist. I'm sure you'll learn something, being in his office, and just keep in touch with me. And he always kept in touch with me. So this was this light touch approach that it's your life, but I'm there whenever you need advice, and I will nudge. It's not like I will not nudge you. I will nudge you in ways that I think are right. And this is this is in some sense similar approach that Geeta had with me in Stephens, where she said, this will come. This private sector jobs which everybody is aspiring, it will come. Want a job in BCG, McKinsey, it will come at age 24. It doesn't have to come at age 20. Trust me. And this light touch approach at least seems to work with me very well, where I am very open to mentors mentoring me, but also letting me be. And I think Stephen had that very, very even till today, I met him recently. I was deciding between jobs. I'm going to move now in the next fall to a new job, and I was discussing the options with him. And one of them was in Boston, and he's at MIT now. So he was saying, "Well, I would personally really like you to move to Boston, but here are the." Here is what I think. And so I think, yeah, it really encourages me to, in the break you were asking me about life in academia versus outside academia. And I think one of the things that I really enjoy now is mentoring my own PhD students and talking to younger people about research. And it's really rewarding.
That anecdote that you mentioned earlier, not exactly an anecdote, when you said that if you'd go to Stephen with a big idea, he wouldn't strike it down immediately. He'd let you live with it for a bit. He'd let it marinate in your head, and gradually, that soft touch that you mentioned, and that seems to me to be so wonderful and exactly the right way to go around it, because that allows you to learn how to think on your own, without necessarily having the hammer come down on you. Like, one thing that I've realized in just the field of creativity, or in just the field of writing, is that when I was a young writer, I was overly flamboyant, in love with language, and etc., etc. And it would have been very easy for an editor to just come down hard on me and just tell me all the things that were wrong with it, which, after all these years, I can see. And I remember I worked in first Wisden and then Quick Info with Samit Bal, and Samit Bal was known as a magnet for good young writers. And one of the things that I recognize only in hindsight is that he would let everybody play their shots. Right, his whole thing was that these are young people with great energy and talent. They have to make the mistakes to learn what those mistakes are. You can't dampen their style too fast. You don't want to homogenize them and turn them into the same damn thing. And that, for me, it really worked well. Rahul Bhattacharya was another of his young writers, Chandrahas Chaudhary, a whole bunch of people came out of there. And that seems to be the exact touch. So my next question to you is that how did that play into your mentorship? Like, what is mentorship like? What is teaching like for you? Because the little bit of mentorship that I've done in an informal sense of people who worked with me, and I find that it's incredibly satisfying to see the change, to be able to step back and not interfere and not actively, try to shape someone, but to just let them form. And sometimes you'll give a little guiding touch, but to just let them form and see them bloom.
I've thought about this a lot because I have been so blessed in life with good mentors at various stages of not just in PhD or undergrad, but even after that I have, really tried to think about what good mentorship entails, right? So from Stephen, I learned to let, as you were saying, marinate, but also the funnel is very important, that eventually to actually funnel the idea. That is equally important as the initial marination, because the initial marination may not go anywhere. And it is both the humility to first say that I even don't know where this idea is going, so let it meander. And the other is to say, well, this kid needs to first think for themselves and then I will nudge them, right? Both are equally important. The other was, I think I learned from Devesh Kapoor, who I had the privilege of knowing after my PhD, or towards the end of my PhD and after my PhD. We have written a chapter in a book together. From Devesh, I learned that everybody can I shouldn't say everybody, but it's easy to mentor the star student. What's really satisfying is to support the underdog. And Devesh has this amazing quality of supporting underdogs. All through his career, I've seen mentoring people, mentoring students, who may not otherwise find good mentors, investing in them beyond just academic curricula, building a rapport with them, whether it's, their personal lives, or obviously without interfering, but, kind of being open to talking about their personal lives, or being open to, how to deal with different students differently, where they come from different walks of life. And I think that for me has been also a very formative idea of what mentorship means. It's not just the satisfying thing is not just where you're able to take the mentee, but the distance they have traveled. And the distance travel is so satisfying, when you see someone, a complete underdog, making it to whatever extent they have in life, and you've had a small role to play in it. It is very, very satisfying. And I think, and then later on in life, I think when I came back to the Ministry of Finance and worked with Arvind, I think from Arvind, I learned that how to create a team. How to be a team, because academia doesn't teach you how to be a team player. It's a very lonely. This was the first time when we had. And by that time, we had the CA office had grown quite large, and now it was interesting that I was friendly with Arvind, and how do you create now a team which it really does the job. So first of all, does the job that is to be done, but also because there is so everybody's relatively young and he's much older, and so there was this sort of, how do you make sure nobody feels left out? There are no severe jealousies. Who's in the room in which meeting. Everything seems, for some reason, which is just wrong, everything seems very important in Ministry of Finance. As if like this meeting is going to change the course. Doesn't, right? Nothing changes the course of Indian economic history by just whatever, if at all, something, years of work, and it does. So I think there I learned with him that he used to say, what really matters is to infuse the ecosphere of ideas, and that's the best you can hope for. And our job is just that. To hope that these that these are going to get executed or implemented is just, and there I think we really learned how to. His mentorship taught me kind of how to have everyone in a team take ownership of ideas. And it's really. You'll see that, for example, the economic surveys don't have any names on them. At least historically, they've never had. And so, the CA can take ownership, but like none of the, even he can't take, it's just more like a ecosphere that is in the Ministry of Finance that is creating those ideas. And I think that was very powerful because, we were able to at that time put out certain ideas, whether it was the Jam Trinity or, I still remember in the first economic survey that we did, at that time, it hadn't become a big deal. Now everybody is, of course, talking about it. I think maybe it was the first or the second economic survey we put in these words. Well, it's going to be a little jargony now. It was that, what at that time the government was trying to do was public provision of private goods. So in the sense, the bank account is not a public good. The toilet is not a public good in some sense. Sanitation is, but to physically give and we could see it was a bit different. We couldn't yet see the scale that this was going to have or the importance it's going to have in Indian politics, but we could see. So to coin that term, and language matters, to learn that language matters, and so I think so I've been lucky to have these kind of mentors in life, and I've learned, and I've also learned from all of these people, right? Like whether it's Stephen or Raghu or Devesh or Arvind or Dilip, they all have weaknesses as human beings. I'm sure they will not mind me saying this, and so I also to learn that, you idolize certain people in life for certain things. And then you understand, when you get to know them closely, you also understand. That also helped me reflect a lot that I have many weaknesses as a human being. And when we were saying about that, that thing about moral clarity or trying to learn, right? This idea that you actually constantly need to learn. I'm not saying that I do it very well, but at least this idea exists that I'm far from being perfect, and I need to constantly work on myself, both being a good mentor and being a good person. So yeah,
I think the frailty of the people I admire actually, in a sense, makes him like them more.
Yes,
draws me
yes,
closer to them,
yes.
right? Because we're all in the same boat. We're all fucked up in different ways. We're all trying, but then in the middle of that battle, when you come up with good work and good ideas and good mentorship, it just matters a lot. Tell me about, how did your gaze change during the years? Like, you've gone abroad and you've had this great education, etc., etc. You've done the PhD. You're coming back. Between leaving India and coming back, I'm sure you went back on holidays and stuff. But between leaving India and coming back with Raghu, in that time, how did the way you look at India change? Because I imagine that one way in which would have changed is just the physical distance where you leave, and the things that you take for that were normalized in your eyes, you see them in different ways. You now notice them, as you think about them. But also you are exposed to new ideas, new frameworks, and the default mindset that so many Indians have. I mean, our default mindset when we grow up in India, especially in that era, is that state is my baap. If there's a problem, state is solution, etc., etc. And possibly you were already past it, but even that takes some kind of work. So give me a sense of your intellectual development in that sense, that what is that journey that you're making? Like, are there any important books during this period? Are there any important TIL moments, these great ideas that are like a light bulb in your head? Are there any specific mentors or, teachers who have that influence and make you see the world in a different way?
I think, yeah, these things were very gradual. I don't know if I had many TIL. I mean, obviously there are micro TIL moments, but like in terms of, I think one thing that I find frustrating, even though there is some merit in it, is this lazy attack that some of us now have back home, that because this person has spent X number of years abroad, they're not Indian enough and therefore have no right on commenting on Indian stuff. So one of the calls we consciously took in the book, for example, was to write in first person as we, as concerned citizens of India. Even though, people may say we live abroad or both Raghu and I, but I think that's a very lazy. I think there is some merit in it, in the sense that if you don't continuously keep engaged, you could lose your pulse of the ground. I think that's completely a legitimate critique. But I think that the lazy critique is that, there is this, I'm forgetting his second name, Rahul is the first name, the relatively famous Hindi writer. I recommend the listeners who are comfortable in Hindi to read his book called Ghumakkad Shastra. Ghumakkad Shastra, he lays down this beautiful kind of hypothesis that many of the world's great thinkers were Ghumakkars. He gives the example of Guru Nanak, of Buddha, and many others. And he says that, when did this lazy idea come in to our domestic thinking? There's this idea that, a Hindu should not cross the river, or some idea like that. And he kind of debunks that idea that, that Ghumakdi is a way of actually understanding the world and then yourself and your society. Because only when you're exposed to ideas different than yours, then you're able to kind of, what's it called? Shaft the wheat. This is a phrase, right? Like
sort the wheat from the shaft.
Yeah, so, or at least make your own frameworks, right? Like when you have competing frameworks in your midst. And I think, Gandhi was like that, right? Like Gandhi went outside, discovered in some sense the Gita, comes back, and then so I think for me this was very important that in retrospect at least that I have been exposed to varying ideas, not just of economics, of state, of interaction of state economics, state markets, but also about, communitarianism versus individualism, of friendships and what they mean. And that really, I was never, maybe to almost a fault, I was never very insecure about my identity in the world as an Indian. For rational or irrational reasons, I'm very Indian. In the sense that it has never, what does it mean, right, to not be Indian in today's world? Like, it has never crossed my mind, for example, not that it means much, but just my own insecurity, maybe, or security, that I've never, contemplated, for example, giving up my passport. It's just not a thing that I would do. It's not a state of the world. I don't know why it is. Like, it's just, I am Indian, and this document is important to me because I want to be recognized as an Indian all over the world. And so if this is how modern it's my Karam Bhumi, and so I'm just saying, so I was almost dogmatic about this to an extent where some other Indian friends abroad judge me for this dogma, because a lot of other people think it's just a document, and I don't, and for whatever reason, I think that if that's what brands me as an Indian abroad, then so there is that level of security or insecurity, and then from that lens, I'm very open to all kinds of ideas of the world. Like to give you an example, when I was in the first year of grad school, there is this. If the listeners who've seen A Beautiful Mind, they will remember there is this bar that is shown where John Nash thinks of the idea of the Nash equilibrium when he runs. It's called the D bar. It's called the debasement bar, the D bar. I was sitting there with a few friends having a beer, and this friend of mine, he looks at me and he says, "Are you religious?" To you, it might seem like a very basic question, but in the 23 years of my life till then, nobody had asked me that question. It really puzzled me. And I said, "What do you mean?" And it's such a common American question. It's a very common American question. He said, "Are you religious?" I said, "Why do you ask that question?" He She said, I don't know. It just came to my mind, I said, no, something may have triggered. And so I wear a kara, as you can see here. And so I think that's what he said, that, I thought, he was a reasonably well-read guy or cosmopolitan enough. And he said, I thought this thing is worn by Sikhs. Are you Sikh? He's an American guy, American Jewish guy. And I said, no, I'm not Sikh, but let me think about it. He said, why do you have to think about it? I said, yeah, I am religious. He said, okay, it's interesting, blah, blah, blah. And we chatted about it a few times. I said, yeah, religion matters in some way or the other to me, and it's played an important role in my life, some spiel I gave him. And then a few months later, we met and he asked me, which is the nearest temple to campus? I said, which temple? He said, Hindu temple. I said, I don't know. He said, but you said you're religious. This interaction really stayed with me. I said, that's not what religious means. And he said, what else does it mean? If you don't go to church every Sunday, how are you religious? Or like in his case, synagogue every Sunday, or every week or every month at least. We had this conversation a few months ago. How can you be religious? And I understood a basic cultural difference, in my opinion, in my 23-year-old mind at that time, about, wow, okay, I do think that in some Indian sense of the word, I'm religious, but it seems like in his American sense of the word, I'm not. And this really stayed with me, just as an example of how you rationalize the world. And there were many instances like this where I had, before I went to the US, I don't think, maybe I'm exaggerating, but at least in my mind, I can't remember a time where I had a meal alone in my life. As a kid in India, even as a college-going kid, maybe even if I was sitting in the dining hall in Stephen's, I don't think I was alone, right? And the amount of meals I had to have alone in first year in America was just bothered me a lot. Whereas it's a way of life for them. You're having your lunch on your desk while you're working, or, you're, even as a student, you're just solving your problem set while eating your dinner. I don't think I'd ever done that. And so this, maybe I judged myself but this opened myself to the idea this is fine, that this is normal and it is not something to be ashamed of, or it's not. I opened myself to the idea of going to a movie alone. I don't think I'd ever done that in India. And I really enjoy that now. Like, having a busy day at work, and sometimes I actually really enjoy. I remember I went to see some Shah Rukh Khan film recently, Jawan or Pathan or something, alone. I enjoyed it. It was not and so this again is something that, now you may think this is a certain individualistic idea in a simplistic way, right? Where maybe people do that in India now also, but it was rare, at least when I was in college, that people would go to a film alone or eat a meal alone, and so just getting accustomed to these ideas. But I think as an adult, I've also becoming more aware that this sort of slightly more individualistic touch to how American society is organized is also very problematic. It's very lonely. It does encourage a certain kind of emphasis on workaholic life, or this santulan is a little bit. My ideal santulan is somewhere between the American work professionalism and the Indian communitarian emphasis on family. So I'm not there yet, but I am definitely calibrating this santulan in my head.
So earlier you mentioned Gumakkar Shastra, what a beautiful name. That's by Rahul Sanskritayan.
Okay, yeah, I just never remember. I think it's a last name he came up for himself. If I remember.
I think Janvi Falke also raved about him in an episode.
Okay, yeah, beautiful writer.
Last year, yeah. I want to double click on a couple of aspects of what you said, and one is, eating alone or just generally being alone and all of that, which for some, like for an introvert, being with people can be a scary prospect, but being alone can also be scary. I mean, being alone with yourself is actually often a terrifying thought. And what I want to ask you about now is that what was that process which took you towards becoming comfortable in your own skin? And I say towards because I'm not sure whether you'd say you are yet. I don't think I am fully either. It's a lifelong journey. It's a lifelong journey one makes. But what is that process? Because I would imagine that when you go to America like that, there would be dual anxieties coming up. And one is the anxiety of, will I be able to cope with the academics? Is that where I belong? Will I be able to manage? Have I chosen the right path? You think of the road not taken, etc., etc. McKinsey coming at 24 is now out the window, what your earlier teacher said. And the other anxiety is of just being an Indian in America, because in India, unfortunately, we grew up with a complex about being Indian, that you always imagine that the white-skinned foreigner is superior to you, that in the hierarchy of languages, English is superior to everything else in India. That's the way it's treated. And you might be lucky that, okay, you know some English and you can get by here, but over there, again, you feel conscious of your skin, you feel conscious of your accent, etc., etc., all of those things. And then obviously it's a matter of time and you get over it. And then there are deeper anxieties like, what do people think of me? And I think this has, again, something fundamentally to do with the shaping of the self itself. Because, there's a term I really like called the looking glass self, where you shape yourself according to the reflection you see in other people's eyes. And I think that's it. It's tempting, but the thing is, most of the time you won't even know you're doing that. It'll just happen. Like, I think about, you know but the possible part dependence in your choice, where you say, I want to development economics, I'll do this instead. And for a moment the thought struck me that maybe you're a different person entirely if you do development economics. Maybe you're a different human being only. I don't know, is there a part dependence to that? I mean, my stronger inclination is that no, he would have been who he is because there is also a part dependence to character and to interests. So I'd say that that's a greater thing. But this larger thing, the evolution of who you are as a person, and then dealing with these anxieties which naturally come up, and eventually reaching a stage where you've gone a fair bit in that journey of comfort in your own skin. Tell me about that.
There is this beautiful line that Irshad Kamil wrote, I think, in one of the songs in Rockstar that reminds me of this. तू तू भी मैं भी सभी है शीशे, इन्हीं में हम खुद ही को देखें, हूँ मैं कि नहीं हूँ मैं. I really like that song. I don't remember the title of the song, but it's basically this idea that all of us are
you just captured in 3 lines what I took like 5 minutes to say. That's the beauty of poetry.
Yeah, तू भी मैं भी सभी है शीशे. It's a beautiful. I don't know. I'm still getting comfortable. As you're saying, I'm still on the journey of getting comfortable in who I am, because who I am is evolving, and how I perceive myself in other people's eyes is also evolving. And I think actually, in some sense, if you're not evolving rapidly enough to be comfortable in your skin, academia can be a very cruel place, because it's the way it's structured now. It's completely premised on what other people think about your work. And this constant evaluation, right? It's not like, a kitab you wrote in 10 years and then some people it's just journal article after journal article, rejection, acceptance, this journal is higher than that journal, right? Because you don't have the hindsight of longevity, right? Like, it's not that we're looking at your work 10 years from now. It's in this moment, where is your article getting published and who is at what university. And so it's a very, the famous Kissinger line, right? Like the people are so vicious because the stakes are so low or something. Yeah. So I think I'm still constantly evolving in that dimension. I don't know. I think when I went to the US, I didn't really have, I don't know what I was, I don't know if I was what I was expecting of myself. I obviously had these grand ambitions of, being, everybody wants to be a good academic. They want to solve big problems. I think as soon as I went there, I realized that I had classmates from all over the world, who had done equally or more brilliant things than me or wherever they were coming from, right? And so that immediately it made me humble. It was just, there were some people, like I was mentioning my friend Jacob. Jacob had, he was not as mathematically trained as some of the other people, but his intuition was at another level. He could construct arguments from first principles that I had never seen before. So that's just like humbling. You see that level of brilliance. I had some other classmates, Gonzalo, this guy from Chile, who was just a mathematical whiz kid. He was just compute any problem, at least at a much higher level than I could. And so, it takes you time to find I often tell myself that that one moment of personal peace, but which at that moment I may have considered defeat, but eventually it was peace, was that I told myself, I remember telling myself this: I am not Dilip Abreu. Mm-hmm. Because I'd idolized him so much before I went there, and when I met him, I realized he has a certain grasp over theoretical elegance that I just don't. But then it took me another year or so to say, it's okay. I may have something else that he doesn't. Not that that's necessary, but it's just like we are different people. You cannot fit a square in a circle. You just keep trying all your life and you won't, other than, so I think that took me a while, and it took me a while from saying I am not Dilip Abrew to saying I am me, and that's okay. I will find brilliance in that. That took a while. I think it's still probably ongoing, where you're constantly comparing yourself to other people. I think I what I've tried consciously to do, and it requires a conscious effort, is to find inspiration from people you admire, but not necessarily trying to emulate them all the time. I think there's a big difference between emulation and inspiration that I'm trying to imbibe more and more as I go along. I do think that going to the US, at least operating in that system, made me realize the importance of competition. Not just in the market sense, right? Like there's a market, obviously. I don't mean in the technical sense of the word. I think to keep high levels of professionalism and high levels of sort of quality in your ideas, you need to face competition. Unless you're completely self-driven, which very few people are, you need to feel a bit uncomfortable from time to time. This thing that, and again, there's a big gap, there's a big continuum between ruthless journal rankings and university rankings versus saying no, there should be some competition between people just in the market of ideas. You can't just, say you're good or this person is good because they have been a professor for 10 years. That is no, a 20-year-old can have a better idea than a 50-year-old. There is no age. And I found Indian academia to be a little ageist in that sense. And I think generally, to some extent, still, I did sense with a lot of universities in the US and in West in general, there is that level of competition that eventually, if you have a good idea and you're obviously pushy enough with it, the ideas get recognized. And I really want a similar kind of, if this is something I can contribute 1 or 2% in my life towards that in India, I would have, it would really give me a lot of satisfaction, where you see a lot of Indian academics, Indian engineers do very well in the West. I think because they understand that they are in this market for ideas and they compete, knowing that it's broadly a level playing field. Like, why is it that you don't see, one question that we ask ourselves, which we've raised often in the public discourse also, is that if 20 to 25% of chip design in the world is being done in India, actually in Bangalore, and 40 to 50% of chip designers in the world are Indians. Not even just in Bangalore, even globally, why don't we have our NVIDIA, our Qualcomm and so on? Because we just don't have the conditions, the platforms to let them just run with it, right? It's clear that there's something not wrong with Indian entrepreneurial talent, clearly. So I think this idea that you need to compete with the West in the world, and that's really the way you become good at what you do, is something I also learned with all the insecurities and all the existential dilemmas that come from moving from one place to another. I did learn by moving to the US.
Tell me about the role of religion in your life. Like, I love the difference that you pointed out in religiosity as Americans would view it, and the more personal kind of religiosity that one can have. And it can play so many roles. It can give your life meaning. It can, bring solace to you. It can just add a sense of community in your life or a rootedness to your life in terms of your fellow religion members. And I respect all of these deeply. I'm a non-believer, but I sometimes wish I wasn't, but can't do anything about it. But I find all of them incredibly valuable in certain ways, and yet people might look at someone like you and say that, hey, you're a rational thinker, you're dealing with numbers, you're in the world of you've got the scientific mentality, you're looking at mathematical precision, and this is appears to be the opposite of that on the surface of it. So tell me about the role it's played for you and what it's meant to you.
I think it's just something, it's still evolving in my head, and there are various facets to it. I think that religion plays a role in my life. I'm very happy about it. I'm very intentional about it in some ways. I am a little impatient with rituals, though I'm getting more and more warmed up to the idea, because of my wife, to the importance of structure, of which ritual can be one part. So I think it's a very personal journey, and I do think that there is a difference in. One has to be careful as how one says this, because this has become so political now rather than intellectual. Is that there is a difference I have noticed after spending a lot of time in the US and some time in Europe also. There is a difference between an Abrahamic approach to religion and let's say an Indic approach to religion. Whether it manifests in your life or not is a separate issue. But I think this idea that there is no one truth and that we're all seekers. And by the way, different religions manifest in different ways. If you look at most of, Renaissance writings by theologians in Christianity or Sufi poetry in Islam, they also are seekers, right? So it's not like, but I'm saying at some sort of scholarly level, I've really enjoyed reading this stuff and trying to rationalize it in my own way. And I do like this idea that truth is a personal journey, and that you find it in your own ways. And to that extent, I think I don't want to do a cop out and say, oh, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual, because I think that's kind of a fashionable answer. But I do think that both religion and in terms of structure, in terms of ritual, in terms of the spirituality it brings of it, largely has had a positive influence of my life, because I actually kind of reject religion when it doesn't seem rational to me. Not that every aspect of religion is rational, but just that when it's exclusionary, when it's when it distinguishes between people in systematic ways, I'm able to reject it. But I'm perfectly aware of the pernicious aspects of it has in society as a whole. But in my personal journey, it has benefited me a lot. I really have been to the for instance, the one act of religion is to go to a temple or a mosque or a gurdwara or a church, which I quite enjoyed. Like in when I was in college, St. Stephen's had this small chapel, and sometimes I would just go sit there, probably be saying a Hindu prayer or something, but like the silence that place offered me, the solace that place offered me. We were talking about Hindi words, right? Which or words that don't get translated. A word that I really like, which I don't think I haven't been able to find a very good translation in English, which I think in some sense religion and spirituality offers me, is ekant. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how to translate it. It's not being alone. It's not being in silence. It's a mixture of all these things. And I
think it's a calmness of being alone or some. I mean, that's sort of somewhere in that territory.
Yeah, and I think religion offered me that in or spirituality has offered me that in various ways. And it's reading, for example, Shankaracharya, reading the Buddha. I find it very fascinating that when Buddha attains enlightenment, what does he do? Right? What do you do with that knowledge? Right? Okay, you are an enlightened soul. What do you do? And he thinks about it. And as an academic, I find it very fascinating that I think from whatever I've read, the first thing he does, he doesn't go to the people, so to say. He goes to Sarnath. Why does he go to Sarnath? Because Sarnath at that time was the so-called Harvard of India at that time. It was the seat of great intellectual ferment, let's say. He decides that he first must confront the existing dogma with his knowledge amongst the intellectual elite and hone it very well before taking it to the people. But I find that very fascinating. I've been to Sarnath and I was kind of actually sad by how little developed it is. It's such an important place of global history, actually.
It's like writing a paper before writing a book.
Yes. So kind of really trying out, he's aware, right? And this has traditionally been the Buddhist tradition that you go and debate. And only when publicly, and then and that's what Adi Shankaracharya does later on also, is that he instills this spirit of debate, that you must win an argument clearly and squarely before calling your thesis or theory the best or for best for the time. And I think that spirit has remained with me for various reasons that we have been discussing, that it's today's times actually make it very hard to do that, to really say what you feel like on various things. Another aspect, on a purely kind of personal level, also the at various points in time, I have turned to the Gita as a source of, and the Mahabharata in general as a source of strength. Yeah, in various aspects of it, various renditions of the Gita, various aspects of the Mahabharata, I draw a lot of. I have tried to draw a lot of strength from it. The fact that everybody is imperfect in the Mahabharata. Nobody's. I would always question myself: why did Krishna do this? This is wrong. But this, that even God can be imperfect. I find that very, very intellectually satisfying. I don't know why, but it's sort of grown on me, and the sheer power of poetry there is in Mahabharata also helps me in some. In some, again, you can say this is religious, this is spiritual, this is mythological, whatever cap you want to put on it. There's this famous poem by Dinkar. I think my wife introduced me to it, called Rashmi Rathi, and there there is this beautiful scene where Krishna goes to the court of Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana and says, just give us 5 gaons, just give us 5 villages, and and this idea that what can arrogance do to you? And it's not like Duryodhana was completely evil. There's some shit. What he does with Karan is very positive, and there's this line that, if I remember correctly, that जब नाश मनुष्य पे छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है. A beautiful line by Dinkar, that when bad clouds are hovering around you, it is your brain that goes dead first. Or when Krishna says, when they don't agree to him, Krishna gets very frustrated, and he says, "Yachna nahi ab ran hoga, jai jivan ya maran hoga." I find that very powerful. That not that I'm saying that to. Sometimes I just stand off the mirror and say that to myself when I'm feeling low. It's not like I'm saying it to an enemy. The enemy is obviously out. Is faceless. But yachna nahi ab ran hoga. Okay, the time of request is done. Now is the time for war. I'm kind of almost egging myself in a strange way. Jai jivan ya maran hoga. It'll be life or death. It's like very powerful lines. It's almost kind of childish, but just by using their stories as a crutch, I find it very motivating to find meaning in my own life, these small instances. And so that's the role, I guess, a long answer of how religion plays a role in my life.
There's such beautiful lines also, both the bits that you quoted.
Yeah.
Earlier, while you were talking about the influence of all your mentors and how America changed you, you used the phrase friendship and what it means. And I want to double click on that also, because at one level, much like lust perhaps, or much like love, friendship seems utterly irrational and meaningless. At the completely rational level, and you could argue it is like that anyway under all the veneers, everything could just be transactional. But there is a thing called friendship, and there are different kinds of friendships, and there are some friendships which sustain themselves despite no effort made on either side, and you can meet someone after 6 years and it's like cool. There are friends you just hang out with and you don't really need to talk. There are friendships which you have to make an effort and show some intentionality, otherwise everything kind of drifts away. And recently I came up with a phrase which I rather like. So just as there is falling in love, I think there can also be falling in friendship, where you just really vibe with someone right away. But more and more, the context in which I think about it is the context of intentionality. That ultimately the only thing of value in your life are the people around you and the people you kind of collect and cultivate and whatever. And you can't take them for granted. You have to, pay attention there and be intentional about it. And I guess it's a question at one level about friendships, but if we talk about intentionality, then also about relationships and so on and so forth. So since you used that phrase, I'd love to know, how your thinking evolved on that front.
Yeah, I think that I've always been blessed with good friends, and one thing that made me think recently about friendships a lot was your episode with Ranjit, where he mentioned that he finds it puzzling that we are no longer having vertical friendships. And I would like to believe that a lot of my mentors actually over the years have become my friends. Obviously, there is some inherent hierarchy there because, you are older, I've learned from you, but I think I have the liberty of saying certain things that I would say to friends in a certain tone, with a certain language, with a lot of them. I am also intentionally trying to have that relationship with my students. One has to be careful, especially in the modern times with, I don't know, I do worry sometimes that the rightful correction that many of the movements in the West have had with trying to, take notice of certain kinds of abuse that have happened in hierarchical relationships. But I do try to make it a point that I try to be friendly with my students, and especially my PhD students who are much older, and graduate students, and pass on that vertical friendship, that kind of intergenerational mitzvah, to use a Yiddish word that I've had in my life. And I have to be intentional about it. In terms of horizontal friendships, I've been very, very lucky, and I have not really lost many friends. I have, as you said, gone in and out of touch with them. So, one of my closest friends from college, Keshav Banerjee, he's now in Europe. We were debaters. We used to debate together. And, we have a deep bond which gets rekindled every time we meet, which is not very often. But, I regard him as one of my very close friends. And how do you do that? I think I don't know. My father used to say when I was growing up, that the most important thing to manage in a relationship is expectation. Whether it's your spouse, whether it's your best friend, whether it's your parents, because human beings are social creatures. And so no matter how mature, how evolved we are, when we get close, we invariably form expectations. It's just human. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's just how we are. And so as we go along in life, I try to make sure that I manage expectations with people I really care about in ways that I can fulfill them. And in some sense, to the extent possible, have true relationships, or not true, but like good, deep bonds, be non-transactional. At some level, everything is, so I try to differentiate between expectation and transaction. That there's a legitimate expectation that Amit can have from me if we are good friends, and it shouldn't even be an issue, right? You should pick up the phone and ask me a question and so on. And I think you could start a friendship from the level of transactions and then become good friends. But I do try to be intentional about the friends that I have collected over the years and that really matter to me, that actually they should continue to have expectations of me, and I should be there for them, for whatever, whether in personal capacity, whether in emotional capacity, whatever that means. And yeah, friendships, I genuinely believe friendships make life more meaningful. Like I want to have friends from various walks of life. I think one of the problems I've seen with many economist friends of mine is that, early academia is so all-consuming that actually you don't have any friends. If you're spending, this is a joke that went around with Narayan Murthy saying 70-hour. We actually are working, in a 60, 70-hour weeks. We're really, obviously not always, but on many weeks of the year, we're working that much. And so how do you make sure that you hold on to old friendships and you don't confuse professional bonds for friendships? There really aren't.
Is that a danger?
I think there is. For me, I think there is.
And what are the consequences of?
The consequences of it are feeling a sense of loss or sense of control of your place in the world. I was like, wait, I thought we were friends, but we are actually professional friends, which is different. And at least one way I've tried to ameliorate that to some extent is to work with people. By work, I mean have co-authors in research papers who are very good friends, or who I become very good friends with. I intentionally try to, if I'm working with you on a research paper, either we are already reasonably good friends, or it's not a necessary condition, but I would try that our relationship goes, because we're spending so much time together, that our relationship genuinely goes beyond just debating about how this paragraph should be written. And I think that may be the reason why I do feel a sense of friendship with my mentors also, because I worked with them. I worked in a vertical relationship with them sometimes, but I do, and they have also tried to reach out to me at an individual level, and it's not just a professional relationship in some sense, and that makes even the professional part of it much more fulfilling.
There was a wonderful piece of journalism in Scroll recently. I'll link it from the show notes. I forget the name and the name of the author who did a really good job. But it was really about how office environments in the US have changed completely because of this new political climate, and everybody is hyper vigilant and everybody speaks in coded language in a
Yes.
sense. And, before you say one critical thing, you have to say two good things and then two bad things after it. And you have to be careful of what can be interpreted as a microaggression. So you do make no friendly overtures at all. And I wonder how much of that becomes a scene in academia, because when you say that you're a mentor, you obviously want to be friends with all the people that you're mentoring, but it could also be misinterpreted or looked at the other way by people of the opposite sex, and which would actually be very unfair on the women at one level, because if you don't give them the same consideration as a man, like one-on-one meetings when they want to, or take them out for a beer once in a while, it's just not fair. But at the same time, that stuff can be misinterpreted. So how does one sort of walk that minefield? How have you thought about it?
It just happened 20 minutes ago when I was trying to say, and I didn't use those words because I was censoring myself. I wanted to say, well, while the Me Too movement has had some good outcomes, but I just couldn't. I don't know what I said. The listeners would have read between the lines, but I should have just said, instead of saying, "Oh, relationships that have some hierarchy can be abusive," right? So, because now that you said it out loud, I was actually censoring myself. Whereas I think it's perfectly legitimate to say that this has led to some much needed debate and discussion, but it has also led actually to us being a little cautious about, maybe for the good, but definitely it has affected male-female relationships in the workplace. And I think, how have I tried to navigate it? I have tried to check myself as much as possible that I'm not excluding any female colleagues or students from usual intellectual discussions, especially one-on-one. I have instituted I tried to at least, certain norms, which includes keeping the door open of my office always. And sometimes that's counterproductive, actually. And I noticed initially that I was doing it for one gender and not for the other. And I thought this is really bad. Why should I be doing it? So I have now started opening the door for both. And only if the female or the male student requests that they would like the door to be shut, that I do that. So just being intentional about it, so that they don't. Earlier, I would actually close the door immediately because I don't like noise coming in the corridor and so on. I think, as I was mentioning to you before we started recording, that I often have this practice of walking to get coffee with my PhD students, and I did check myself a couple of times whether I should be doing that with both male and female students, and after a few months, I realized I was being irrational, that I was being hyper reacting to it. And then I've started this thing again of where I just, whether it's one student or two students, whether it's male or female, I do walk. But I'm intentional about the fact that they don't feel uncomfortable in simple ways, that it's really an intellectual discussion, and that they should feel open, and if they don't feel comfortable going for a coffee, we can just meet in the office. But most often I've found, whether it's a male or a female student, they actually like taking that walk and getting coffee with me, but a recent episode happened that for example, that made me think. I don't know why I went there, but in an undergraduate class, I mentioned, I was talking about I was talking about axiomatic approaches to thinking, and I said one of the great things that Euclid said, which is kind of obvious to us now, was that two things equal to the same thing are equal to each other. It's an axiom. If x is equal to y and y is equal to z, then x is equal to z. But it's actually a building block of axiomatic thinking. And then suddenly my mind diverted to saying, who said this? Actually, there's a Daniel Day-Lewis playing Lincoln in the movie Lincoln, who I thought was just a brilliant performance, says these lines that and he was saying, obviously, it in the context of slavery, that the two things being, if you agree that you and I are human beings, then it doesn't matter when we are evaluating ourselves to a third criteria. And then there was silence. There was an economics class, and there was silence in class, and I said, I do assume everybody knows who Abraham Lincoln is. This is in America, right? So. And there was silence. There was complete silence. There was 25 students, all freshmen, but they've been so trained, because Abraham Lincoln's legacy is now a little contested because of his sort of attitude towards Native Americans and so on, which is all legitimate. But this is my sense, maybe I'm wrong, but my sense was that they were so hyper controlled that they couldn't even bring themselves to say, yes, we know who Abraham Lincoln was, and he's known for kind of, winning the war and making slavery illegal and so on. They just didn't say it.
This is nuts. Oh my God.
So I'm just saying that the good things versus that it's good that I'm more careful with all kinds of students in my interaction with them, which is the right thing to do. But I just became so upset that day, I was like, guys, Abraham Lincoln, it's okay to say Lincoln did many good things in the world. It's okay to say this. At least for me, it's okay. I'm saying it on your podcast. This should not be contested.
Did anyone push back?
Nobody said anything, it was just, and then I just had to everybody laughed with a nervous laughter, and they're all 18, 19-year-olds, right? And so I'm just surprised.
Kind of, the indoctrination and the fear.
Whatever you want to call it, it was a fear. It was just, I sensed a fear. I could be, I cannot believe that,
all of them believe Lincoln is bad. Just a fear. Who's going to speak up
who's
first?
going to say it exactly? So
but then this creates a cognitive load on you, right? Because you always have to have this layer where you are filtering everything you do, everything you say, and it's just a burden on you. Then it's adding to your 70 hours in a sense.
I think it does, and I think that what I mentioned with respect to the editor talking about Salman Rushdie is that it's okay till we reach a stage where we think that we are not even allowing ourselves to think. Because once we think, then you should decide, Rohit, was it wrong, was it right? Let me think. I haven't sensed this too much in my work yet, but I'm sure it is playing a role in some way or the other. And it was a kind of ad display to some extent in how the hearing went in the US Congress of these presidents of various universities, where, you were kind of stuck between the spirit and the letter of what is considered genocide and what is not. I mean, no, nobody should be calling for genocide of anybody, period. Like, this is it. Like, there's no letter or spirit or
I found that incredibly bizarre that none of those three women could get themselves to say that we condemn genocide.
Yeah, just say that, and then add context. No, you can add context, but just say that. So I was surprised, that
it's horrendous.
And so that, we reach stages like that then.
And it started long ago. But let's shift to a happier environment.
Yes.
And instead of talking about academia, let's talk about, I don't even know if it's a happier environment or a more depressing one. I'll leave it to you to describe the government of India.
Yes.
Where you had stints working in the Ministry of Finance with different economic affairs advisors, which is Raghuram Rajan, Arvind Subramaniam, perhaps more, which I'm not aware of. So you can fill me into that. But tell me about your experience with government, because now this seems another fascinating shift. That you've gone to America, you've expanded your gaze in terms of economic theory and everything, you must be pretty solid, but everything is still kind of up in the air and in your head. And now you are actually in the ministry, in the belly of the beast, back in India, where everything has consequences. And what is it? What do you see? What did you expect? What did you see? What was it like? Give me a sense of all the insights that you got during this period.
I mean, the two stints were somewhat different. That I think when I was working with Raghu, I was very lost. Not the work that the particular work that we were doing, but I was very lost in terms of what is this world? Everything seems so important, like for a PhD student who never entered a government office, because it was relatively, I won't say high stakes, but it was relatively seemingly high importance, right? Like, you were in these meetings and I was supposed to be taking notes, and and there's this like finance secretary sitting there. Occasionally there was Mr. Chidambaram, who was the finance minister at that time, and there were these economist meetings. There was meetings with the IMF and whatnot, right? So, and Raghu was reasonably well recognized, right? Like, and so it was interesting, and it took me a while to find my feet, and so I think that my first impression was one of wonderment that how that things got done, because that on the outside one goes with this impression that nothing happens in the government, but actually I was quite surprised by everybody was well intentioned, everybody was trying to do something from whatever their faculties and positions would allow. And stuff was more, I mean, I was a little annoyed by, I think I'd become a little American by then. So I was a little annoyed by how late everything started. Like, why can't you be in office at 8? Like, I don't get it. Like, what is going on? Like, sometimes I would get there at 8:30 and the the cleaners would come at 9 and, I would still be there. And then 10 o'clock, people would trickle in. To both Mr. Chidambaram and Mr. Jaitley's credit, who were the finance ministers at my two different stints, they were in the office quite on time and early. But that was my main, I didn't understand, that what's going on. And then why do you have to stay till late? Only if you just came early, we could just finish at 5.
Yeah.
Just because you're coming at 11, why am I supposed to stay till 9? This frustration that I had with this work culture thing that took me a while to adjust to. But in terms of just the process of government, that was the first time I participated in some way with some distance or in the budget making process. That was very interesting, how the meetings happened with various stakeholders. They happen every year between the finance minister and, people, economists, industry people, NGOs. Everybody gets like this one round table. Discussions happen. And I realized the budget per se is actually just an accounting exercise, but it's become culture to discuss policy issues around that time. It's not so much, I don't think the budget, and we should stop actually treating the budget as a policy document. It shouldn't be. It should be. In no other country of the world, the budget is treated as some kind of major policy announcement exercise. It's just that in 91, we had this crisis and Manmohan Singh gave this legendary speech. Obviously, the culture existed pre then also, that we have started expecting somehow the budget to be the site of all reforms. It shouldn't be. It cannot be. The reform process is a continuing process. And so that I found quite interesting that it was used. So I reconciled it to myself that it's an occasion that the finance minister chooses to interact with various stakeholders in a systematic way. It was apparent to me, even at that time, that there was a problem with having full-time, non-bureaucratic talent enter the ministry. I think the CEA's position is an exception, and even that is, more political than it should be. That should be just a person who gives honest advice to the government. That's what the role of that position should be. But I really felt that most of the IAS officers I met were really good. They were very professional. They knew their stuff. But it was clear to me, even at that time, but to run a ministry as important and as professional and as high stakes as the finance ministry, I didn't even know what's going on in South Bloc, in the defense ministry and foreign ministry. And you need professionals. You just cannot, you can't put me in health ministry and expect that I will understand nuances of medicine, right? I can understand nuances of health economics, right? You need someone who's very professional, who's spent their whole life studying tax or whatever. There's so many aspects of the finance ministry, right? You need, and not just one, you need, if you have Raghuram Rajan as a chief economic advisor, you need to have mandate and space in the Ministry of Finance for him to be able to hire 20, 30 economists. This thing doesn't, it's ad hoc. Somebody will come, they will hire a few people here and there. You need a very professionally run, they keep tinkering around with this idea of lateral entry, but I think this is just high time. I think it's just high time that it was clear to me, even as a young person there, that you needed a deeper expertise in the Ministry of Finance. I learned in that stint a lot about Delhi policy world, what the Prime Minister jokingly and with I would say the right amount of disdain calls the Khan Market gang. I think some of it is legitimate. I did think that it was because I was really an outsider in that world, and I was like, what is going on? It was just bizarre to me because I was I think it was because of the stature that maybe Raghu had and whatever is, because I got associated with him and then later with Arvind, that somehow I was allowed entry into certain worlds and certain parties and certain whatever. But I was just like, what is going on? This is just like self-absorption and self-importance to a level which...
Tell me more. Give me details.
I don't remember particular. It's just certain instances that... for example, what I really liked about both Raghu and Arvind was that they just had no patience for this world. Maybe as good Tambram boys, or I don't know what it is. They both of them. at least I never went to any gathering with them where, but it was the ecosphere around, like, the journalistic world, what Tavleen Singh disparagingly calls Darbari culture, right? It's some merit to it, actually. This is just bizarre. Like, you're important. When you say Delhi is for the first time I saw what it means in Delhi to be kind of, to your importance being attached to how many degrees of freedom you are from the seat of power. I don't know how to explain it, but it's there. It's very much in this narrow world, not in the entire city of Delhi, but it's just in this narrow world that derives its importance. It's not specific to Congress. It's not specific to BJP. It's specific to Delhi and the culture of power. That, like, I had a meeting with the FM. I had a meeting with the PM calls on me or phone. It's like, so what? Like, it's just... can we not talk about this in the evening? We did this the whole day, and so that I think was something I saw. Even though I'd grown up in Delhi, I'd never seen this world because we just were never part of it. And so I saw this world for the first time from a distance, but there was some positive sides to it as well. I met some wonderful people who are, my friends. Pranjul, I met Pranjul Bhandari, who's now the chief India and Indonesia economist of HSBC. She was also working for Raghu at that time. We became very good friends, and even her husband Varad, we are all good friends. So I made some friendships that at that time, which sort of cut across this illusion. In fact, it was Pranjul who introduced me to certain writings of Adi Shankaracharya, and we used to say, after some policy meetings, we would come back, we used to share an office, and we would, this famous line that Adi Shankaracharya said, Jagat mithya hai, aham brahmasmi. The world is an illusion, I am the only reality. So we would just joke to each other, like some fluff was being said in some meeting, we would come back to each other and say, Jagat mithya hai. It's like, nobody knows what they're talking about, but it's just like everybody's talking in the air. It's a lot of that in policy world. When I came back to work with Arvind, I think I knew more of what I was doing, and I was a more sort of relatively senior member of his team in that sense. And it was a much larger team. And I think because Raghu had left to go to the RBI, Arvind, I think, sort of, it seemed like, at least Jaitley ji was very fond of him. It was clear that he was there for a few years and that he had so he sort of built a team and we worked with him. I was already in Cambridge at that time, so I was kind of more or less in and out, but I helped him a little bit build the team and it was very fascinating. Again, like as you were saying before, before we started recording, that there is a certain continuity in Indian bureaucracy because I saw this transition. Right now, Jaitley ji was the finance minister, a new government was in power, but there was definitely a certain kind of continuity which may have suffered after Jaitley ji passed away, but I think there was definitely this continuity, and then Arvind had these ideas that he wanted to implement, and it was a lot of fun. We definitely wrote a lot of things that we are very proud of till today. One thing that I am very proud of, which we worked on, was this chapter on the problem of exit. I remember we had this line that I really liked, which we tried to describe the evolution of this thinking of the state on markets. Where we said that the Indian, basically the Indian ethos has gone from, or the state ethos has gone from socialism without entry to capitalism without exit. This idea that you're not allowed to exit, there's certain things are not working, whether they're schemes, whether they're firms. You see this irregularity in Indian firm level data that neither do firms grow very large, nor do they become bankrupt. So there are kind of a lot of middling firms in India, which is very problematic actually. So these are things like, they seem like good ideas to be working on, and an interaction with. I already saw, some change in people's perceptions, but to be honest, they were mostly outside government than inside it. I definitely remember first economic survey we were writing, I called up this person and I said, you've done this analysis, we want to include it in the economic survey. Can you help us update it? And we'll give you credit, we'll name you in the economic survey and so on. And this person just refused. And I said, why are you refusing? It's an important document. People read it. It has a wide circulation. And he said, I don't want to do anything that is related to the BJP government or this government. And that was my first taste of not that ideology doesn't matter. Like, it's just the idea that no, but this is not government. This is the state. I am part of the state. like I was contracted. I was not a full-time employee of the government, but I was in some sense a part of the state, right? And the first time I was a bit jolted that maybe in people's perceptions I'm part of the government and not part of the state. I was like, this is an important piece of information. We want to update it. This is an important idea. It doesn't matter whether, in my mind, it still doesn't matter whether the BJP government or the Congress government is putting it out there, as long as I think it's an important idea. And what happens is that when it has the voice of a government, it gets amplified. So your idea reaches more people. This is very important. It's not just writing a journal article, it's actually putting it in the economic survey that a lot of people are going to read. And that was a learning experience for me also, this idea that mean sometimes in people's minds, maybe it's healthy to differentiate sometimes and it's unhealthy sometimes. But in that moment, I definitely felt the distinction was warranted, that we were doing it as part of the state, that we were employees of the state and trying to put out an idea. Yeah, I think. But overall, my experience in working with after that, I haven't engaged directly with the state or the government in any way. But both those experiences were very formative in some sense and for me, very satisfying. Like I think we were able to do certain things that, whatever. As I said, were able to feed the ecosphere of ideas, and to expect certain things to change because of something that you did is asking for too much. The humility says that at some point, if something happens because of you, something you may have written, that's more than you can ask for.
Jagat Mithya.
Jagat Mithya.
Yeah. No, and what you said about the person responding that way sounds so familiar, because I think many people don't realize, and I didn't realize till recently, frankly, that 90% of what any government does is not really the political party in charge. It's the deep state, the continuous deep state bureaucracy that's been there forever. And if you're lucky, they're doing good things. If you're unlucky, it's kind of moribund. I had that great episode on YouTube, The Reformers, where we spoke about that continuous line of bureaucrats and the politicians who helped each other out from different parties, and that's all gone to hell in 2015. Here's a question I want to ask you, that I want to know about what is the default culture in the place, not culture in terms of office culture and so on, but in terms of thinking. Like, how does one think about it? Is there still, like, my point with people like AP Krishnan and Ajay Shah always is that you guys are outlier. We are lucky we had you, but you're outliers. The default culture is still statism. It's still the socialist hangover. It's still that, and that runs everything. So you might have brilliant people with great intentions, all trying to work together for a common cause. None of that add out. I have met many people within the system who are wonderful people. But despite all of this, and without politics even coming into the picture, things go to hell because of that default sort of DNA of the system that we built. So tell me a bit about your thoughts on this.
I completely agree with that. I think it's very hard to. I'll try to think of some specific examples, but I definitely felt in my 2 stints with the government that the ethos of the Indian state is socialist. There's just no 2 ways about it. It is, and you have to churn at it. You have to chip away at it very slowly, and that's one thing I learned from couple of personal conversations with Montec is that you need to have the patience that Montec did to chip away, and that the moment arrives, and when the moment arrives, you should be ready with the idea. You cannot control when the moment arrives, and so I think that to reform the ethos of the Indian state, you need to reform what constitutes the Indian state. And that is where I think that this idea that you just need to populate it with a lot of people who are not statist. And this is not rocket science. You need people who think differently, who are trained differently, because even if you put one person who's very good into a system, they start behaving like the system no matter how good they are, because that's just their mandate. That's how they are supposed to work.
It's Stockholm syndrome. You see it playing out in American universities. You see it playing out in the state.
It's very difficult to, and so you need a critical mass of people, who bring fresh ideas, and so the way I think about this, and I think Pranjul and I wrote about this in our essay on economic liberalization, is that the way reform happens globally, but definitely in India, is 3 things matter. One is this Schumpeterian idea of creative destruction. The second, unfortunately, is the idea of an optimal crisis. And the third is the role of personality. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Creative destruction means that you are so sluggish at endogenously creating change that you have to wait for the system to collapse and you build a new system. You look at Indian higher education, right? I have sort of longed for long that somehow the public education system, because it is so egalitarian in certain ways, gets reformed. But actually, to be honest, I'm nearing almost giving up hope. And I think that unfortunately, the hope can only come from the private sector now. I hope I'm wrong, but given the way Indian higher education has gone, public higher education has gone, so creative destruction is this idea that you destroy existing structures and build new ones on top of it. Now, when can you do that, right? An optimal crisis, as Albert Hirschman described, is basically a situation where the crisis is deep enough to provoke change, but not so deep as to kill the means to make that change. Right, so 1991 was an optimal kind of crisis. I hope we are nearing. I hope and don't hope we're nearing an optimal crisis in higher education in India. And the third is I think personalities matter a lot. You can have creative destruction tendencies in the economy. You could have an optimal crisis pass you by. I would argue that both creative destruction and optimal crisis were at play after COVID. The time was ripe to overhaul Indian medical and health system, and we just let it pass. I don't think we could have gotten a more important moment in global history than to look back and say, boss, what happened? What were the chinks in the armor? And we had a good analogy, actually. We say this in the book also with Raghu, that if you compare India's performance in medically before the crisis and after in our vaccination, we did much better in vaccination because actually we had institutional knowledge of how to vaccinate large number of people. It's not a coincidence that India, despite its complexity, was much better at vaccinating people than actually managing COVID. It's not because of one person, whether it's the PM or the CM or whoever, right? It's because we had institutional memory. And this is something that Ajay said in his show with you also on health. It's not, this is stuff that that requires experts, that requires a kind of crisis to then convert it into and we really let that moment pass. And I think the Indian state, I don't know what an optimal crisis would look like for it to let go of its really, very disturbing and outdated socialistic ethos, and to see itself more as an arbiter and regulator of sorts. I think the motion had been set in place in the Narasimha Rao and Vajpayee years, and I think we have gone back quite a bit in the last few years.
On that note, I think we need a break. Let's take a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we'll finally start inching towards talking about your book. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs Rs 10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. You can tell when an economist is playing the long game when he begins recording with me, because you have to play the long game. Rohit Lamba is still here with me, and we are going to continue doing poetry.
Welcome back. This is the third part of the podcast where we will hopefully talk about the book now. But let's start with the poem. So this is a poem I wrote on one of the Independence Days a long time ago. It goes like the following. तुम पुरातन हो, तुम युवा भी हो, तुम मेरी हो, तुम उनकी भी हो, तुम हिंद हो, हिंदू नहीं, तुम निरंतर हो जो कभी ना थमी, तुम दुनिया का पहला तट थी, तुम उसका अगला सरपंच भी, तुम जो तिरंगे पर ना झुके उसका भी उद्धार करो, तुम में समस्त संसार का सहज समाए, तुम धर्म का प्रतीक एकता की मिसाल बनो, तुम आधीन नहीं आजाद हो, तुम अब आजाद बनो.
Wow. You write poetry also?
Yeah, once in a while.
Remarkable. Anything else?
No, I think we should jump to the book.
We can jump to the book. So let's, before we actually jump to the book,
Mhm.
let's tell me about how the idea of the book gradually, took shape in your and Raghu's head. Like, how did it come about? Why did you decide to write it? Why did you decide to write it together? Just take me through the whole thought process.
So as I said, I think I worked. I worked with Raghu during 2012 to 13. I think, yeah, when I was a PhD student and he was the CEA. And when he moved to RBI, I moved back, and we kind of, he was doing his thing, I was doing my thing, and we would keep in touch, regularly. Actually, would almost there was like almost for a few years in between, there was this tradition that I would go to my friend Jacob's house, who I had mentioned before, who happens to be in house happens to be in Chicago, and so I would go to. There was almost every year I was going to Chicago, and Raghu, because his family would kind of converge home with his kids at Thanksgiving, so he would always be in Chicago. So we would actually meet. So Thanksgiving is on Thursday, so I think for almost few years in a row, every Tuesday before Thanksgiving, we would meet, have lunch, kind of catch up. I mean, we'd catch up on email also, but we'll definitely meet in person. And we'd obviously almost always talk about India and the Indian economy, Indian society, text around Indian literature and so on. And, this back and forth continued for many years. We kept in touch, and it was really during COVID that we started talking much more formally about writing about the Indian economy. And so we kind of had, and sort of we started doing that by having Zoom sessions with a lot of friends and colleagues, and across disciplines, not just in economics, but political science, history. Srinath was one of them, about various aspects of Indian policy making, politics, economics, history. And then slowly, then the two of us decided to start writing op-eds. And so we wrote op-eds in the Times of India for a couple of years. And then Raghu had this idea that we had firmed up an understanding of political economy for current times, and then we should convert that into a book. And we went back and forth a lot about what this book could be, what shape it would take, and as I had mentioned before, I was a bit reluctant, not because I didn't believe in the idea of the book, but because I was a bit unsure about its place in my career currently. Like, should I actually pursue a book which is of a wider interest, is not theoretical, because, and so on. And he convinced me actually that one should do what one thinks is right, and hopefully the world kind of comes around to it, and so that that's kind of the encouragement I needed. I think, yeah, once then we set ourselves, and the question was, we wrote down a kind of a book outline and approached a few publishers in India. And then it was really that we were keen that the book comes out basically towards the end of 2023, because we wanted it to have a few months for it to germinate, both before the elections, but also just in terms of the discourse elevates before something as important as the national elections. Yeah, and then I think we just kind of work backwards from there towards the middle of sort of the first, I would say, quarter of 2023, around March, April. We had the outline done, and then we basically spent the entire summer writing it, going back and forth. That was a fun process. I think probably handed the first draft of the book to Penguin around July, August, and they did a pretty good job. And we had a great editor in Radhika Marwa in basically turning the book around by December. And as I had mentioned, we were very keen that the Hindi edition be released, if not immediately. I think it released on December 17th or something like that, and then the English one released on December 7th. So I think we were able to keep a close enough sequence of the two languages.
And what I found delightful is that you've already sold out of the first edition of the Hindi,
the
first print run of the Hindi edition. So well done. That's exactly what the world needs. How was the process of writing? Like, I'm always interested in when two people write something, how does it work? Like in the Shah and Kelkar book, In Service of the Republic, the content is both of them equally, but the writing is basically Ajay. Which is a convenient thing. When I co-write an article with someone, what will normally happen is that we'll just brainstorm it all the way, but then just because I'm quicker and it's easier for me, I've done the actual writing. So in your case, how did that work out, and also how did how did the seniority effect play out, in the sense that you might be friends now, but he was your boss once. He is in that sense a couple of decades ahead of you. So is that something that kind of played in your mind? Was there how were those dynamics, and how did you write it?
All of it played in my mind. I think it was. I think that's why it helped that we had actually written maybe I think 10 pieces or so in the Times of India, maybe a little. I think 8 to 10 pieces in the Times of India. So we had gone through the process of writing together a bit. So there was definitely a mutual trust. I have to give credit to Raghu in the sense that there was, especially when the book project started, he was, even though in the op-ed sequence, I think we had gone up to a kind of level in the sense that the hierarchy had seemed to disappear, in the sense that we were writing as equals and so on. Sometimes he would write the first draft, sometimes I would write the first draft, and we would kind of not be afraid to pack punches at each other. If we didn't agree with something, we were both very keen that whatever product came out, we both believed in it. I think once the book project started, I realized how much ahead he was. The years showed. The experience of what it means to write. He would tell me, just write the first draft. The 10th draft is going to, 20th draft is going to be the final one. So I would take longer to write the first draft because of my inexperience, not because I was like writing something deeper or, so the idea that just get it out of the way, and then I'll take a pass at it, then you'll take a pass at it. That's how book co-authorship works. Op-ed is easier because 800 words, right? So my inexperience showed, and he was patient with it. But I think what was more that he encouraged me to really take a go and a crack at his first drafts. He was obviously doing it in mind. Like he was not, he was just like, this is wrong, this is not interesting. But I think what he needed from me, which took me a few weeks, if not a month, to really get comfortable in saying, Raghu, I don't agree with this. Or I don't think this is coming out well, or I think this is too technical. And initially, because especially the initial drafts, we were also calibrating how technical it should be and how accessible it should be, how simplistic and simple, because there's a difference between being simple and simplistic. That I think took a while to calibrate. And, I think at some point, I definitely thought the hierarchy was for the outer world, and at least between the two of us, it is an interesting experience because you go from kind of, almost idealizing someone to getting to know them, then them becoming their mentor, then you becoming a co-author, and then somehow becoming or attempting to become an intellectual partner, equal. That I think is a very interesting process, actually.
And I feel like you look after him in his old age, so it's fine.
Yeah,
that's the way the cycle plays
this
out.
is the Indian social contract, right?
Yeah, that's the way the cycle plays out. I'm very interested also in what you were talking about, calibrating the tone of the book. I'm interested in how you arrived at the voice for the book and how you decided to pitch it, because who is it for? At one level, you could just be writing for fellow elites. At another level, you could say, I want to reach a mass audience. And I'm guessing because of the insistence of publishing in Hindi at the same time, and I absolutely salute this decision, it's pitched towards a mass audience. And like you said, the problem, that gap between simple and simplistic and avoiding the curse of knowledge, as it were, they're all very real things. But what was the process like of arriving at the voice for the book and getting just the right pitch, that this is how much we explain, this is how much jargon we use? How did that work out?
I mean, it was a continuous process. I think we were clear that we're clear about a few things. We were clear we're not writing, forget about economists, we're clear we're not even just writing for social scientists. We're clear about that. We are writing for a much broader audience. We're writing for anyone who has some experience reading and is kind of curious about public policy. I think that would be our kind of audience. And our goal was to do that in a way that we don't lose the social scientist. And that's a very hard task to do. And I think what we settled on was not avoiding using jargon, but defining it as much as possible. And then using as many examples as we can. So, both in terms of real life examples and abstract examples, when we talk about structural transformation, we talk about Punjab as to, how Punjab was ripe for structural transformation, in the sense that going from an agrarian surplus economy to manufacturing, Ludhiana was already some sort of a manufacturing powerhouse, and then kind of how it loses its way, right? So it concrete examples to whenever we're introducing concepts which are technical, like structural transformation. That was the key. And I think that we learned along the way. When we used a couple of examples for a few concepts, we're like, wait, this seems to be working. And And I think, obviously, editors and both at our homes, his wife, my wife, and our actual editor Radhika, they were very, very helpful and constantly engaged in keeping us on our toes about what is the right level of simplicity in the arguments. And then in part 3 of the book, for example, we kind of delve into a conversation between an editor and a writer, which is again a way of trying to communicate complex ideas in a very different way. So it was a mixture of all approaches. I still don't know if we pitched it at the right level, but at least when we finished writing it, we thought it was it. Yeah, we wanted to do what we did.
No, I mean, I enjoyed it. I do think that you succeeded in pitching it for a wider audience. It walks that tightrope really well. How did you find the balance between description and prescription? Because on the one hand, you could say that, look, most people don't even know what the problems are. Let's just get into the description so at least we can start there, and that's a baseline. And the description, especially for people like you guys, is really pretty easy to do. It's not rocket science. The prescription gets a little bit more complicated because there you enter subjective territory. Some prescriptions could be deeply counterintuitive, especially because in India, people's intuitions are if there's a problem, the state should step in to solve it. And in many cases, your prescription correctly is that no, that is a problem, get out of the way. And also, even at prescriptions, I can see two kinds of prescriptions. One is a utopian one, ki aisa hona chahiye, and you point to the equilibrium, which is ideal. But the point is, the other is a really practical gradualism kind of prescription where you take the political economy into account and then you talk about it, which would get too complicated for a book like this. So you didn't really get into those particular weeds, and I get that. But just in terms of trying to figure out that balance, like what is the mission of the book? Is the mission of the book to tell people what is this economy, how does it work, and where is it? Or is the mission of the book to show the road ahead and say this is like our manifesto?
I think it's both, right? So, and again, the balance was calibrated over multiple drafts. I think we were very clear that we are of the opinion that the current path, by that I don't mean that path in the last 5 years, 10 years, or even 15 years, just the general gist, the trend where we are going is not the right path in many ways. And so to do that, we have to first describe what the traditional wisdom is. And when we were being prescriptive, we were worried about being too preachy. And so the approach, at least we tried to take, was to prescribe principles as much as possible rather than specific solutions. Obviously, when you're describing principles, you have examples of solutions. If you want healthier kids, you should probably upgrade your Anganwadi system and so on, right? So, but the principle is that India should really obsessively focus on early childhood health. Now, how to do that? That's a principle, and I think that's as said as it seems like a truism, but actually we're doing very poorly on it. So I think we did try to balance this thing between description and prescription. But to be honest, what I've noticed is that for a lot of people, even the description was novel, which surprises me because, as you're saying, that if you're more in the expert territory, you think descriptions are banal. But even a well-done description actually has a large audience because it maybe helps them understand what something is a genuine problem and the scale of it.
No, in all these years as a columnist, I've realized that the curse of knowledge is real. That we'll think so many people are so freaking obvious, you don't need to say it.
Yeah.
But you're running on deadline, so you'll say something obvious anyway. And then you'll get email from people saying that was a TIL for me, or I've never thought of it before.
Yeah. I think, and I think it's nothing to say about their lack of understanding. People have busy lives. They're trying to understand puzzles that affect their daily lives, day-to-day life, right? So zooming out and talking about issues of public policy, I think describing well is an art in itself. That's one of my learning experiences of writing the book. Everybody would tell you that doing prescription well is an important intellectual exercise, but actually what I learned was that just describing well is also equally important.
Yeah, you could say a good prescription could depend on being good economist, but a good description requires being a good writer to begin with. And that's kind of the first step. How was that phase for you? Like, your progression and, polishing the craft of writing that you were doing, how was it for you? And also, what happens is when two writers write together, they'll often have different voices when they sit down to write, different rhythms, so how do you kind of reconcile that? Because within the book, everything read like the same voice. There was no space where I could tell that, oh, this is clearly a different person. So how does one arrive at that? And in your personal journey in particular, how is it arriving at the craft, especially when being part of the academia? You are surrounded by jargon everywhere. And
I mean, it's thanks. I take that as a compliment in the sense that I think we really tried to complement styles in the sense that, as I said, I think we were very clear that no matter who writes the first draft, the other person gets a serious crack at it. So I think that's what led to the continuity in language and thought. Like even sometimes I don't remember which part, which particular paragraph or part I wrote or he wrote. And I think, and we were keen on that it shouldn't look like a collection of essays, so to say. There should be some continuity in thought. So this is again a sameness of objective, right? Like we were both clear that we will minimize each other's jargon. This is a very specific objective that we kept repeating to each other, because no matter how hard we tried, a lot of the times things became jargony. Even when we were writing about things which were strictly outside the economic realm, like foreign policy, because we're so exposed often to certain terminologies and certain ideas that actually, and it became clear to me actually how much jargon we use in our writing when I was reading the Hindi translation. Because as the chapters were coming in for approval, because there's certain things which are so jargony that it's very difficult for the Hindi translator to find the right expressions.
And even non-jargony thing, like you mentioned earlier at services and seva.
Exactly, right? Yeah. So to simplify that, how do you do that? And even, we had this one instant where I think Raghu had written a line, or I think Raghu had written a line where he used something like, I'll be in the neck of your woods next week.
Your neck of the woods.
No, your neck of the woods next week. And the Hindi translation came back as, मैं अगले हफ्ते तुम्हारे जंगल में होंगी. I literally be, and so it's not that it's nobody's fault, right? It's just that this expression is an idiom. It's not jargon, but it's an idiom,
yeah.
right? So what I realized is how much of our conversation is in idioms, even when we write, and so does everybody understand what being in the? It's a very American expression. I don't know what it is, but does everybody actually understand what that means? And it made me think a lot, actually, because I was going through very carefully the translation. So I think we tried to minimize. Obviously, using idioms well is a form of good writing, but it did really force us to correct and calibrate at least our economic jargon.
So let's talk about the book itself, and let's give me a historical perspective to how we should look at India relative to the neighborhood. Like at one point you point out that in 1961, our income per person was $86, South Korea was $94, China was $76, same ballpark. And then you say that, India's income per person today is $2,300, China's is $12,500, Korea's is $35,000, right? And giving the context for how this happened is what you begin your book with, in fact. So tell me a little bit about that. How is it that these guys zoomed ahead and we didn't?
See, for this, I think the backdrop of this is not just economics, it's political economy, right? So if you look at most countries of the world, especially in the West, they kind of there's a sequence in which politics and economics works, which is that countries become more democratic and grow further almost kind of gradually. So Arvind Subramaniam and I have this chart in our paper where we plot growth in development time on the x-axis and democracy index on the y-axis. And what you see is that US and UK are like these two crawling lines that are going slowly from the southwest to the northeast of the graph. Korea is interesting because it also crawls, but actually it condenses a lot of the growth that US and UK were able to achieve over 150 years in 30-40 years. But it does so in semi-democratic circumstances and eventually becomes democratic. China and India are outliers in the sense that China is on the kind of, bottom of this graph in the sense that it does grow rapidly in terms of the x-axis, but on the y-axis its score is almost zero because it continues to be non-democratic in a very robust way. India, on the other hand, is somewhere at the top of the y-axis, but its growth is slower than all. It's faster than US and UK over time, but it's actually much slower than Korea and China. But it continues to be a democracy, except barring a few years in the middle. Broadly, a robust democracy, and so one thing you notice is that China and Korea, especially China, is able to make this what economists call structural transformation. What is structural transformation? It is the process by which post-industrial revolution, most countries have grown from surplus in agriculture to low-skill manufacturing, and then high-skill manufacturing and high-skill services. And China is remarkable because it was able to do this first step of the transition in almost 30 years. Right, which is very, very remarkable. They were able to pull out hundreds and millions of people from poverty doing this transition under a broadly autocratic regime. And Korea too was able to do the first step of the transition, and actually it has now successfully moved to the entire kind of gamut, going to high-skill manufacturing and services, under first an autocratic regime, and then now it's broadly a pretty robust democracy. And the question in India stands, I already told you why it stands as an aberration politically in the sequence of politics and economics, but it also within the category of economics, it does stand as an outlier in that it kind of goes from agriculture to as the largest sector of the economy, both in terms of employment and in terms of economic output, to high-skilled services, which is a remarkable, right? I mean, it's almost unique in recent world history. What do I mean by that? I mean that you go from agriculture being the largest component in the economy to stuff like IT and not tourism, but like IT and IT-enabled services and finance and consulting and so on. So, and we never really, it's not that India doesn't do manufacturing well, it's just that it never does it at a scale that China and Korea were able to do, both in terms of fraction of employment and in terms of its fraction of GDP. That makes India an outlier. Now, is that the reason why we didn't grow as rapidly as China and Korea? Probably. We provocatively even say in the book, did India democratize too early? It's not a moral question. It's just a factual question. Given the way these transition works, probably. Could the first step of the structural transformation happened under non-democratic regimes? Given, who knows, because counterfactuals are very hard, it is entirely possible that they could have. There are certain cultural differences between China and India, and so it's to be seen. Culture is a big, hard variable to measure. What role would it have played had India tried to espouse a China growth path in the 70s and 80s? But what is interesting is that when China sets out on this path, and Korea too, they're competing with Japanese and, more importantly, American and Western European labor. And so the labor arbitrage is just massive. And it is concomitant with the time when global movements of goods becomes very cheap. So shipping technology, fuel prices, all this stuff that goes to rock bottom. So the cost of, if you're able to produce at scale, it makes much more sense to produce something in far away cheaper China than, let's say, in your backyard in the United States. And so China and Korea, and China, more recently, build in the backdrop of this reality. Now, the question we ask is, you can ask two questions, right? Why didn't India, as you asked, why didn't India grow as much as it did? And part of the reason is our obsession. You may say China is a socialist country, but actually Deng Xiaoping dismantles socialist ideals so clinically within the economic realm, right? So, which India just wasn't able to. And the second is that, it's probable that given the pressures of a democracy, we were not able to do certain things that China was able to do. Now, the question that we ask in the book is that given where we are at today, does it make sense for us to turn the bus, not just in economics, but also in politics? That should a semi-fetishism with authoritarianism, because somehow it will give us the goods in low-skill manufacturing, justified? And then, we try to give our opinion on it.
So I have a fascinating narrative, and I have a sort of a bunch of responses, and The first of my responses is that when people make grand narratives about nation states and economies and all that, I just think that, my God, you have such a limited sample size to go on. It's a couple of centuries of a handful of countries, and on that sample size, you come up with narratives like what is the path to growth? First, you do agriculture, then you do manufacturing, then you do services, you fix an order. You may even fix a speed, as you guys have pointed out in your book. In the 19th century, the growth was actually much slower because of obvious reasons. And then in the 20th century, the East Asian tigers grew much faster. So already the narrative is being subverted. So, number one, as you point out, you should not take for granted that that manufacturing step is necessary. At the way that I see it, this was a story we told ourselves based on a limited sample size, and there is no reason that this is the only structure and the only way forward for growth. As far as the democracy point is concerned, it's a provocative point. My feeling is that it may not have made a difference because it really depends on luck in terms of who is your authoritarian leader. If it was Nehru, he was a creature of the fashion of the times. He would have done what he did. His economic actions were a huge mistake and set us back, but his intent was good. I don't really blame him. Indira Gandhi, on the other hand, I think was a complete sociopath who was going for electoral gain. And forget her emergency. I think, and I think you agree with me, that her economic policies were worse. They were a crime on humanity. They kept hundreds of millions of people in poverty for decades longer than necessary. And in fact, they held manufacturing back, because the truth of the matter is that low cost labor should have been our advantage. That arbitrage advantage should have been seized by us long before Deng woke up and saw the light. And instead, with a variety of terrible regulations with bad incentives, including those labor laws we spoke of earlier, we just never managed to grow. We never managed to scale, and therefore Indian manufacturing never took off. And now, though people say that, kind of free them, your argument is that, look, you can skip manufacturing and move ahead, and you don't need that part of the puzzle. So explain that to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. What I was trying to say is that you can have a provocative hypothesis. I'm not saying the hypothesis would be correct.
No, I love provocative because it makes everyone think. So I love that.
So I think there's an extensive margin of who would have been the leader, but actually even the leader would behave differently under an autocratic versus a democratic. How would have Indira Gandhi behaved had she did not have the pressure of winning an election? Who knows, right? What would have Nehru done? And at no point am I prescribing for it, because I'm actually not talking about the moral argument, right? Which obviously for democracy, which is very good. So I think you put the right context in there, which is that and this is what I was saying. As human beings, we like to tell ourselves stories, which is what I call theoretical constructions. And I think one theoretical construction we built for ourselves was this construction of structural transformation, because it broadly fits the narrative of nation-state development post-industrial revolution, and especially after World War II. What we are saying in the book is you're right, is that we try to be constructive, that this narrative is could have been a coincidence. It is absolutely not necessary for you to go through the standard route, and it doesn't even have to be that you go from agriculture to low-skill manufacturing services. It could even just be that you go from agriculture to both some kind of khichdi of manufacturing and services at the same time, right? That already will be an outlier to the way most countries have developed. And what we're saying is that you have already started cooking the khichdi. This is the Indian way, which we call and I'm not saying this is a positive or negative thing. This is just how things have evolved. And to have that perception that, no, boss, I know because this is how China grew, so must I, is just the most, not only the wrong, it's just lazy and bereft of creative ideas. Why we grew. We can delve a bit deeper into it beyond the autocracy element. There are actually many other reasons. China had, and Korea had, a ready-made, mediocre, moderately skilled labor force, educated labor force that India just did not have. So Nehru, for good or for worse, emphasized higher education much more than investing big time in primary education. And so we developed this weird comparative advantage in high skilled labor, a lot of it which actually went abroad, right? So and so once we developed this comparative advantage in certain kinds of high skilled services. By the way, we've also gone up the ladder within services. It's not like that we are still just doing call center, and somehow people have this vision that services means that we're just answering calls of people in Western Europe and the US. If you look at the quality of our global capability centers, JP Morgan, Walmart have the biggest offices outside the US and India. So we've really grown up the ladder even in terms of services. And what we're saying in the book is that, see, there are two kinds of services that are not the same, but India has a comparative advantage, has developed a comparative advantage in both. One is a direct service. What's a direct service? A direct service is tele-education, or for example, you're working in the JP Morgan India office and you're providing services to clients in the US, or even you're a consulting firm and you're making a presentation to your clients in London. This is all direct services, right? And this is a huge industry in India already, simply because of the labor arbitrage. I have a student in the US who graduates at age 21, 22 with a degree in economics and finance. A firm has to pay him or her $150,000 to $200,000 in New York for a starting salary, right? So $150,000. The same person will do 90% of the job in Bangalore for $40,000, $50,000. Right, the labor arbitrage is huge, and therefore it's no surprise that these jobs are coming at the pace at which they are in India. The other kind of service, which actually is very connected to manufacturing, is what we call in the book services embedded in manufacturing. Right, so think of the quintessential manufactured product, the car. Right, when you think of the car, some people have in their minds this sort of assembly line of Ford where thousands of people are employed on a factory floor. It just doesn't work like that anymore. So take the most modern car, I guess in some sense, the Tesla car. It has 50 to 60 million lines of code written into it. So what is that activity? If Amit is writing code for the Tesla car, that's what economists call an intermediate good. A car is a final good. An intermediate good is all the components that go into building a car, which is finished products in their own way.
Let me let you into a secret right now.
Yeah.
All my listeners will be delighted to know this. In fact, I am in fact writing code for one of the Tesla cars. And whenever you set off on a long journey in that car, which is going to last 6 or 7 hours, the car asks you, tell me about your childhood.
And Scene of the Unseen starts.
Yeah. No. It's a conversation between the car and you.
Yeah, I see. That's designed by Amit. Yeah. So sometimes it comes 1 hour, 2 hours into the ride. So it doesn't always come at the inception of it. So, so I think what we're trying to explain is that this is also manufacturing in some sense. You might categorize it as a service, but it actually is going into the quintessential manufactured product, which is a car. There's also a lot of activity now in India. One of the examples we give in the book is about Lenskart, for example, which a lot of people living in urban India would have seen. We have a section on that where we spoke to Piyush Bansal, who's the CEO of Lenskart. A very interesting story where what we call that is basically manufacturing driven by services. So they started off as trying to sell glasses, and they were like, well, why shouldn't we manufacture our own glasses? That's kind of the way to achieve scale. So now they're doing services, and connected with it and they in fact first started in China. Then they realized that actually India is not very good at the generic manufacturing, because in his words, there are entire towns in China that make just glasses. You cannot but what he realized very quickly was that when it comes to customized manufacturing, India is very good because we have this very kind of solid base of what he calls engineering jugaad. And so they adapted their manufacturing to India, where actually because of the skill level of the Indian worker, they had to use higher levels of automation. And so that's a very good example of again, something that is at the intersection or the union, both intersection and union of manufacturing and services. So what you need to do is you need to broaden your horizon into thinking what are growth inducing industries, right? You cannot have limited your public policy be beholden to the China story, or even the Korea story, or even the Japan story, because times have changed. Both because times have changed, and we can go into that in more detail, and because India is different.
And another thing I kind of noted is that the government seems to almost have gotten one part of the fundamental lesson when it comes to manufacturing is that we need to fix manufacturing, but not the second part of it, which is that you fix it with freedom. Because as you've pointed out, there's this great passage which is kind of eye-opening, so I'll read it out, where you say, take for instance a Micron semiconductor plant agreed upon in June 2023 intended for a site in Gujarat. Assuming it goes through, it's a 2.75 billion investment, out of which 70% is a direct subsidy coming from the central and Gujarat governments. This is expected to create 5,000 jobs. So we are spending nearly $2 billion for 5,000 jobs, which is $400,000 or 3.2 crore per job. And you go on to point out that this is just assembly and some testing, not even R&D and all of that. 3.2 crores per job. So again, the mindset is this status my baap mindset ki, oh, there have to be jobs in manufacturing, so we will give massive subsidy and create it, which is daft, which is moronic. The way you do it is by freeing up enterprise, by not only having more economic liberty, but also having predictable enforcement and rules and etc., etc. And none of that is there. Later on, you also point out about how there is such abuse of power embedded in the structure of our state, where you write, quote, the villager who wants to protest teacher absenteeism in the local government school should not fear being locked up by the teacher's police inspector brother-in-law. Business people offering critical assessments of the government's performance should not find investigative agencies at their door the next day. Data that reflect unfavorably on government performance should not be suppressed, leaving society navigating in the dark, and so on and so forth. It's a really long para. It's just intimidating to look at it, but it's all like this. And so the core problem really is the oppressive state and the mindset of the people within the state, which you alluded to in our earlier section where we spoke about that embedded socialism, that the state has to do everything. And the fact is that it's the other way around. The state, in many cases, has to get out of the way. In some places, along with getting out of the way, you also need a functioning rule of law, which we don't have in most of the country anyway. So that's another additional problem. So how do you see this? It's easy to sort of, you've come up with a description, and that's great. But the fundamental changes that happen have to happen at the level of the state. And does that make, like how much of a problem is that?
I mean, it's a huge problem, right? Let's so when we give those numbers, right? Like I want to be clear that and nuanced that it's not that all industrial policy per se is bad, right? But in a poor, and no matter what the narrative may be of the fifth largest or whatever economy we are, India is a poor country, and so in a poor country, there are genuine budget constraints, there are genuine trade-offs, there are genuine opportunity costs.
That Micron factory subsidy is like 1/3 of our annual education budget.
And so it's not even. I mean, it's staggering when you think of it like that. But even let's say, I would grant that actually there is in the way the industry has shaped up globally, there is a role for government in coordinating, signaling, even providing credit in some sense to encourage something that is as capital intensive as a chip manufacturing, right? But let's be clear, right? What is our goal? If your goal is that India should have a piece of the chip, juggernaut of the world, the chip, given the chips are so fundamental to everything that we manufacture, let's suppose that's your objective. That's a reasonable policy objective to have, right? Would I go about doing things the way they're doing? Absolutely not. So let me give you the counter to that. About 1/3 of value added in chips is in design. Another, a little more than 1/3 actually, and about so Nvidia, which is the most profitable company in the world now, I think it's just taken over Microsoft, or it's about to. Or maybe it's the second most valuable, I think, after Microsoft. It only does chip design. Okay, it doesn't. TSMC in Taiwan manufactures the chips most of. So, and about 1/3, or a little less than 1/3 is fabrication, which is called manufacturing of chips, which is what these plants are supposed to do, but not for the cutting edge logic chips, but for memory chips and so on. And then the rest of the remaining 1/4 is basically assembly and testing and putting it out in the market. Now, the second part and is hugely capital intensive. Even the third part, assembly and especially fabric. We somehow want a piece of the fabrication pie. Why? I don't understand why. You can say it for strategic reasons, but actually none of it is, and China is finding out the hard way. You cannot make chip manufacturing completely domestic. The only two companies in the world that make machines for chip design, they are in Netherlands and the US. The chip manufacturing, most of it is happening in Taiwan. Most of the design is happening in India, in the US, and so on. So if I wanted a piece of the supply chain of chips, which I again reiterating that is a noble and important goal to have, I would say the economist way to approach the puzzle would be, where is India's comparative advantage? I think I mentioned briefly in the earlier part of the podcast that about 20 to 25% of all chip design in the world is happening in India. What is the problem? The problem is that we don't own the intellectual property. It is happening for companies like NVIDIA and Qualcomm and so on. About 40 to 50% of all chip designers of the world are of Indian origin. So if I was the Indian government and I had $2 billion to give, I would actually set up, and this is not even a short-term view. People get it's not even a very long-term view. It actually, in the short run, I would set up 3 world-class computer science departments in about $200 million, even probably lesser. I'm just giving a very over. And I would spend some more, let's say $200 or $300 more million in getting up the best talent from the world, which is of Indian origin or Indian, and giving them a free hand and saying, build the next NVIDIA in India. I mean, not that this is going to be enough, but I'm just saying that in terms of the comparative advantage that India has already shown. We have already shown. Now, you can say this is manufacturing, this is services, but no, this is services embedded in manufacturing. Right? If we are doing cutting edge chip design in India and outsourcing it to TSMC and then eventually having the aspiration of bringing chip manufacturing to India, that to me seems like a much more sensible way to execute the objective that we just stated than what the government is doing. And I could be naive and I could be wrong about this. This has to do with some kind of fetishization of political leaders with large factories and somehow thinking that somehow giving large subsidies to set up factories is the only way of showing growth. This used to be our problem with building dams at some point in time, and somehow this signifies growth. It doesn't. And so so even if I let the idea, entertain the idea that you can have industrial policy, as we're not like kind of blanket against it. What are you doing with it? Which way are you using it? And this really matters because I don't have $2 more billion to give once I've given it to build up this, so I would rather spend it on R&D because I have a comparative advantage and attacking a completely different part of the supply chain.
In your book, you talk about the smile curve of value. Right. This seems similar to that. And the smile curve of value, for those of my listeners who may not have heard of it, you should go and buy this book directly and read it from there. But the smile curve of value is that if you look at Apple's products, right, a significant chunk of the value that comes from there is right at the start of the process where you have the IP and the design and everything. And that's Apple. Most of the manufacturing is done by Foxconn and there is very little value there. And then it comes back to Apple, which is the marketing and the branding and the sales and all of that. And that's where the great value is. And to want to be a fabricator instead of to want to be an NVIDIA is to want to be the Foxconn in the middle, isn't it? Like, why on?
In fact, even more stark. In fact, in chips, you could still argue that fabrication still has about 1/4 to 1/3 value. In phone manufacturing, it has so little value, So and we can make the discussion a bit more nuanced in the sense that, so first of all, just to think of in terms of value, Apple is, Foxconn is worth $50 billion, and I think Apple is more than 60 times the worth, like around $3 trillion or something like that. So you can see already that the company, the last time Apple manufactured anything was in 2005. So if you buy an iPhone or a Mac laptop, it will say kind of created in California or designed in California. It doesn't say manufactured anymore or made in California because it's not. And I think it is hard to explain this to people sometimes that you must think in terms of value added. You must not think in terms of just revenue. For example, when we wrote some pieces about the mobile phone manufacturing in India, it is true that by volume and even just pure value, not value added, India is exporting a lot of mobile phones, right? But what India is also doing is that it's first of all built a lot of tariffs around mobile phones. So it's very expensive to import a whole Samsung phone or a whole Apple phone into India. Fine. what initially it started off as importing all the parts of the mobile phone, assembling it in India, and calling it made in India. Right. What people need to understand, what we are trying to do through our book, is to question what does it actually mean to make something in India. And what kind of products are you making in India? And why we're saying this is because the value added of that last step is very, very low. You're not getting that much out of shifting this stuff in India. Not that you shouldn't. I think India should aspire to assemble phones, bring Apple to India, bring Samsung to India. But this should not be our primary policy lever. We should not go around tom-tomming this as the greatest achievement of our economic policy, but because it really cannot be. We must have much higher aspirations for our country if we want to be Viksit Bharat by 2047. So, and now, a legitimate critique of this line of inquiry that we just said is that, well, what about jobs, right? Like, isn't it that factories, and I think that's also a legitimate critique. Yes, assemblies are going to have certain kind of jobs, but at that point, are you really paying to bring jobs to India? What is the trade-off? And do you see a clear, I would agree with that trade-off if I saw a clear increase in the value added component, that somehow I could see a path whereby India would actually start manufacturing the battery, the chips, the camera, and then assembling it in India, because then we will start acquiring a much larger component, and I could justify in the long run having paid this subsidy. What is that path? What is the roadmap, either from the government or from the industry? And we haven't read anything along those lines. So we've been happy that at least a lot of actually government documents now or announcements have actually started at least using the word value added. I'm not claiming a victory for us, but at least there is a realization that just saying that, these many phones are being manufactured in India doesn't mean much after a point.
I have to say, though, that one place where I'll push back a little bit is that I disagree with you that there is space for industrial policy. I think there should be absolutely none. I think what's happening here is that what you are really saying is that the state should do the right thing. The wrong thing is giving these massive subsidies to these factories and basically, spending 3.2 crores per job to bring them in. That's absurd. But what you're saying is instead of doing A, the state should do B, which is that you figure out where our comparative advantage is, and then you build these training centers and you enable that. And I'm like, just the mindset that the state should do something itself is wrong, because power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. The state will always fuck it up. This is India, right? And there will be a crowding out effect. They will get in the way. So what I would really like to do is the state focus on the one thing that they need to deliver, which is rule of law, enforcement of contracts, and all the other things you mentioned in the book, which I want to talk about, which are way more important, and get out of the way, and then let 1,000 flowers bloom, and then we'll one day have an NVIDIA emerge out. We have to have that faith. But the reason we don't right now is we don't have that enabling environment. And when I say enabling environment, I don't mean the government has to do something to enable an environment. They just need to get the hell out of the way.
So I actually completely agree with that pushback. What I was trying to say more with that, if you at all have to do something, right? Like
do that.
Then like at least have some debate, some discussion, some internal, as to where the biggest given that you're spending $2 billion. My thing was a conditional argument. I am completely with you that I would actually spend all of that money in the factors that we're going to talk about subsequently in creating enabling frameworks rather than actually subsidizing anything. I'm completely with it. I'm saying that, in certain circumstances, if we do think that there is a role for the state, you should actually think very, very carefully about where your comparative advantage is. And I would be actually in favor of the state, for example, it does in the US and in large parts of Europe, in subsidizing fundamental research, for example, right? Like, I would be very happy if the state said, I'm going to pay whatever salary is required to get the 10 best computer science professors of Indian origin. I mean, they don't have to be Indian origin, but that's the easiest ones to get, to come back to India and set up, cutting edge departments of computer science that actually study and do research in chip design, right? So this is a kind of thing that I would actually be happy spending. But it's a mindset thing, right? If you tell someone you're going to spend millions of dollars setting up computers, they would not be able to visualize that this is a long-term investment into tech. Like they somehow rather they think that setting up this factory is a better use of resources. So I'm completely
I'm actually totally for this.
yeah.
I think I'd be perfectly happy to see my taxpayer money spent in a way like this. But the point is that the moment you accede to the principle that the state should
I
do
agree.
something
Yeah,
about it, they will always do the wrong things.
too
So
much.
this is a little bit like a pipe dream in the sense that, anyway, there's tons more in your book. So let's talk about that enabling framework. Like when you talk about how our governance structures are fundamentally flawed in terms of design, just explain that for me.
So let's begin with the design of the state itself, right? So there was, one could argue, if you read the constitutional debates, a legitimate reason for for creating a highly centralized state in the aftermath of partition. There was this problem that we thought that it was the constitution or the set of laws were a bit too elite for the country at the time. Partition created genuine fears of secessionism in other parts of the country, and so we, for a variety of other reasons, we gave ourselves a very centralized governance system, a very centralized tax system, a very centralized policy implementation system, and so on. Having said that, I think the original sin in some ways was that we didn't factor in a gradual decentralization. I mean, one could argue it was there in Director State of State's policies and so on, but it was too weak. I think we paid too much, we put too much faith in the integrity of the people that were to follow. And I think that has remained, that has sustained this idea that this is, what you're saying, that the state assumes power for whatever noble reasons and then it just never gives it up. And I think that our governance system, as a very broad principle, is just way too centralized for the complexity of governing 1.4 billion people. So one example which we give in the book is, which is a very simple example, is that how can you legitimately think that you can govern UP from Lucknow? Right? It's 250 million people. That's the fifth largest country in the world. Can you imagine? You have 330 million people, I think, in the US, and you have a federal government, you have state governments, you have municipal governments, you have city governments, and all of them are, various of them are elected. They have budgets of their own. Municipal governments can even raise bonds of their own, right? So for 330 million people, you have this kind of a governmental setup, and you think you can just govern 250 million people through, a Vidhan Sabha and IS kind of in each district, right? I mean, so the level of decentralization that is required, basically the three F's, this for digestion of ideas, fund at the level of funds, functions, and functionaries. We require much greater level of decentralization in almost every part of the country. And you do see some promises there, right? So you do see whatever little, one could argue that whatever little successes you see in Delhi, for example, of improving health and education outcomes, in Kerala too, are because a lot of these setups are decentralized. I mean, Delhi is basically a mayorality. The distance between the government saying that we're going to deliver on health and education versus you being able to see visible progress is actually quite small. And so the problem is that if our chief minister in Uttar Pradesh or even in Bihar or wherever, even in the says, I'm going to deliver on health and education, what does it mean? Unless a local person is accountable, a local person is either elected on the basis of those outcomes and therefore is also given the freedom and the funds to make those decisions. This, I think, is the original sin in some sense of governance architecture, which did have some sound foundations in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, but just doesn't have anymore. And I think the way the Finance Commission, so the Finance Commission is an organization that meets every few years to set up how funds will be devolved from central to state governments, needs to be, sort of much more. It shouldn't be left to a commission. It actually should be institutionalized. We should have direct responsibility of local governments for things like local health and education architecture and outcomes.
Couldn't agree more strongly with you. I have episodes on this, including a really early one with Shruti Rajgopalan, where she beautifully explains the sort of the mismatch in a city like Bombay, where the people who have power to make your life better, they are not accountable to you. And the people who are accountable to you, that is the corporators and all that you vote for, they can't help you. They don't have the power. And it's a crazy mismatch. It doesn't make any sense. And you want to just have power as local as possible and yeah, I mean, political economy, etc. But let's not go there. Let's sort of talk about, the next part of the puzzle, part of which doesn't get spoken about much enough. Like a lot in your book has been spoken about a lot for years and years and years. But I was especially struck by the primacy that you give to early childhood nutrition, right? Tell me a little bit more about that and, bring it alive for me, how critical and important that is.
So, there's a lot of research that shows that over the years across disciplines in biology and economics and health science and public health and all kinds of disciplines that have built a fairly formidable kind of theory with outcome based evidence that what happens in the first 3 to 5 years of your life is almost irreversible. Okay, what do I mean by that in terms of development of your brain, development of your body parts? Basically, so think of the body as for the lack of a better word, a production function. Like you're going to produce some kind of intellectual human capital later on in your life. But how developed is the function? How developed are your capabilities, your capacities to absorb anything that I throw at you later in life? Whether it's education, whether it's even health, whether it's even good medical infrastructure, right? Whatever enables you to be a useful citizen in future in your life actually is very dependent on your nutrition and your learning, whatever limited learning you get in the first 3 to 5 years of your lives. This is what we call the early childhood challenge. And it's really a topic of national shame that even till 2018, which is when the last, I think, data was available, India had something like a 35% malnutrition rate. It's higher than sub-Saharan Africa. So if you plot GDP per capita on the x-axis and malnutrition rates on the y-axis, you will see that India is an outlier in the sense that countries with lower levels of development have better outcomes on child stunting. And, for the longest time, it is really sad actually that some people within even our academy and stuff have brushed it off as saying Indians' genes are different. And this has been debunked very systematically through various studies, for instance, showing that Indians who immigrate to the US and the UK, their children actually attain median level heights within one generation. So it cannot be that, actually you will see it very strikingly if you take a train from, let's say, North India towards East India, you will see actually very interestingly a drop in the height of people. People are systematically shorter in Bihar than they are in Punjab or Haryana.
This is an observation I've often made, and you don't have to go to Bihar for it.
Yeah.
In the 90s, when I first came to Bombay and I traveled by local train, one of the first things I noticed is that people in first class, the men in first class are taller than men in second class. And it broke my heart.
Yeah.
Like that's when
it's just a reality,
it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. So that's why I felt very sad when I read stuff by people, social scientists who try to, because this is something that you can see, right? It's not, and what happens is that this is what I was trying to describe when we were discussing about the mechanical engineering point, is that no matter how vibrant a market for education you may have for later on in life, if your individual has not been prepared till age 5, 7, whatever, to be a learning machine, a large part of it can never be recovered. And this is a human tragedy of a colossal magnitude. And we are simply not obsessed about it. We should be completely obsessed. It should be keeping us awake at night that we are doing very poorly on the early childhood challenge.
At the start of COVID, in a sense, April 2000, when the lockdown had gotten underway, I'd written this column in Times of India, a link from the show notes, called A Tale of Two Disasters. And my point was that COVID-19 is a disaster, yes, but it's a temporary disaster. We know what's going on. It'll eventually be gone. But there is a larger ongoing disaster that we completely ignore. And at that point, I pointed out in my piece that 3,000 children die in India every day from starvation. 1 in 4 Indian children are malnourished, right? And perhaps more, as you're saying. And if a natural calamity had caused something like this, had caused as many deaths as die because of this, the whole world would be up in arms. The UN would be sending aid. It would just be a big freaking deal. And and our government, which is actually pretty awesome in mission mode when there's a short-term problem to solve, would have just swung into action. But there is this larger ongoing disaster around us, which we have completely normalized. And just to think 1 in 4 children around us is malnourished. How is it morally acceptable to live with that around you, to be in a society like that? So what are the kind of causes for that? Like the what has caused those failures in healthcare, and what are the ways out of it? What are the solutions?
What is caused is difficult to answer because I think there is a certain kind of stubborn eliteness in our policy making that makes these problems invisible. Myron Wiener has his classic text in book. I'm forgetting the name of the book. We cited in our book where he basically argues that Indian education system could never do the right thing when it came to primary education because basically he argues because of inherent notions of hierarchy, caste, and class. And he says no matter how, the elites could just never bring themselves to take this problem very seriously. We all relate to problems of higher education because somehow it affects us. Not that we're doing very good at it, but somehow they're much more in discussion than the amount of learning setback that COVID has made to children in our country is again a huge problem. But because it's slow death, like it's slow pain, it's not visible pain. And so, but on the other hand, there are, and we say this in the book, there actually, India is not alone in this. There are actually many countries, like Peru is an example we give. And obviously, it's smaller, so you can say that, it's more manageable. But there are examples where people decided, the elites there decided that this is an issue of national shame and built in mechanisms. So, they made it a political problem. Civil society combined with certain aspects of polity made it a political issue that this is unacceptable. And then they built in mechanisms around which, they built very strong evaluation mechanisms so as to every 2 to 3 years, there was a strong and publicly visible and publicly condemned and adulated evaluations which showed how Peru was doing in terms of its malnutrition outcomes. And it made, and what is interesting in Peru's case, for example, that they observed that with all the parameters you think are actually correlated with this, which were getting better, malnutrition outcomes were not getting better. What is that? Urbanization, even something as simple and as striking as increase in the level of female education, was not bringing down malnutrition figures because they realize it's a systemic problem. What the child eats, what the mother eats when she's pregnant, what kind of priority is given to the composition of the meal that the child is getting, not the quantity of meal. And all these things are, maybe in certain households they are folk knowledge, but it's not widely accessible knowledge to everyone. And so by making these small changes and making and incentivizing people to enforce them in their homes, they actually achieve dramatic improvements within 10 to 15 years. So it's really a failure at multiple levels. I do feel like it's a failure of both the polity but also of the so-called elite in the country, where they haven't been able to make this an obsession. And I think sometimes, let me give you an example. Some people say that, ye to ho hi nahi sakta, it cannot happen. But we did it in polio. I remember in the 90s, right? Like every child that grew up in the 90s remembers Amitabh Bachchan on television, this, baritone voice, pleading people to go get these drops of polio. And we actually have managed. In Pakistan, it hasn't been eradicated. In India, it has been eradicated, more or less, been. So we did that not over 1 year, not over 2 years, but systematically through a dissemination of information, getting celebrities involved, getting local society involved. And so I think malnutrition is a harder problem than polio because it's not just about 2 vaccination drops, but it's a problem that has a similar flavor, that it's widespread, it is tackleable, we know kind of how to do it through even our own experiences. Tamil Nadu has done very well, for example, in tackling this. Their levels are much lower, I think, in single digits in comparison to the pan-India numbers.
Why is that?
I mean, it's because I think their governance is much more decentralized, and I think that's our understanding. And there, I think female education again helped a lot. Like, this idea that somehow composition of food matters, not just what the child is eating, has been delivered through the Anganwadi system, through the local governance system, much more effectively than, let's say, in the northern part of the country.
My intuition about this actually would be that there is a long term approach and a short term approach. And the long term approach is that eventually growth will make malnutrition vanish, because eventually, if you lift everyone out of poverty, then the problem kind of goes away. But that's a very long term thing. In the short term thing, you do whatever you can to ameliorate the problem. But even with the long term thing, when you spoke about Peru, and I'll ask you to double click on that because I didn't really understand that point, where you said that, they found that some of the factors that they expected to get rid of malnutrition, like urbanization and female education, didn't help. And the problem was more systemic. Do you mean purely in terms of the education of the composition of food, or by systemic, do you mean,
So
something
I should be
else?
careful. I'm not saying they didn't help, but the
They want to punish you.
yeah, they weren't they didn't they were just not sufficient.
Hmm.
They were probably necessary to some extent, but they just, what you would expect, right? Like, after having reached certain levels of education and urbanization, especially of women, there is a certain sociology or cultural norms that are set into what it means to feed a child appropriately. And I think those are very stubborn. They're intergenerational.
Can you get concrete about that and kind of
So,
specify
for
what are
example,
those? What are
for
those?
example, is the child getting enough protein?
Hmm.
If you're a vegetarian household, you're not feeding the child eggs, or even more. So, what are you feeding the mother when the child is in infancy, right? It starts from there actually. So the famous 1,000 days thing, actually, child starts in the womb and goes till about 2 to 3 years of age for the child. What kind of food is the mother consuming? Is she consuming a rich enough iron and protein diet? And then when the child is 1 or 2 years old, actually things like water supply start mattering. So if the child has constant diarrhea, I'm just giving you another input function into this. Even if you're consuming certain amounts of proteins, they may not be getting absorbed into the body because the child is on constant diarrhea. A work by Dean Spears and Diane Coffey has shown that even open defecation is a problem. That open defecation actually leads to certain kind of waterborne diseases around you, which prevent, again, like, even if you're feeding the child egg and so on, the nutrients are not getting absorbed, right? So there is a whole kind of a family of reasons around you that you need to understand and address systematically. It starts from what the mother is eating, to what the child is consuming, to the quality of water supply around you, and all. I think India is making progress on all that, providing tapped water to people, providing toilets to people at home, and so on. But all these things, are they collectively contributing? And I think they are, but they're contributing at a much slower pace. And given that we have the demographic dividend, we have so many children right now, I think we are not appreciating and realizing what is the loss in human capital years and quality of life that we're just getting washed away because of the problem of malnutrition.
And just to talk of unintended consequences and take what appears to be a digression, but in this very multifactorial thing might well play a part in it, is that, Ajay and I had done an episode of Everything is Everything on agriculture, where one of the things we pointed out was an example of the damage that MSPs did, where in the 60s, I think it was, MSPs were offered on a very wide scale to farmers to grow cereals. And the consequence of this was, because they were incentivized to grow a lot of cereals, they grew less pulses. That's more carbohydrates, less protein. And in a sense, that started off a trend that you could say contributed to India's diabetes epidemic, and could even have contributed to this specific problem, where the mothers, when their baby is in the womb, are just having a carb-rich diet and not having enough, not taking any pulses, because, it's just not become part of the culture now, and therefore not getting enough protein, and therefore the malnourishment problem. So it just tells you how, bad governance can have knock-on effects in really unexpected places. MSPs, of course, also cause the Delhi fog, but let's not go there. So, and
This is
Chennai's water problem. Yeah.
something that economists kind of keep harping about, which is the issue of externalities. Whenever you think of a policy, you must think of not just the first order effect, but what effects is going to have on things like water supply, on child nutrition, on burning of stubble, and all these things, which we obviously don't. But even something as simple as you trying to, I would like the government to boast that they have provided not just free grains to 80 crore people, but also free pulses.
Yeah.
But somehow this is in our brain that, that filling up the stomach is more important than providing nutrients to people. Like we have largely, I won't say solved, but we have largely been able to successfully, to the credit of successful governments and economists and civil society and agriculturists, we have, achieved a certain high level of food security. The problem now is not food security, it's food composition.
And also, like you pointed out, when government is too centralized, it becomes a
Yeah.
problem. Like I had an episode with R.S. Neelakantan, who's written that North versus South book, and he points out that often, Kerala may have a problem of obesity, and Bihar may have a problem of malnutrition, and the government solution for that, because Bihar is much closer, is you pump out calorie-rich food, and your whole policy thing is increase the number of calories, calorie intake of the whatever. But that's not what you need for Kerala. That's why you need governance to be local. That's why you need funds to be local. That's why you need to kind of localize. And even within Kerala, there are different districts which might have different needs.
Kerala is
And
also pretty large,
yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think see, it's a very interesting, right? So, talking about trade-offs and unintended consequences, right? One thing that technology has done is that it has, and to this government's credit, minimize the role of the intermediary in terms of service, or actually not even service, goods delivery, right? To some is service delivery also to some extent. But what it has done is that it has made possible the attribution of credit much easier. So it's very easy for me to now, and so therefore it becomes more tempting for me sitting in Delhi to say, this gas cylinder I gave you. This vaccine card I gave you. So the temptation to so you're seeing that even though, and this is not just true of Delhi, this is true of Chennai, this is true of Trivandrum, this is true of Lucknow, even every CM is also doing it, right? That attribution of credit because of the power of technology has become simpler. So you are more and more tempted to centralize at your level. So even though this is the unintended consequence of largely a good thing, which is minimization of leakages, but it actually has had pernicious political economy consequences.
You also point in your book to another excellent phenomenon, which I think, deserves more attention, which is the apathetic middle class not using public services and therefore setting a vicious cycle in motion, that because there is no call from the middle class to improve public services because they found jugadu ways outside it, that the public services never actually improve when you're kind of stuck in that terrible equilibrium. Like I've had my good friend from Bangalore, Ashwin Mahesh, on the show a few times, and one thing that I think where we have a minor and really friendly disagreement about is that I think what Ashwin is doing in Bangalore in terms of citizens' initiatives is absolutely mind-blowing. But my point to him is that many of the things that you are doing are things that the state should do. I don't understand why you should do it in the first place. It is like you're saying, fine, screw the state, it doesn't exist, we'll keep paying our taxes and we'll have to do it ourselves by the way. And I don't understand that. I think a lot of that effort should just go into making the state accountable to do the things that it should do. But this is a sideways rant, which,
This is again a good framework to think about. This is the first best, second best thing, right? So in a first best world, civil society's only role, actually exclusively only role, should be to act as pressure groups. But in the world that we live in, there are more immediate problems, which is to plug the holes. So what he is doing laudably, as you say, and I remember that episode in COVID I think you did with him, was to plug very serious holes. But hopefully we'll get to the stage where the civil society's role is only to make the government do what it's supposed to do better.
Tell me about some of the, like, I won't go through your book chapter by chapter because I just want everyone listening to this to buy it. And the reason I want you to buy it, gentle readers, is that you have skin in the game. This is your country. We are all going to get screwed if things don't get better. So please do buy the book. But what are the other major points or the other areas you looked at in the book that you felt haven't been adequately addressed in the public discourse?
I think that let's take up two of them, right? So I think that it somehow in the last decade at least, or even more, somehow we don't seem to debate the quality of higher education enough. So I actually think that quality of primary education is being discussed. I don't think enough is being done. But we are pushed ourselves back so much in terms of the quality of our higher education, in terms of what do we expect from it? To give you an example, in this is a parliament, what is called a starred question, which the ministers have to respond to. According to a parliament starred question, 7.5 lakh students left India last year, just 2022-23, to go study abroad. Let's make a conservative estimate that each of them took out $10,000 from the country. Very conservative. I mean, it's much higher usually per student. I think if I remember correctly, this means $7 billion. Talking about import substitution, think of it like, because again, this is something that you don't think of it in those language, right? If I was an import substitution enthusiast, which I'm not, I would say, the payoff from getting higher education even remotely right is that massive, because people are paying with their feet, right? They are not coming to the universe. They understand the quality of the universities you've opened back home.
And I fear the instinctive response of the state when you tell them this is, let's figure out a way to stop those kids going out, or let's stop the foreign
That's
exchange
not the
flow.
point of this statement.
That would be the instinctive response.
No, the instinctive response should be that what is it that we are doing wrong?
Exactly.
That no, obviously, I went abroad to study. I have nothing against people going abroad to study, but actually, I would claim, that 25% or even half of these students would be happy to get a decent education in India at some reasonable price, and so. There is no reason to go to, the second or third bet university in Australia or New Zealand or Canada or India. One of the things that the Ukraine war showed us was how many Indian students are studying medicine in Ukraine. Not that I'm sure medicine teaching in Ukraine is very good, but we should be able to teach these students in India. So, this is a problem that, when we talk about, developed country and all of that, that somehow we don't appreciate and realize how far behind we are even in terms of, for example, China, in terms of the quality of our higher education. And I think this is again something that we talk about in our drawing rooms and dinner tables, but it doesn't get enough prime time. By that I don't mean just news time, but just enough discussion time in government, in public policy circles about what are the unintended consequences of actually holding higher education with an iron fist. You're not letting, you are taking public institutions many decades behind by controlling hiring, by controlling the quality of people that you're letting in. You're not even letting private institutions thrive because of the kind of, restrictions you're putting on funding, the restrictions you're putting on what can be taught and said at these universities and so on. So this is, I would say, a big problem. The other problem that we raise that I think is getting a bit under noticed is in terms of our engagement with the world. I think that there is a sense in which India has arrived, which I think is, there's some merit in that. But I think our approach to that has been that, the word that is being thrown around is that somehow we've become Vishwa Guru. You must have heard this word,
Too many times. I didn't expect to hear it from you, Rohit.
Yeah, so, what does this word mean, right? This word means we are somehow teacher to the world. And as proud and Indian as I am, as I told you in this podcast, I think any reasonable rationalist would say we are at present a net importer of ideas from the world.
Vishwa cautionary tale.
Yeah, so, Vishwa, attach your favorite, Sandhi Vichhet to it. So I think that while we should be confident about our place in the world, we should also be realistic about it, about what is it and at what terms should we engage with the world. We have a fairly precarious neighbor in our north, which is significantly bigger than us, is constantly pushing us in our boundaries. And, we are economically also very linked with them. Obviously, I'm talking about China. And how we choose to engage with the world, I think is underappreciated at the moment, because we are under some kind of spell that we have arrived, and therefore we should be able to say anything and engage with the world completely on our own terms. I think this is a bit problematic. And I do think that what was remarkable about India was that it got a larger say. It has historically got a larger say on the world stage than its economic footprint would allow, because it set an example to the world that you can be poor and yet democratic and have certain kind of principles that people value. that I think we shouldn't lose sight of. And I fear that we are. Again, this doesn't mean that just being democratic will fetch us some goodwill in the world. But as we grow bigger, as we grow stronger, actually, we should reinforce these ideals in how we deal with the world. And I do worry a little bit that our kind of muscular positioning, posturing in the last few years, I fear that it might be alienating certain people from regarding us as a trusted friend.
Especially with China, I don't understand the muscular posturing at all. The whole banning TikTok thing because we were too ineffectual to do anything else is just so bizarre. And Vishwaguru, when China is on at your north, and they can basically do whatever the hell they want. And I think you need to be friendly to play positive some games with everyone, to go out there, etc., etc. But instead, we seem to be playing some bizarre zero sum game which we can't win.
I'll give you an example see, I already told you, that I come from Jammu and Kashmir, and the whole kind of area is important to me in multiple ways. I was very puzzled when that a leading representative of our government, stood up in the parliament and said, no, I just don't mean, Kashmir. I also mean that Pakistan occupied Kashmir and Aksai Chin are integral parts of India. No, obviously you say that, and I believe that in some sense. Okay, that this is but just why I'm bringing this up is because soon after that there were aggressions in Ladakh, and I'm not making causal claims, but what was interesting to me was that one of my Chinese colleagues, right, who's this like really nerdy economist, I've never talked to her about geopolitics or anything, came to my office one day and said, I read that your minister said in Chinese media that your minister said in your parliament that a part of China is part of India. And I was just befuddled. Right? Like, you think that you're making something, a comment, just to posture to domestic audiences, but it has had significant consequences that you didn't even factor in. This is a rookie mistake. So I'm just saying that, the terms in which you're engaging with the world need to be much more mature, much more systematic than I think. Not that I am, I understand, I'm a deep reader or scholar of foreign policy, but some of them seem to me to be just a very myopic, muscular approach that hasn't been thought through.
Last three questions, since I've taken up so much of your time. If I am to ask you to look 20 years into the future and give me a best case scenario and a worst case scenario for India, in the sense, what do you worry can happen and what do you hope can happen?
I hope what can happen is that we are able to crack the problem of public service delivery. I hope we are able to crack the problem of having those 15-year-olds, actually having those 5-year-olds which are learning machines, and having those 15-year-olds that are able to make informed choices about how to be productive citizens of the country and of the world. And I know this is very abstract, but I think actually is very concrete in my mind, that it might be abstract in the sense of how we typically have policy discussions. If you have this discussion today in a forum, people will say, well, I hope India is a $10 trillion economy or $15 trillion economy. Whereas I do think that if we get that right, other things will follow, because I think India's constraint in the near future is not going to be hard infrastructure, it's going to be human capital. My worry is that we change our political, by the time we realize that our political discourse is becoming too autocratic, it's too late. That is a worry that I have. And connected with the economic worry that I said, which has been said multiple times, but it's becoming more and more concrete now, is that a demographic dividend turns into a disaster. And it leads to various kinds of civil strife.
Yeah, and the next time someone tells you we're going to be a $10 trillion economy, ask him, can you count to 10 trillion? And you know what, Rohit, I can.
Yeah, okay, good.
You want me to go ahead?
Yes, do it.
1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. Never mind. Okay, my penultimate question for you is, I'll turn back to the personal here. Like, what is the story you tell yourself about you? What is your game? Are you playing some kind of? But do you see yourself as in it for the playing a long game? Do you see yourself as playing a short game? Do you just take it a year at a time? What's your story about yourself?
I think the story that I've come to tell myself is a story of 3 to 5 year blocks. I think that I think planning more than that, it seems a bit silly, or aspiring even more than that
This
seems
is what
silly.
you've learned from Indian economics. You're doing a 5-year plan for
Exactly.
yourself.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah. I
Wow.
know. We're going back to our socialist ethos. That I think I would like to make some kind of improvements and increments to my life, on three dimensions, personal, professional, and health. Health and personal, you can say, is, it's because when you're healthy, then you can make professional and personal improvements. But generally, I think family is important to me, and family, by family I mean my sister, my wife, my parents, and my immediate friends, of course, and all other close people who are close to me. And professional, I mean, that what is it that I want to do in terms of my academic life, both in terms of just pure research, but also my engagement with public policy. And I just set smaller goals now, I think, than I used to do when I was younger. And I think in those smaller goals, in 3 to 5 years, I want to write a few more good papers in economic theory, maybe write one more book, and I hope to have a couple of more good PhD students.
Wow. Magnificent. I
Yeah.
didn't think you'd end there. And when you said, I hope to write a few more, I was hoping you'd say books, but you said papers, and then you said in one more book.
Yeah.
You have any books in mind which you want to write? Dream projects?
Yeah, I'm toying around with a few ideas. It's too early to talk about them, but yeah, I think right now I'm debating between writing another book on an issue of public policy related to India, or writing a kind of a more economic theory text, not textbook, but let's say a topics book.
Whatever it is, I can't wait. And in the meantime, my final question, and you must be aware of this because you seem to have heard every episode. For me and my listeners, recommend books, films, music, any kind of art at all that you absolutely love and want to share with the world. And might I add that you're also welcome to read out poetry that you love at this point in time, because why not? I must tell my readers also that Rohit got home at 12:30 to have lunch with me, and then we would record, and it is now 11:36 p.m. So this shows great commitment, and yeah, I'm thank you for that.
Yeah, as I said, when I came in, I wasn't really planning on any upper bound on time, given your reputation. So, I don't know if I have grand suggestions, but at least for me personally, at various points in time, certain books helped me make sense of the world, and in my own improved my own reading habits and absorption of information. I loved at certain point in time when I read Maximum City for the first time by Suketu Mehta. I really liked it. There is a writer called J.M. Coetzee, I think. He has that book. I think he has a Nobel Prize winner, actually, in literature. I think
Twice. I mean, Booker Prize twice. Nobel Prize, obviously.
I
were
really
given
liked his
twice.
book Disgrace. I think it's a beautiful book. It really stayed with me. Orhan Pamuk's Snow is a book. Orhan can be a hit and miss. I really liked Snow. I think it's a beautiful, and especially when I visited Turkey, I could really see some of his scenes come alive. So that I recommend to a lot of people. There is a Hindi writer who's more known for his. To a lot of people, he might be known for some of his acting, called Manav Kaul. I like some of the stuff that he's written recently. He had this book, travel book. He had this book called "Bahut Dur Kitni Dur Hota Hai," which I really liked reading. He had this play. I think one of his first things that he wrote was a play called "Shakkar Ke Paanch Dane," which I really like. I think it's kind of almost like a monologue. So Manav Kaul is someone I would look out for, and look for the recent stuff writing in Hindi. I did recently read. I have to say I didn't know much about Louise Gluck, who recently won the Nobel Prize in Literature. But I did buy her a kind of collection of poems, and I found them to be very, very, yeah. Which is pointing out to the book on his shelf. I thought some of her poems were very, very powerful. I think I've already mentioned the Mahabharata. I think that in every form, I really like the Mahabharata. And many people have said this. Keep reading the Mahabharata; it will never finish. Like there's such wealth of knowledge in there in terms of just characters, emotions, literature, art of writing, art of poetry, that I find.
People say that about my episodes as well. In the
Yes.
sense, it'll never finish.
It'll never finish. Yeah. So there's a Mahabharatian quality to Seen and the Unseen. That I quite I really like and appreciate. So I recommend people to read whatever versions of Mahabharata they can get hold of. One of my favorite poems, and I've written an essay about it, is Suryakant Tripathi Nirala's Ram Ki Shakti Puja. It's a beautiful poem. Aradhan ka do dhrina aradhan se uttar. Beautiful lines that poem has. It's basically about Ram, feeling demoralized on the battlefield because Ravan is just, doing very well, and then how he kind of emerges from it and what he does, and Shakti here refers to Durga Ma. It's a beautiful poem, a very long poem. So I recommend everyone who has some familiarity with Hindi. I don't know of a very good translation of that poem, but it's a beautiful Hindi poem. Iqbal's poetry makes me very happy, especially when I'm low. Tu shahi hai, parwaaz hai, kaam tera, tere aage aasma aur bhi hai. He has some beautiful. Obviously, khud hi ko gar buland itna ki har takdeer se pehle khuda bande se khud puche, bata teri raza kya hai. Iqbal has many of these beautiful poetry, so I recommend. In more kind of the realm of love and romance, I really like Ahmed Faraz. Ahmed Faraz has that amazing. Most people some people may not know him, but probably they would have heard his most famous ghazal, which is Ranjish Hi Sahi. That's Ahmed Faraz. And one of my favorite poems of his is ghazals of his is Zindagi se yahi gila hai mujhe, tu bahut der se mila hai mujhe. And then he goes on. This is one of my favorite ghazals actually of Ahmed Faraz that I quite like. Yeah, I think in terms of music, I don't know much classical music and stuff. I'm a very filmy music listener, and all through the 90s was a big fan of Rahman's music. That really played an important role in my childhood, at least, and I have fond memories of that. In terms of, I really, really like instrumental music which has the tabla and any kind of percussion. Actually, Rahman uses that a lot in his music, where it's in tal or in Swades. He uses a lot of percussion. So that I quite enjoy and listening to. So since then, I developed some taste for just listening to tabla on audio, which I wish in another life I could play the tabla.
Why another life? Why not this life?
Yeah, why not this life? Yes, maybe I have tried. It is quite hard to pick up musical instruments later in life, but I think it's something I want to do. Yeah, I think that pretty much is a good enough list.
Marvelous. So, thank you so much for spending so much time. Thank you for writing this book, and yeah, we will keep talking.
Yes, thank you for having me. It was really a pleasure and honor, and I hope the listeners go buy and read Breaking the Mold.
Breaking the Mold.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, share it with anyone you feel might be interested. Head on over to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up Breaking the Mold by Raghuram Rajan and Rohit Lamba. You can follow Rohit on Twitter at RoLamba, ROH Lamba. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in or any podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.